we are. We're all on camera except for Joe, who's AFK for food, of course. Merwin, get the fuck in here, Merwin. I don't see you posted in the stream team. Somebody needs to push to talk on.
Oh, sorry.
Who's that? Who did it?
Scuffed podcast number 7. Marilyn, get the fuck in here. I'll invite her. Hold on. But as I do, we'll stop in the top. We'll start in the top left, and we'll go around. Hold on. Yeah, someone has their push to talk on or off. It's like going by mic sensitivity.
It's probably
like,
me.
I was gonna say, I know I'm on.
Yeah, everyone go to your microphone settings and make sure push to talk's on. It sounds like it sounds like a fan's in the mic or something. Okay, I think we're good now. Yeah, I don't hear it anymore. All right, let me get Marilyn in here. Welcome in, guys. Toast Podcast 7. Sorry, Scuffed Podcast. It's not Scuffed Podcast unless I'm late. Good to see everybody. We got Black Dahlia, Wizard of Joe, My Man Frighten, Evilish, which I'm very surprised by that, Evilish. You should be in bed. Spicy Hand, Cleo Burrito, myself, and Gizmo the Viking. As we get okay, there it is. Marilyn, we'll get you in a second. Let's start with Black Dahlia, and we'll go by my OBS, which it's Wizrobe and then Frighten. So, Dahlia, go first. Introduce yourself, a little about yourself, and then we'll, I guess, just a small little summary. You know what's up.
My name is Black Dahlia 42. Most of you know me. I'm a mod for Toasty. I don't really stream anymore, but eventually I'm going to come back to that. Right now, I just do DBD perk skins, and I write for horrorbound.com, so check it out.
Nice, and now that I shuffled everybody, we're going to go with Gizmo in the upper left. And the topic is we're not being fat. We're not being fat yet. Go ahead, Gizmo.
Not yet.
Yet.
You're muted again.
Oh, I shift.
There we go.
Button.
We got you.
I shift button, push the talk button. That's the thing. So I went from last to first, like in a second. That's pretty good. Yeah, Gizmo the Viking. Most of you might know me. Depends how many new people there are.
He's an OG of the DBD community.
OG of DBD community. Well, I can take that really first. Stop playing DBD like start of November sometime. Haven't touched it since.
Don't worry, there's a lot of us in here that have.
Yeah, I'm not gonna touch it. I'm gonna stay sober and not touch DBD.
It's your crack.
I've been going to meetings for a long time, but
some AA going on for the DBD addiction.
Well, lastly, been playing Ori now. Just finished today, the second one, Will of the Wisps. Been playing some, the first Ori. Been having a long break from streaming. Want to play Doom Eternal or
so
Nightmare. Good. I want to play Hollow Knight. And I think that's about the plans I have for streaming at the moment. I don't know what I want to play.
I just watched, right before I went live, Fudge was playing Hollow Knight. He was playing the first one, obviously.
Yeah,
but I can't wait for the second one.
I saw that too.
Do you like the new Ori?
I want. Yeah, the new Ori was much better than the first one. It's amazing. Does not to take too much out of it, but just saying what's better. Better boss fights. There are better currency system, and also side quests. So yeah, that's lots of thumbs up.
All right, and then we have a new, thank you, Gizmo, by the way, and Dahlia. I should thank you for doing your intros. And we have a new face, finally. It took forever to get him on. He was taking a big break from streaming, and now he's back. My Man Frighten, goddammit, introduce yourself and a little bit about yourself. It's been long overdue.
Hell yeah. What's going on, guys? I'm your Man Frighten. I am a DBD streamer, Overwatch, COD. I mix it up quite a bit. Probably too much variety for my own damn good, but I just want to play what's fun. I don't do this enough to really overly dedicate to one thing. So that being said, just getting back into it, really enjoying it again. It's been a lot of fun, and looking forward to increasing my my uptime.
I won't lie, it was really good to have you back. For those that don't know, I met Frighten probably within my first month of streaming DBD, so he's been around forever, and it's good to see him back, especially on this podcast, man. We're going to kick it, have a cool-ass Friday night, and chill. We'll talk about food later. That's what I'm looking forward to. You can tell with the topic. I'm ready, man. I'm ready. I'm ready. Frighten, thank you for the introduction. It's good to see you. We, to the right of Frighten, have a Cleo Burrito. Cleo, you know the deal. Tell a little bit about yourself and summarize.
Hello, I'm Cleo. I am a variety streamer. Lately, I have been focusing pretty hardcore on Doom Eternal. I'm playing on Nightmare mode. It is very difficult.
It looks so good. Go ahead. I'm sorry. The game looks so good, though.
It's amazing. It's like so fluid. I mean, you have to relearn the controls. I would say that's maybe my biggest what's the word I'm looking for? I don't know. Anyway, that's my only qualm. It's my only qualm I have with it. Anyway, Animal Crossing is pretty awesome. I do Twitch sings as well.
Are you on that Animal Crossing addiction? I'm about to get it for me and Dahlia, and we're gonna join you guys. Little bit. What fruit do you have on your island?
Apples.
Boring. I had apples on my last island. I got the boring one. I want cherries, or that's what Dahlia wants. She wants cherries. I want oranges. I don't know why. I just want to mix it up a little bit. I always get apples in my town. Who else here is playing Animal Crossing? I know it's not just Cleo.
I am also playing. I have Peaches.
Peach. Oh man. Anyone else? Wizro, what about you, son?
My girlfriend's playing, but she also has Peaches. I'm not going to be playing it for a while.
oh yeah, because that's her game. Even if you bought it, that's her game right now.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Marilyn, for the introduction. Or Cleo Burrito, yeah, Marilyn, thanks for your introduction that you're going up with next. Marilyn, introduce yourself and a summary, please.
I'm Marilyn. I have Peaches on my island. No. I also am a variety streamer. I stream on weekends, Friday, Saturday, sometimes Sunday. Have trouble keeping a schedule, but that's nothing new. And yeah, played some Animal Crossing last weekend, so got back into some Sea of Thieves, so just hopping around different games.
I want to talk to you after stream sometime, Meryl, about Sea of Thieves, because I have owned it since like beta, and I haven't touched it, and I want to start, and I'm scared because I'm a lonely pirate.
You can join me. I know Cleo has it too.
I won't play it with her because I'm too busy playing Fire Emblem. Marilyn, thank you for the introduction. We'll go to the left. Spicy Hand, the man with the profile picture showing how sexy he is. Spicy, say a little bit about yourself.
Yeah, I'm the one, the only Spicy Hand. I play a lot of DBD and a little bit more of some DBD. Just DBD.
Lots of DBD.
No, but I've actually... Yeah, and even some more DBD.
But
no, I've actually been doing... and some more DBD.
He might be playing right now, DBD. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I'm totally playing right now. I also do a little bit of variety streams like right now, doing Darkest Dungeon, and maybe even sometimes some Slay the Spire, and even more.
He's the one that's Spicy Hand. You can blame this man to you guys, to my upper right. You can blame this man for me playing Ori and the Blind Forest ASAP next. Wizrobe Joe, thank you, Spicy, by the way. Wizrobe Joe, did you do your... Yeah, you did your intro, right? No?
No.
Okay, moving on. Bike... No. Go ahead, Wizrobe.
Yes, it's not me this time.
Oh, he's gone. Well, okay, bye, Wizrobe. This person hasn't been on the podcast in a hot minute. Evil is... All right, Wizrobe, a little bit about yourself now that you've come back into our realm.
My name's Wizrobe Joe. I haven't streamed in like 3 months, but I'm here. Yeah. I always have.
He streams on my free cams.
Don't tell them that. No.
It's a secret.
I always wear cool T-shirts. I got a new one at the most recent whatever the convention is that I go to. I forgot. Can you read it, or is it backwards?
No, you can read it.
Lit face.
Yeah, there you go.
I don't appreciate.
Yeah, I saw that.
I don't like you making fun of me like that.
I play lots of games. I also love Hollow Knight and any sort of Metroidvania. Slay the Spire, Payday, big Payday Rambler, and I'm actually starting to get back into DBD a little bit, but don't tell anybody; it's a secret.
So I'm tweeting it out right now. I'm tweeting it out
do that.
right. No, I'm doing it right now. I'm doing it.
No,
I'm doing it.
Oh yeah,
Wizard Joe, thank you for your introduction.
You said nothing about that on the last AA meeting.
Yeah. See, I don't go to those AA meetings because I'm full on in my addiction, and my mom didn't raise a quitter, so I'm sorry, man. Yo, thank you, Wizro, for the introduction. And last but not least, a returning guest. Chat, don't blink because you will not see her on every podcast. She's forcing herself awake. Evilish, a little bit about you. If you guys don't know who she is, you're living under a rock. Evilish, the OG Mod Mama. Introduction. Tell yourself, or tell chat about yourself. There you go.
Hey, Eve Hay, by the way. My name is Evilish. I am, obviously, you guys know who I am. I'm probably one of the first people that were ever in the stream. What else do I do? I also stream myself. I streamed for the first time in about 6 months the other day, and I literally made my computer explode, but it was totally worth it. I've I've been playing Doom Eternal lately. Now, I'm a Doom purist. I'm all about classic Doom. So I'm not like the biggest fan of Eternal. I don't like the platforming. I'm also playing it on Hurt Me Plenty because I'm a boomer. I can't be freaking bothered.
I was watching Moon play on Ultra Hardcore, and like you only get one life. And I was looking at how fast paced you have to play. I'm just like, no thanks. This is so much.
What else?
Is your computer running okay? Let me interrupt real quick. Is your computer okay? Are you going to last the podcast?
Yeah, it's fine now. What I had to do, I don't know what it did, but it like blew one of the PCI slots as well. So I had to like strip the PCI slot of the RAM.
Deadass actually explode.
I mean, it was pretty hot. I had to open it up, clean it up, switch the PCI slots of the RAM chips because it wasn't reading like 8 of the RAM for, I don't know, reasons, I guess. And I mean, it's fine now, but I don't think I'll be streaming Doom Eternal. It was too much for my old PC. But aside from that, I also play DBD, and I am a DBD Discord staff / moderator for the Discord. I've been that for about 3 years now, 3.5. And yeah, I mean, I usually lurk in Cody's stream. That's it.
Don't mess up. If you mess up in my chat, Evilish is watching you. And if you make me upset, she'll laugh first and then backhand the ever-living shit out of you. Thank you, Evilish, for the introductions. Guys, these are your, how many people? I'm American, so I can't count 1, 2, 3. 9. We are your 9 guest. Damn, a 9 guest podcast. This is your 9 guest podcast. Welcome. It's scuffed. We're late, and it doesn't matter. It's awesome. So we got to get it out of the way. Unfortunately, I know some of us have quit DBD. Some of us don't know Life DBD, but it is relevant to the channel, and that's why we do it first. We get it out of the way. We'll start with the 2 people that are never here, which is Frighten and Evilish. We'll start with Frighten first. Where are we at with DBD? I don't want to dwell too long because I know not everyone here plays it. So just where are you at? How you feeling about it? What are you hopeful for, etc.?
Well, my streak of not buying any DLCs for like the last 9 of them still lives. There's still nothing new that's been added to the game that I desperately want or feel like I absolutely need. I'm pretty close on the new killer, but I'm still not there yet.
Hey, I mean, are you really missing out either? Like, that's what a lot of people say is they just buy it from the shrine and you're good.
Right. Well, and, you know, I mean, we do sub days and every once in a while you and I play together and I'll jump on and play, and there's nothing about my experience that ever feels lacking because of the new things that have come out, aside from when I maybe want to play killer. But I really don't care about the new killers. So, you know, I play Survivor, I play Hillbilly, I play Huntress, and I'm good. They have everything that I want from them.
It's that unfortunate problem we always bring up that it's like, wow, the new DLC is cool and some of the perks are gimmicky. I've never ever sent, I can't tell you the last DLC outside of, Metal of Man, and then they nerfed it. I can't tell you the last DLC before that where I was like, oh fuck, I need to buy this. Like I don't think I even bought Ghostface. Someone randomly gifted it to me 2 months after it came out. Cause like I was just like, I'm never gonna play this killer. I don't need his perks. So I'm with you there. It's kind of like I don't know a DLC you need to buy really.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, some of the killer perks, you know, aside from babysitting the shrine, it'd be nice to have some of those because, like, with the Ruin nerf, I was having some trouble with Huntress. Huntress got tough, really tough all of a sudden for me. So, I know the hatchets are broken. Yeah. I know that's where this is going to go now that I'm talking about Huntress, but, as far as, perks go, yeah.
Dude, how do you think I feel? I play the game like as for a fucking living now, and the Huntress's hitboxes are the size of me, and I still suck with it. I ain't got an excuse anymore, man. I can't be like, oh, the hatchets suck. It's me now. It sucks.
Just
What
put in
about
the
you?
rank. That's what everyone does.
Yeah, true. Quick draw, more hatchets, iridescence, Moris, M1 Huntress. Evilish, where are we at? I know you. I see you post. Okay, so Evilish and I, for those that don't know, we've been tag teaming in this game for fucking ever. But occasionally, me and Evilish won't play for a while, and all of a sudden, Evilish, I've noticed you've been uploading screenshots, and they're toxic. It's like you in the basement, like body blocking and stuff. So where are we at, Evilish? Like, I know me and you still play, but what's your feelings on DBD? And like, if you want to talk about some stories of you being a mod for the Discord, because I think that's kind of cool.
Okay, well, speaking of that, recently we hired a bunch of new staff members. Since now we have over 100K members on the DBD Discord since like maybe 3 weeks ago. And so we hired a bunch of new people, and I have been teaching them the magic of being toxic in game. And I must say, it's been very successful.
I'm glad you're doing us justice.
Indeed. And I mean, aside from that, what I think about the game right now, I mean, there's some things I don't like. I don't like that they nerfed Hex Ruin. I feel like it's just too easy to do gens now.
And like,
what else?
I remember, Evilish, you didn't say it, but you're known as like the totem hunter. And when they got rid of Ruin, it got rid of like a big objective for you every match. Because I know how much you like enjoy going, oh, Ruin, this is where I shine. And then it's just like, oh, now it doesn't even matter. You're better off
Yeah.
ignoring it now. Yeah.
It only matters if the killer's putting a lot of pressure on the gens, but honestly, like 80% don't. And then they nerfed toolboxes, and it's like, geez, I feel like every single toolbox now is a brown toolbox.
Yeah.
Okay.
They are. Yeah.
Not even worse.
But I do like the new killer. I really like the new killer,
Oh,
and I
yeah.
like the new map, and I love that nice little spot you taught me the other day.
Old reliable.
Yeah.
Pretty nice spot.
Please enlighten us. What is this spot?
Okay, so you go to the saloon and you go up to the top. And at the top, there's a window and another window and breakable walls outside of that window. And all you do is you go through one window, down the steps, up through the other window. It's so skillful, it blows my mind. It makes killers smile when I run that loop because they're like, damn, what an impressive play.
And they always seem to like to come back for more.
Yeah, you know, like when they break the wall, making the infinite even better because you get a fast vault. That's my favorite.
I
And it
figured out
only
the-
took 5,000 hours for you to learn how to do it.
Oh man, no. The worst one was what was it that I just learned? It was something about the docks on one of the swamp maps. And I forgot what it was, but I'm like, wait a minute, something. I've been playing this game for how many years and I just now discovered this? Man, what the fuck? That's what happens though. You lose your mind when you play this game. It like melts it. In a good way, it's fun. You know, just sometimes those blindettes get to you. Well, Evilish, what about the Discord? What about the Discord? I have to know. Well, I guess you can't really talk publicly about it, but have you had to, I guess, keep it general. Have you had to reprimand any DBD survivors or killers?
Well, I'll tell you what, with these big changes that they did, especially with the Hex Ruin, things got very, very hostile in the Discord. But luckily, we have like a team of really good people, and we always work together to try to like calm things down. Like, people really get upset over a video game. Like, I'm just shocked. It's like, come on, like, you come on the server, all you do is talk shit about the game, like, this game is stupid, blah, 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 and, like, play something else. Go play Civ 5, like M. Cote would say, you know?
What was it? What was that Twitter thread? The guy said, Evilish said teabagging is just crouching in a video game, get over it, and he said it could be mentally damaging to people.
Oh my god, I remember that.
Oh
I
my
remember
god.
that.
So for those that don't know, Evilish is literally a Discord mod for DBD's official Discord. She has a staff shirt and everything. And she's on Twitter defending people's right to teabag because it's not that big of a deal. And some guy goes, well, it could psychologically damage children. And Evilish goes, wait, in an M-rated game? Wait, what?
Oh, the best part was when he started to like attack my capacity as a parent because he thought that if
Evilish,
I'm
explain this.
toxic
Explain
in
this.
game,
This is good.
that because I'm being so toxic in game by teabagging, then that must mean that I'm not a good parent, that I probably caused psychological damage to my own child. And I called him out on that and he like backed off. Like, come on, it's just a video game. It's teabagging. Like, if you get upset over it, like, what's wrong with you?
It's not
Like,
even
for-
teabagging, it's crouching.
Yeah, my knees hurt, man. I need a break, dude. The
Yeah,
ground
if I see
sucks.
a
My
survivor
man.
teabagging, it's like, okay, like I laugh about it. A
Well,
face cam, but whatever.
You gotta
That-
admit, the Survivor character models, both male and female, are impressive with how deep they squat. Like, have you tried replicating crouching like they do? It hurts.
And
I'm just curious how
considering
they
small a lot of their
stand
butts
at the
are-
generator and repair it the entire time. Like my knees would hurt after like standing there for like a minute. Not even.
Right.
Bro, how the fuck does Nia have the thigh power for urban evasion, dog? Have you tried walking like
Oh my
Nia does with that perk?
Yes.
Good lord, man.
I'd probably crouch slower than they do.
What are those called? Deep squatted lunges? Like, how do you walk like urban evasion? Good lord.
Bro,
they
they
do
do
have
like
to be, like,
100-pound
at your
squat
fittest.
lunges. Like,
And I
wanna
don't
see
think it'd
the
be very quiet.
Oh,
Yeah, I
Yes,
tried.
we did- oh, sorry.
Oh no, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, you asked me to squat that low, you would hear my knees pop like a mile away.
I tried to do like little lunges as I was walking to the kitchen to get my fat ass an Oreo, and like I made it out the door, and I'm like, nah,
Okay,
I'm good.
okay.
I'll just walk
So-
my Oreo.
So 2 days ago, I wasn't feeling going out because it was rainy, and with this Corona stuff, I don't want to go out every day, like walk around outside my apartment. So I'm like, okay, let's do squats in between enemy rounds. So I haven't done my squat routine in 2 months, and so I knock out 200 squats. That was 2 days ago. I still hurt. Like when I sat down for this podcast, I was like one hand on the armrest, one cheek. Okay, it was bad. Man.
Just fall.
Yeah, no, I do the assisted fallback. Yeah, I
Yeah.
do the. Oh shit.
So,
Been
as
there.
the resident old man here,
Man.
what you guys get to look forward to is that eventually, every time you get up, sit down, bend over, that you will audibly announce that you are doing as such. You will get up and you will let groans out. You will sit down and you will let groans out. You will bend over and you will groan.
My favorite's when you stand up and fully extend your legs. You hear the snack crackle pop. You're part of your breakfast routine.
What was that episode of Letterkenny where they talked about dad sounds? Random dad voices.
Wow. Okay. Do we have to talk about DVD? Wizard. Okay. Was it Evilish? Okay. We'll go over here on my screen. Dahlia, what are your thoughts on DBD right now? You've been making perks. Everyone in chat's like, where'd you get those perks at? And I gotta be like, they're exclusive because I'm cringy and it's my girlfriend. So how are you doing with DBD?
I'm spending all this time with the perks, and I still don't know what any of these fuckers do except DS Unbreakable Borrowed Time and I think Inner Strength. I kind of know a little bit.
That's all you need these days, to be honest.
No, but
How are you feeling though? Like, have you played Killer in a while? I know solo queue is miserable for you. You very vocally told me.
Killer's boring. Like, I got 4Ks as Hillbilly, and I don't know if any of you have ever seen me play Hillbilly, but I should not be getting 4Ks on Hillbilly. Like, it just feels like the game isn't hard anymore, so I'm kind of sick of killer now, which is sad because I had so much fun with it before.
On the flip side, I must say that, before this new DLC content dropped, I was really happy. Okay, let me just, give a precursor because everybody in this stream team knows because I have expressed my absolute frustration with DBD. But I was really happy to see like some balance being put into the game. I was like, hey, good for you. Like, we're seeing some survivor improvement. Maybe it'll be enough for me to actually come back to the game. So that was like super cool. Did they go back on that? I need to know.
I'm surprised. I'm still shocked they did anything to Ruin. I remember, Cleo, that was your biggest thing. Like when we were talking about it was when we were discussing, it was before they nerfed the spirit. And I remember I was like, what changes would you like to see? And you just went ruin. Like I'm with you. I'm actually shocked. Like we joke about how it's mostly killer nerfs versus survivor nerfs, or it's mostly survivor nerfs until like every 100 survivor nerfs, it's one killer nerf. I'm still shocked the nerf they went through with was Ruin. Like, I thought it would be literally anything else. I'm still shocked about that. Like, I play the game every day, and I can't believe I'm like, Ruin's not here anymore. I don't have to look at them fucking red skill checks on the 20 FPS skill check counter, and I'm getting triggered, and I'm gen tapping because oh man, I don't miss it.
Yeah, but it also like shows you a little bit of what they're doing behind the scenes because if the perks are getting used for like a huge portion of the games, they're going to try and switch it up. So that's what I've seen with like the changes. Especially with Balanced Landing. You guys remember when they got rid of Balanced Landing? So it was getting used all the time. So they got rid of it. Or they nerfed it.
And our
What's your
poor
opinion on the
toolboxes.
yeah.
And then toolboxes, yes.
Yep.
That was, I don't think anybody, I did not hear a single complaint from any side. I think we all kind of knew that was going to happen. I mean, the 2 weeks leading up to the toolbox nerf, I ran for all 2 weeks. I counted them. I had to have ran over 200 Commodiuses and Engineers. And those games, you get addicted to how fast those toolboxes. Like, it never occurred to me because I would just use a toolbox here and there. But when you use them every game, you notice that speed increase. So I'm kind of glad that those got nerfed because they, like Evilish said, generators already go fast enough without toolboxes right now. So
yeah,
Well,
I'll
like-
say that that week leading up to the toolbox nerf, using all the Commodious toolboxes, I don't think I've ever seen the games go as fast as that. You had like 5-minute games because the killer would be chasing somebody, and normally it would be like a 1 or 2 gen chase. Bam, all 5 gens were done because everyone just slamming the gens with toolboxes.
Oh, well, and especially when we were all 4 stacking.
what was it?
And all of us
It
would
was
be
me.
monsters.
It was like me, Dahlia, Pack-a-Punch, Spicy, 4 Commodiuses, 4 Prove Thyself. You would get on a generator and it's like, don't blink, brr, cling, done. And the killers with DC sometimes it felt like BMPs back in the day. Well, Cleo, what's your opinion on the crossplay? Since you're happy to see like the changes they're making and stuff, and we get to see that they are doing both sides, what's your how hype are you for the crossplay potential? Because right now we've seen a higher player base. Apparently, that's what Angry Pug said. There was like 40,000 people playing the other day. So like, what's your opinion on crossplay being added into this?
I've got to be honest with you. I don't know enough about it to really have an opinion. So unfortunately. But maybe one of these guys have an opinion. What do you guys think?
Who here's like, I mean, I guess not everyone here even plays DVD anymore, but who here cares about the crossplay? So for those that don't know, crossplay is literally matchmaking. You'll opt into it and you could play against PS4 community, Xbox community. I'm assuming the Switch, all 10 of their players. And it's supposed to help like queue times. So like you optionally select into doing it, and it will match you with other people that opt in. So that if you don't want to go against PC players as a console player, you can opt out. But there's some people saying this might split the community because some people don't want to go against PC players, and now they're going to have to wait even longer since they opt out of the crossplay. So who here has a take or an opinion on that?
Ooh, I will agree with that last part. I didn't even think of that.
Go for it.
Just that, like, yeah, if you're splitting the community like that, that sucks because there are going to be like there are going to be survivors who want to go against console killers because you can 360 console killers
Yeah, it's
like nothing.
easier.
So like all the survivors are going to be wanting to go against that. Killers are going to be wanting to go against console survivors for probably similar reasons. I don't know exactly how well it'll work, but yeah. And then you're splitting the community. I mean that does kind of suck. Either force them all in or force them all out. You know.
Yeah, the only worry I had was like it's great for people like me and a lot of us where it's like, man, I don't care how good the killer is, how bad it is. I just want matches. I know a lot of us agree, like on a weekend, who cares how many shitty nurses you get? Just give me the matches quick. It's the worst when you get really bad matches and you're waiting 20 minutes between them. But then I thought about it, and it's like you're gonna have a lot of people happy because they get quicker matches on console now. But like, what about the Switch players? We meme about it, but like they have to opt in so they can play against more than 10 people. But now they're going against 5,000-hour clowns and shit. So it's like
More than 10 people.
On a
Well,
fucking
I mean,
Switch.
I keep saying like the Xbox, the PS4 community, it's gonna add thousands, and the Switch is 10 people will help. I'm just
Here's what I really want to know though. When are we going? Because DBD Mobile comes out.
yeah. Are we gonna get
16th.
crossplay with that?
I
When
really
we
hope
get
so.
the mobile cross.
Bro, I
Can
don't
we-
want to.
can
I
we
don't want to.
not?
I don't want to see Spicy Hand against a fresh ass killer on phone.
No, man, you just get like those little controllers for
Let me
your
at
phone.
him.
It'll be great.
Spicy Hand will be like making montages with like the catchy YouTube titles.
Hey,
Fucking
I have seen
triple spins.
at PAX one year I went, they had like actual like keyboard and mouse setups that are compatible with phones. And they specifically made these for
Oh,
like
that's
PUBG
sick.
Mobile so that people would play PUBG Mobile and connect their keyboard and mouse so that they could just dominate in that. So
That's good. Like apparently they're making it for console too. Like there's for
Yeah.
people that play DVD, because the biggest thing about the crossplay is, well, what about killers? Because Survivor on controller, as somebody that's done it, Dahlia's done it, she'll agree, it's not that bad. The 360s are smoother, but killer is impossible. At
Yeah.
least for me, I couldn't do it.
I will say PS4 Wiggle is probably my favorite thing.
Oh, you
It's
just
like
smoothly,
really
yeah.
smooth.
It's like you're caressing a kitten, you know. What I'm saying?
So for somebody who's completely out of the know on console, what exactly is it that we're talking about?
So, with Survivor on console to do a 360, so on PC you're doing WASD, moving your mouse, On console, you literally rotate the left thumbstick and hold right or left with the right thumbstick. Congrats, you're 360ing. And with console killers, since they're playing on controller, they can't keep up with the 360 as much. So they're 360 and on console is actually a legitimate strategy. And that's why you'll see every once in a while there's a console pleb that comes to PC and they're like, how come I can't 360 killers anymore? It's like, well, they know how to, they can actually click on you. So, but apparently with crossplay, you'll be able to play against PC. So what I'm bringing up is, people with controller versus people with mouse and keyboard. And Marilyn was saying they're making peripherals for that. And if they include phone crossplay, how would that work? Because how the fuck is a phone DVD player going to go against a controller or even a PC player? But if they introduce keyboard and mouse, then it's all the same. So that's a good point.
it exists. They just have to pay all the money for it.
I remember when they introduced Fortnite Mobile, I was like, how is that going to work with crossplay to PC? But then they released like all these peripherals for it that kind of made it better. I don't know.
But I
Yeah,
mean,
I tried
come
PUBG
on.
Mobile. It was terrible.
Yeah.
It was
Oh,
so
yeah.
bad.
I felt like I was
So
playing
bad.
a slideshow. I was like, well, I mean, my phone
it's
was
like,
bad,
turn
but
this way. Oh wait, no, I gotta turn this way. I'm trying to shoot. Nope, he's right here. Crap. Like this way.
okay. Now, Evilish, I saw you raise your hand about crossplay, but I got to explain this because we have some new people to the podcast. I'm not distracted. This is where the camera is, but all these beautiful ladies and gentlemen are right here. So I'm not like, people think I'm ignoring you guys because it's like, don't talk to me. But I'm staring at these beautiful people right here, so I'm not distracted, okay? So, Evilish, what is your opinion on crossplay? You seem like you have a take on it.
I don't think it's a good idea.
Oh, shit.
Mostly because, like what you mentioned before, the killers are going to have a lot of trouble, like being forced to use a controller and console. Also, the FPS on the consoles, although some people have told me that it's gotten better, I think for the most part, it's capped at 30. I think it's just a very much an unfair advantage. And as for mobile, I mean, I don't think it would be humanly possible to do crossplay with, PC or console, maybe with Switch, but I don't see mobile transferring over to PC or PS4 or Xbox.
Yeah, it doesn't really. I don't think that would make sense. You'd have to have a controller attachment with your phone for that to work.
I'm sorry, you guys. For those you guys can't see it, they're changing the channel icon. Okay, chat. Listen, they're changing the channel icon. How do you guys do that? They're changing the channel icon. To
No one tell him.
No, hold on. I gotta show chat this. Hold on a fucking second. Evilish, I'm gonna yoink your camera for a second, and then I'm gonna respond to what you said. But look at this. Hold on. For those that don't know what I'm dying at.
New emo way.
That's gotta be. What is that gonna be? Taller 3C or taller 3 chins?
No,
Like,
I want it to be taller Reddit. I want it to be the taller Reddit.
wait a minute. What are you saying, dude? I'm much more handsome than Reddit Killer Mains. God damn it. What is this? I'm fucking more handsome than Reddit Mains. I feel offended. All right. But no, Evilish, moving on. All those points you brought up are actually that's really fair. And that's my worry too, is like I said, it's nice for the people that all don't care, they opt in. So now you got like 60,000 people wanting to play, and blah blah. But what about the people that are like, but I don't want to go against non-controller players? Like, they're screwed then. So it's a little bit of a double-edged sword, in my opinion.
Yeah, it seems like it's very, very little upside and tons of downside. Yeah,
I'm all for crossplay with video games. Like, I feel like on certain games that's good to have, but I don't think that this is one of them.
I'll tell you what game could have used it way back in the day was Left 4 Dead. Because it was on the 360 and the PC, and I mean the lobbies were fast for both, but it would have been so nice to combine the communities and get even quicker lobbies. Because really, there wasn't a big disadvantage to a controller in that game, especially on the infected side.
It works for Sea of Thieves, like PC and Xbox are it's completely crossplay, and it works for that. But I really don't think in like shooters, like or like DBD, like anything that you have to have any particular amount of high accuracy. I don't think it works for that.
The responsiveness that you would need to respond like to things that are events that are happening like in wow, I should shut up.
Nah, no. Cleo, that's a mood, man. Like right before the podcast, I took a nap and I woke up like I'm with you. I drank 2 bangs today. Like I'm fucking I'm trying to wake up too. I'm with you. Don't worry.
Toast getting
Sipping
double
coffee
bang on a Friday.
See, I only go for one bang usually, but Wizrobe's home, so I went for a double bang because he brings his own bang, so we bang together. It's awesome.
I double bang too, homie.
But do you?
I went with that blue ass earlier.
But do you bangarang?
Okay, Skrillex, listen, okay? I don't want to listen anymore.
I am offended. It was a hook reference.
Yeah, that was a hook reference, which is on Netflix, by the way.
But guess what? Guess what's really cool and who did it better? The dubstep artist and DJ himself, Skrillex. What's wrong with the dubstep hits? What happened to dubstep, by the way? Did we just outgrow it? Like, it was like here for like 5 years, and then you don't hear it anymore. I miss my eardrums getting assaulted.
It's just EDM now.
Yeah,
it went.
It's all
dubstep,
lumped into a thing.
It went to like it was like dubstep broke into the main popularity scene, and then it went to I remember it went to trap music, and then it became EDM, and now it's like all one big giant.
It's like house music, dubstep, EDM, all that combined together into a thing.
I kind of miss that warb sound from songs. Yeah.
It was the rebellious teenage phase that carried over into the 21st century. That was the version of punk that carried over into the 21st century. And then we outgrew it. So then we got
So
EDM.
true. The saddest thing, because I actually like some dubstep artists, like Cruella was my favorite. And I'll tell you, the most sobering thing was I was into them in my mid-20s. And that was like, for dubstep, mid-20s was like the very end of the spectrum of boomerdom. And so you're at like these dubstep concerts, and I'm with my friends, and then everyone else is like 18, and you're just like, oh, I'm too old for this. I remember looking around like, I'm there for my favorite band. Yeah. Then I look around like, I'm the only one able to buy an alcoholic beverage here. What's going on?
And you get a bunch of people like, hey, oh my God, you can like totally buy alcoholic beverages. But they wouldn't call it that. They would call it like, oh my God, you can buy alcohol? Could you please like buy me a drink, please?
Dude, what about them non-alcoholic beverages? You could buy Heineken, but with no alcohol in it. What's the point of that shit? You guys seen that? You guys have never seen that? They literally sell beer with no alcohol in it. So I guess if you really like beer and you can't drink, you could still taste the beer?
Maybe it's
Yeah.
just like for show, just like to show, hey, I can drink, but it's actually non-alcoholic.
It's like a placebo effect. Like you trick your
Maybe
brain.
it's the designated driver. It's just depressed drink. Just damn it. I got put in charge of being the designated driver.
I feel like there was a show or a movie or something where like a older guy was asked to buy beer for a bunch of teenagers, and so he bought them like 2 cases of O'Doul's.
Oh.
I forgot what movie it was, but they go, hey, could you buy us alcohol? Sure. And he just takes the money and dips. He's like, easy. My friend did that in real life. We were in college and they approached him. Hey, sir, could you buy us beer? And he goes, sure. So we walked in and we just bought more beer for us. This is a little mean, but hey, no underage drinking on our watch. Fuck, you never know. They could have been an undercover cop.
I mean, plus, what are they going to do though? Are they going to complain to someone that you stole their underage beer money?
Yeah, it was
That's the
30 minutes or
perfect
less.
crime.
Yes, it was 30 minutes or less. Yes, they do that exact thing where they go, could you buy us beer? Sure. And he just takes the money. And they say that, Dahlia, in the movie. They go, what are they going to do? Call the cops?
Dude, that actually is a really good movie. I was surprised how much I liked that movie because when you first look at the like cover and everything, it looks like a really stupid.
No, 30 minutes or less was it was a movie in every way it needed to be. Kind of like Bloodshot. It did its job. It wasn't supposed to be a blockbuster. It did its job as a movie,
How was
Well-
Bloodshot, by the way? That's the new movie with Vin Diesel.
So, it's a Vin Diesel movie. It did everything it needed to do. People ask, how was it? Was it good or bad? I never give them an answer. Bloodshot did everything it needed to do. It was a movie.
It was a movie.
It was. I mean, it's literally 50-year-old Vin Diesel, a bunch of who's. It's something about something your wife, and then he gets programmed to fight people. It's like, well, it's a Vin Diesel movie.
They need to put that in the trailer where they put all like the critic reviews. Just have like, it is a movie. Taller toast.
What was that Netflix summary of The Good Place? They need to get the same person to just write the plot summary for Bloodshot. People happen, stuff. People talk. There's
Yeah,
conversation.
I like what CEO Blade said, Dahlia. It was a movie, and it resulted in me getting a Trolls doll movie cut from the theater. So I'm not mad.
Poor Vin Diesel. He was probably like, all right, well, this will pay the mortgage for 2 or 3
Cleo,
months.
if you saw the movie, that's literally what it was. Like, you can tell Vin Diesel phoned it in. They're like, we'll make up for your acting with CGI. It's fine. It's fine. So does anybody else have any hot takes on DBD, or are we moving on from this discussion?
Well, I actually did have a question.
Ooh.
Eve, have you seen like anything going on with the community with everybody being in self-isolation because of the COVID crisis? What's going on? Is it more toxic or is it less? Or
Well, like at first, like people were complaining that, oh, since we're all in isolation, they should do like double blood points. Like they were complaining a lot on the Discord about that. And then as soon as like the devs put like the 1.5 blood points, people complained anyway. So it's just
It's not
no
enough.
one's ever happy. They weren't happy because, like, I think one person made a comment that they were, like, taking advantage of, like, a tragic situation or something. It was just mind-boggling what these people say, and it's just like, "Really?" You know, they're trying to, like, make it so you guys have more fun,
Right.
and you still gotta complain. I just kinda just shake my head and
Here's what killed me. Here's what killed me about that whole situation. Everyone be like, hey, Corona lockdown, they should do something to incentivize to have us stay home during this and play their game, since we're going to do it anyway. DBD. Hey guys, 3 entire weeks, 20 days of 1.5 blood points. DBD community. How come it's not 2? Dude, everyone in my chat, even like OGs that know better, they were like, yeah, they could have done 2. And I'm like, what the fuck, dude? They didn't have
Just
to
put
do
it on
any.
the Choosy Beggars Reddit.
Yeah, thank you. That's Marilyn. You put it. I couldn't put it any better. There you go. Choosing beggars. Hey, here's free blood points. How come it's not more? What the fuck? Like,
I
Hey,
literally,
I see that.
It's even
all the
3
time. Like,
weeks.
can you give me that 20?
dude, I think literally the top comment on the Twitter page when they announced the 1.5 blood points was like, useless. It should be ×2. That's like the number one reply right underneath. At least the last time I looked at it, that was the immediate reply.
I thought people would be more grateful. That's my response to it. And I'm not sitting here judging people. It's just more like I was disappointed with like everyone's reaction. I'm like, because I remember saying, oh man, I remember multiple streams. I was like, dude, they should increase blood points for this. Someone brought it up on Reddit, and I thought it was a good idea. And then they do it for 3 weeks. I thought it was going to be like a weekend, No, 3 weeks straight, and everyone just like pouty face, boo-boo face about it. And I was like, really? Nobody's going to be pleased by anything anymore.
Does anyone else look at those people and also notice that they are the ones who complain about just the game in general the most? And don't you kind of have a little flash of the Joker? You get what you fucking deserve.
Oh, man.
Ironic players.
What a good movie,
They play the
dude.
game ironically.
I like what
0.5 blood
Lugson
points.
said. That's definitely what it is. You want to give me $5? Cool. Can I get to? It's like whenever you offer a friend. Okay, have you guys ever offered a friend to be nice? Like maybe you're paying. They did you a small in your head a $5 favor. Have you ever done a favor for a friend and you're like, okay, I'm gonna treat them out to eat, and they order the most expensive fucking thing. You're like, I'll buy you a McChicken or a McDouble. We're at McDonald's. They're like, cool. Can I get 2 fish fillets, a McRib, and 3 fries? I'm like, wait a minute, dog. You ordering for your family? Hold on.
Large chicken, a pizza.
Oh yeah, they're
A
like trying to get 2
pizza.
meals out of you, like stuff
Yeah.
that
Haven't
they heat
eaten
up
for
later.
3 weeks, man.
Yeah, I haven't eaten for 3 weeks. Dude, COVID's got me fucked up, man.
I starved myself just for this, man.
Someone in chat brought up a really good idea. I think it was Good Luck Nito a while ago. But how come DBD hasn't capitalized further on Corona and literally made the plague have a Corona outfit? Like, it's perfect. They literally have a plague. What? They literally have a time. It's very relevant. How come they don't have like maybe the plague's wearing a giant Corona bottle beer? Like.
Yeah.
But see, the thing is though, like we have the
Sensitivity.
plague as the killer in general, and I see a lot of people with like Hex Corona or whatever, but I have not seen a single plague with just the name coronavirus or something like that. I'm like,
It's 'cause
Nobody
they're
plays Plague.
survivors.
No one plays Plague.
Yeah,
Plague
that's
got a
very
buff
true.
recently too, which is surprising.
Dude, I haven't even been seeing like people putting the masks on their survivors, which kind of shocked me. None of the Corona people are wearing the mask most of the time. And I'm like, if you're going to take that nickname, you need to fucking own it.
Missed opportunity, and they could have just made one universal cosmetic for all the survivors. Where's our hazmat suits at? They could have been lazy and made them cheap looking. Where's our yellow hazmat suit? Could you imagine 4 survivors in giant hazmat suits running around?
Guys, I'll be right back. I gotta download DVD and I gotta play as the plague with the name Corona. I'll be right back.
She's living the meme. She's living the meme.
COVID-19 burrito.
There's been a lot of Hex coronavirus people I've noticed.
Yeah, there's like a surprising a lot amount of people just running that name.
So, Marilyn, where are you at with DBD?
I play it like probably once a week for a few hours. Usually that's my Friday night stream. We do Survive with Friends. and play it then. I will say I was playing the new killer a little bit, which I don't play killer ever, so that was fun.
Yeah, he is fun. Even like you have fun losing with him. It's cool.
Yeah, I'm terrible, but it was still fun.
yeah. I get it. I don't think I've gotten more than a 2K with him, and that's on a good day.
And I really like that map too. So
The dead dog.
Yeah, I was actually pretty impressed with the new killer and the new map. I haven't looked at the survivor at all, but
she's all right. Zarina is like, you can't get a more bland new survivor, man. Like nothing about her sticks out other than her perks, which I guess is okay, but it's like her lore is she's a successful businesswoman in the media field, and that's it. Like, we get Yui, who's this biker samurai chick with a fucking gang, and there's an ancient evil spirit chasing her, and then we get Zarina, the office succeeding businesswoman. And I'm just like, wasn't that Jane? It felt like Zarina and Jane have the same backstory. They both wear business suits. Like, it's like, what the fuck, man?
Yeah,
their backstories are literally the same.
Yeah, their
maybe
backstories
it's based off of someone they work with.
Yeah, well, the joke is that behavior constantly makes their characters successful businesses because it's a reflection of them. They're like, look at this, it's a story about us.
Yeah, we need more losers as survivors.
Yeah, like Jake or
Damn.
Isn't Jeff like a dropout?
Yeah, Jeff was a janitor.
Yo,
Jeff was literally
Steve is the loser of the game.
You
Steve,
guys,
true.
Scoops Ahoy, Steve specifically. If you're wearing the Scoops Ahoy, you are like ultimate bottom of the barrel soul.
Wasn't David kind of a loser in his lore? Because he was like a drunk. Yeah, he kept getting in fights all the time. David really didn't do anything. David was literally getting in drunk fights, and then he got dragged into the entity.
No, actually, I did read his lore. He was like,
yeah,
David did like organized fighting, like underground fighting for money, but except he like won too many times to the point where no one wanted to fight him anymore, and he became
I'll tell you what, Jake's backstory is cool. Like I jokingly call him a loser, but like it's cool that he was a billionaire, and then it's like now he's like a survival expert. Like,
yeah, he lives off the grid, I believe.
I know Meg's backstory was she was such an angry woman that they said go run laps and track, and that's literally why she has sprint burst and stuff, because she was so mad she had to do sports to like level it out or something.
And then Dwight got like just straight up abandoned by pretty much almost everybody.
Yeah, Dwight's like the classic main character. Trying to think. Yeah, Jeff was he a janitor? Or did Legion kill a janitor?
I think Legion killed like a store worker. I think Jeff was like just some kind of dude into music. I honestly don't remember.
Yeah, Legion killed a janitor though, and it was not Jeff.
That's what it was. Okay. I always thought they killed Jeff in their story.
They kind of implied that they almost were going to.
Yeah, they kind of hinted.
Like their hideout.
Yeah, it was after the fact, I think. He goes to their cabin or something. Yeah, I can't remember. I liked Bill's backstory, funnily enough, for a licensed character, because poor Bill can't catch a break. He served in the war, then he fought a zombie outbreak, and for those that don't know, in Left 4 Dead, Bill dies fending off like 3 tanks and multiple zombies so you can get away. And then in his backstory, they say the entity, right before he dies, like right before his final breath, it drags him into the fog. So poor Bill, man, he's old, he fought in a world war, he fought in a zombie outbreak, now he's dealing with fucking Instasol Billies. You gotta respect the man, and that cigarette never goes out. I respect it.
And he's basically dead.
Yeah, he's basically dead.
And I think too, in Left 4 Dead 2, in a campaign they added, like as DLC, I think, called The Passing, where you actually meet up with the original survivors from Left 4 Dead. You can walk around the area, and you have to do the same finale as in Left 4 Dead 1 in The Passing, in the Sacrifice, and you actually can't find Bill's body. I don't think.
Yeah, that's cool that they did that. I like the little subtle tie-in. I'm still waiting for my Payday content in DBD. They put the Trapper's mask in Payday. Where's my heisters at? Could you imagine wearing a suited clove while you're running around doing gins and stuff? Where's my Payday
That
fellers
would
at
be
in DBD?
awesome.
Yeah,
This has
you can
a
I
have
would
suit.
love that.
the cloaker could be a killer that's like similar to Legion,
No,
but he can
fuck off
jump
the
and shit.
cloaker.
Get that demon from the secret ending or whatever as the killer.
Could do Jugger. You could do the D's. What is it? The dozers.
Or dozer, yeah.
Yeah.
When you already have gunslinger though, you don't need another shooter.
Yeah, that's true. That's pretty true. What killer are we missing from DBD? Like, not licensed. I'm talking about like play style. We don't have
Mastermind
one that
killer.
jumps. And Nemesis might, with Resident Evil 3 coming out, they might take some inspiration from Nemesis because Nemesis can jump around and teleport. I feel like the only killer playstyle they're really missing is someone that can burrow and somebody that can jump. I can't think of anything else. What do you guys
Yeah, I
got?
was gonna say. I think
Demogorgon
the
can burrow.
biggest one.
Oh yeah,
I was
Demogorgon
gonna
burrows. You're
bring
right.
up. The biggest
ahead,
one I was
Spicer.
gonna bring up was someone that could break down like walls and stuff, but then they're just gonna add that to the game as just a normal mechanic all killers can do with the breakable wall.
Wasn't it
Yeah.
discovered in the beta files or something? They were supposed to make a killer that goes through
Yeah,
walls.
no, there was
Yeah.
stuff dug up in the files that said like breakable wall and stuff like that, and everyone was like, "Oh, we might actually get a killer that does break walls," and no, it was just
It's
part
just a
of
feature now.
new mechanic.
I was thinking about like a tank or the guy from X-Men movies, the guy that is running through the walls.
Oh, Juggernaut.
Yeah, Juggernaut.
Yeah, that would be sick.
That
If
would be-
like maybe like almost like Spirit Fury of Juggernaut keeps on going in a chase. He starts just being able to break through walls and shit. That would be amazing.
Imagine him just running and breaking down all the windows.
Well, I remember when Bill came out, like you and I, Gizmo, we actually discussed it way back then. It would be cool if they added a tank that maybe on a cooldown, he just deletes a tile. Like maybe not significantly, but like that would be his power is not even breaking a pallet, just getting rid of the tile or something and making it flat. They could have done something with the tank, I felt like, but that was a missed opportunity.
I was thinking like
Yeah.
some sort of mastermind killer, like a killer that has the ability to come out and be a normal M1 killer, but like maybe they can jump into a locker and then they can like get like maybe a top-down view of the entire map and sort of like pick traps or manipulate stuff in there. I don't really know how it would work.
No. Yeah, no, they actually did implement that in Identity V. And DBD, who gave their permission for Identity V to basically make a clone, they should totally be cashing in right now and taking ideas from them because like there's a killer in there and he's entirely top down, but you can see the whole map and he can like basically create walls and make you go into certain traps and stuff. And then he can teleport to a body, but he's really slow. So his entire idea is he cuts you off everywhere until he can hit you. And it's cool because it's a top-down view. You can see all 4 survivors, and he can pick and choose where to create like fake jungle gyms and shit. It's pretty neat.
And piggybacking off that, I want them to add an identity V idea also on the survivor side. Identity V has a blind survivor that has this really awesome like inverted coloring image of the maps. And then she can like her ability is like she can pulse out, like pull basically a Daredevil move. She can pull a Daredevil move and like pulse out like an echolocation so she can see auras of people.
Holy shit.
It's a really cool like way that they did it, and visually it's just fun to play.
I'm surprised there's not a spider killer considering last year did it and like a lot of people are calling for it. I'm surprised we don't have a giant spider. I don't know what their power would be. Maybe something like being able to run on the walls. Could you imagine a killer, since killer's first person, you can run on the wall and it like turns your camera with you?
Oh, it
That'd
would
be
be-
sick.
That would be even scarier on like the indoor maps too.
Oh,
You
yeah.
couldn't even see it coming, and they could be on
you
top of
imagine-
the ceiling.
You're doing the generator on the 3rd floor of Hawkins lab, that very top floor, and all of a sudden you just see turn the corner, giant spider. Oh my god, man.
That would be so awesome.
I think another
No.
freaky wood be like a porcelain doll.
Ooh.
No.
yes,
No,
yes.
specifically,
I don't
I want
want
dead
a-
silence. I want the dead silence dolls.
I don't want a weeping angel in the game.
Yeah,
Oh,
Weeping
Weeping
Angel.
Angel. Yes.
Oh
But
man.
I feel
Could
like
you-
a porcelain doll would be great, and if they like they don't like turn around, their like head turns or something.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah.
Or like maybe what the
Oh,
porcelain doll's
man.
power is, you can't see them move. So what you do is you look down a hall and they're standing still. You look down another hall, they're even closer. Like, what the fuck?
That could even be like that
Ew.
could play into like a Slender Man killer.
I was gonna say Five Nights at Freddy's, but
Ooh, Five Nights
You
at
mean
Freddy's.
jump scare the Flash game? No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
yeah,
Or just have the animatronics. Just
Yeah, where's my Chuck E. Cheese animatronic DVD killer at?
I really actually would totally play a Chuck E. Cheese map with like have a stage area with demented, broken down like party band robots.
Nah, I'm good.
Where's our Ronald McDonald killer at?
Oh,
You know,
God.
get the grimace skin. You know what I'm talking
Yes.
about? The Hamburglar Survivor. Come on, man.
Those hamburgers.
Give those
Survivor.
custom
Get your
fries
hands off
cosmetic for
my
the clown.
nuggies.
Isn't that just an outfit for the clown anyway?
oh
They throw
right,
bur-
right.
they throw burgers at you, and
Yeah, those burgers
Yeah,
at you
one
They
too
don't
many
instead.
Big Mac.
they don't actually hook you, but you do die when you eat enough burgers. because
Yeah,
you just
yeah.
die.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, his teachables can be the McDouble. You know, some supersize.
Side
And,
of fries.
No. His three, Ronald McDonald's three teachables would be McDouble, supersize the fries, and exploit your workers. That's my favorite teachable.
Zing. Got him.
Oh.
I want the supersized one to be. It makes the survivor bigger.
Is this how we get the fat survivor we keep talking about? Okay, so if you eat,
We have
the-
Jeff though.
They
if you
get too
eat,
fat to fit through window vaults.
yeah, no. Dude, so if you eat enough,
Oh my
so when you
God.
go against Ronald McDonald, if you eat too many of his McDoubles, you can no longer sprint, window vault, and you can't be picked up.
You can only roll over the pallets,
Like a slow couple.
but you break them at the same time.
They make the fat people noises going over the pallet.
But you get a boost because we have to balance it. But the survivors get a boost because when they go downstairs, they bounce.
Can you imagine they can only slow vault over windows and they go help?
The chase music is just the
Chase
The
trombone.
devs have to add
Yeah, the
elevating
chase
to the
music
game.
is that fucking bump, 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 bump,
Yes.
bump, 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 bump.
They
And the
will
worst part-
instantly have breakdown because the hooks can't handle the weight.
Oh.
No, they can't even be put on the hook. They just get slapped on and just breaks,
You
and they
just
fall
kick
to the
them
ground.
against it.
And they're so fat they
You
don't
have to
even
bring a
breathe.
board.
They fart as they move, so you see
Oh,
like
Oh no.
And then,
Yeah.
and then when the entity
Smoke
goes to pick
grenade.
it up, when the entity goes to pick up their body, it can't quite get it. It just drops them and leaves them there for the whole.
They can't use any locker perks because they can't fit. They open the locker. They open the locker door, look at it, shake their head, and close.
Or they try to fit in and it doesn't close all the way.
Oh my
The
God.
stomach is popping out.
What if the killer could pick up the fat survivors, but then as soon as they hook them, it drops? Like imagine a Sabot hook, but the survivor's on it.
Wait, the best part, guys. Do you imagine body blocking though?
Ooh.
Oh my God.
You can't go through a pallet loop because the survivor's just rocking in the middle.
Can you imagine the fat survivor taking a hit and just doesn't feel it? Just no sells it. Fucking chainsaw. Nope. Just- his
right back
belly
off.
jiggles. Yeah, it bounces. Every hit bounces off their man tit. Boot, what the fuck? Boot, what the fuck?
Boing.
The doctor's shock ability looks like that scene from Hangover when he just keeps walking towards him.
Hey, what if the fat survivor had the survivor equivalent to Spirit Fury? So when you go to hook them, the hook just fucking disappears and they just land on their feet. I would just love to see the killer hook a fat obese Jeff, and then the hook falls with Jeff and he's laying there awkwardly holding his stomach. I still want my wheelchair survivor because I want to see him open the exit gate with his little dangly legs. Like I still want Scoots Magoots. When are they gonna? I think DBD is doing a good job of having everyone represented. Where's our cripple representation at? We need the
Yeah,
handy capable
exactly.
in there.
Where's our broken arm, broken leg, and wheelchair ridden survivors?
Yeah. Or like, you know, a survivor, maybe he runs just as fast as everybody, but his animation is like he's limping. Because like not everybody has perfect legs. What the fuck?
I mean,
What's
a
the-
paraplegic survivor would be more helpful than most of the blendettes.
Damn.
What's the
Damn.
name of the guy in South Park? The crippled
Hartman?
guy.
Oh,
Jimmy?
Jimmy.
Jimmy. Yeah, we should have Jimmy in Dabadaba.
With his 2 crutches.
Could you imagine Cody playing Jimmy? Swing and a miss.
How would he teabag? How would he crouch? He doesn't got legs.
He would just get up on both crutches and swing his legs at him.
Didn't he actually do that in an episode when he got in a fight with Timmy?
Yeah, they were making fun of the there was a movie they were making fun of and they had like a 30-minute fight scene.
Wow, you've been a great audience.
Oh, you've been a great audience. You've been a great audience. You've been a great audience. Well, Wizard, what about you with DBD? You said you kind of think about getting back into it. Where are we at with it? Where are we at with it? Now that we're done talking about a crippled survivor and fat people and fat survivors.
I mean, I'm ranked 12 again, so I'm playing enough.
Woo.
I've been enjoying it a good amount. I still kind of prefer to play with other people, but
Of course.
it has been feeling better.
Do you like the new Sabo?
I actually have not used much of it.
Fair enough. I thought it was going to be better than it ended up being. Like during the PTB, it was like, oh man, and then I don't know, just not the same when it came out.
I mean, it's better than it was, but nothing will ever beat 99ing hooks. That will be the golden age of Sabo.
I think the goal
or
was
saboing permanently with no perk needed and no perk can
Oh.
counter it. That was the golden age. Yeah.
You
That
mean
was
repairing
amazing.
street lights?
Yeah, yes, where I would have entire streams of never touching gens, just saboing hooks.
Dude, I remember when I was a killer main still, the first time someone did that to me. There was like one game, someone literally like saboed every goddamn hook on the map. And it wasn't coming back. And I was just like, okay, I guess I'm standing here now.
I remember
used to
back
do
in
that
those
all the
days,
time.
everybody, you saw nothing but Iron Grasp agitation everywhere. You had to have it.
You were
'Cause-
getting taxi cab to the basement.
hmm They would knock you down in the corner, and you're like, no way they're going to make the basement. 3 minutes, you're still wiggling in their arms because, like, Iron Grasp was like 3 times as good as it is now. Jesus.
And then you're a millisecond away from escaping and
Oh, vacuum
vacuum.
hooks. That's my favorite.
It's always my favorite whenever a killer picks up a survivor, and I don't know how they have like Iron Grasp or agitation, and I'm just sitting there like, okay, I'm in the locker ready for barbecue to block the ore reading. 5 seconds pass. So are they gonna hook them? And then I see them in the basement. I was like, damn, they went far.
The worst is when, like, even if we're SWFing or something and, like, I body block, Evilish will body block, Dalio body block, and then Spicy still gets hooked because the killer just happened to be, like agitation. You're like, no way, dude. It's
Yeah.
so annoying because of that hook vacuum. You're like, there's no way.
I will say I've been kind of tempted to buy the DLC because I want Breakout for that. I want to be able to be like,
Oh, Breakout's
no.
good.
don't
Oh,
hook him,
man,
don't hook my
Breakout
boy.
was great. Oh my god, that actually reminds me. I ran into
What
a
the fuck?
bug with Breakout, and it was an amazing match. So, I ran into a bug where killer hooked a survivor, but it was the same. It was a glitch that happened to Dahlia when you two were duo queuing on a stream, and Dahlia got put on the hook, but the game said she wasn't on the hook.
Oh,
so you were
yeah,
stuck there?
yeah. She had the DC after that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the thing is, in my game, the game said that the killer was still carrying someone, and I was running Breakout. So I dead as just had the permanent speed boost from Breakout the entire time.
Oh, that's amazing.
Oh my god, I was looping. I didn't even need to use like pallets or anything. Though he still got bloodless, but I'd throw a pallet and he couldn't break it because the game still said he was carrying someone. So I just ran this dude around the entire time. Oh,
Imagine
man.
if that's stacked with hope.
Oh, that would be toxic.
Man, I'm still salty about that happening. I had a good score that game.
Oh no,
And
we
I
were
had
on
the
school. We were on
DC.
school. The killer, yeah, I remember that. We were on school. The killer was an easy chase, even for anybody. Like it was a good match, and then he got fucked. And you had the DC, and that was like the best point of why like the DC penalty is shit. Because it's like, now you're forced to stay in a glitch match or be forced to DC now. And it's like, oh, 5-minute wait now just because you wanted to not be glitched anymore.
You know what would be awesome is if they had like a little survey at the end of the match if you DC, like, why did you DC? So it's kind of like calling you out, but also not, because people who DC with legitimate reasons, well, obviously be like, well, blah, 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 blah. This happened. I don't know.
Well, my favorite thing now is now that they've introduced the DC penalty and apparently it's effective, it cut down DCs by 30%. Now killers are bitching about people killing themselves on the hook, which is an intended game mechanic. And it's like, at what point do we just admit that some of these killers want to be mean to survivors and torture them IRL? Right? Because it's like, okay, you were sick of people DCing and, quote, ruining it for you and other survivors. So now we get rid of the DCs so survivors are rightfully in their right to do. They're killing themselves on hook during bad games. So now killers are like, well, they shouldn't be able to do that. So it's like, wait, do killers just want us to permanently stay in the game and get hit all the time? Like, I'm confused where this mentality comes from. It's like, do they want us to just forever be in Forever Freddy length matches? I don't know.
We're actually just picking out who's the real society psychopaths.
I would agree with that. Because it's basically like children playing with bugs. And they're like, haha, you can't get past this wall. Haha, you can't get past.
That's a good way of Yes. That's actually perfect. That's a perfect analogy. I'm gonna steal that one. Killer mains that people that bitch about killing themselves on hook are like children with bugs in a magnifying glass. That's kind of funny. Or like when you discovered ants won't cross over, is it salt or white lines? What is it? Ants won't cross something. Because I remember playing with them as a kid, and like you could like literally dictate where ants would go. Ants don't cross something, or some bug don't cross like.
Is it chalk?
Yes, something. I think it's chalk.
Chalk, at least from
Yeah.
I feel like it's chalk. Yeah.
And it was like tee-hee, like what you didn't know what you were doing was torturing them. You're just like tee-hee.
Just draw chalk circles everywhere.
Evilish, what's a DVD change you would like to see? Either side, beneficial or taken out, like anything. Just one DVD change or a group of changes. What would you like to see?
I would like them to revert Hexrune to what it was, not what it was just before, but the change before that.
So if I remember, Hexrune was the strongest during the change right before it got nerfed, which was like a year and a half. Before that, I'm trying to remember what Hexrune did. Do you mean like when it didn't affect everybody? Like if it was level 1, it affected like one person?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
and then as it progressed, then it would affect more people.
My only issue with the old Hexrune was the fact that skill check frames weren't consistent. So like you would get a skill check and it would be smooth sometimes, and then it could be a Friday, same map, you get a skill check and it's like 20 FPS. So it's hard to hit those greats when it's not consistently the same frame rate. That was my biggest issue.
I would agree with that. Yep. It's a valid assessment.
Yeah, it's like you wouldn't mind the skill checks if they were actually consistently smooth skill checks.
Yeah, if you were able to like adapt and like people that practice get good at skill checks so they get rewarded, that'd be cool.
Yeah, like this isn't the fucking tower game at the arcade.
You mean the one that very obviously cheats if you win? Like it'll like you'll hit it when it's over and it like slickly slides like, oh, you lost. No, I didn't. I remember because it's responsive up until that last one, and then you hit it and it'll be right over the tower and it decides, nah, latency. I'm like, what? Hey, welcome back, Frighten. Frighten, since you just got back, what is a change? Whether it's taking something out, putting something in, survivor or killer, what's a change you want to see or a group of changes you'd like to see in DBD?
I want to see a 3-story map, like a true 3-story map.
Oh, that'd be deadly. That'd be cool.
But I want it to be tight. I want like 4 rooms all stacked on top of each other with like at least one way to go from first to third without even like having to do anything, like the big drops from the pig map. I can't remember the name.
The game.
Yeah, like I want everybody to get lost on it. I want there to be constant heartbeat.
That would be
But-
sick for a doctor, dude, with the stressing.
Right, but it has to turn distressing off. Like it has to be. Like, you can't do it. Won't
Because I was gonna
send
say
you there
what
if you have to
you're basically
distressing.
describing is like a tighter, less wide
Like-
but taller the game, and I'm down for that actually. Yeah, like a
And-
mansion map, like
I
3
would-
stories of a
I-
mansion.
I want it to
Hey,
be.
give us a
Yeah,
clue map.
yeah, or a fun house.
Yeah. Oh,
I want
Funhouse
mirrors.
Miss
I want-
opportunity.
I want
Oh, for
a
the clown.
theme park.
Yeah.
I want
Dude,
a mirror room.
A map where you could take a vault and after it's been used like 2 or 3 times, like it closes and another vault
crumbles.
opens up somewhere else. Like that'd be sick.
I always thought it'd be cool if survivors could affect tiles, and like it's not always beneficial. So if you don't have good communication, let's say there's a map with shutters, right? And like I can turn on a switch and this shutter closes and another one opens, but it's like, oh fuck, I didn't realize that pallet was used in there, so now I just made that loop even worse. That would be kind of cool.
Dude,
Like you could shut down and close off fucking loops and stuff.
imagine you vaulting a window and then you have somebody in comms with you who's standing next to the button and they press it and then the killer's just like, what
Just
the
shut them
fuck?
off. You just shut them down. Nope, you can't vault through here.
You could easily make it balanced enough not for people to bitch by just limit how many times you can activate those things per map. Or cooldown, whatever.
I also still want and will always stand by. I want reverse vaults or like low vaults, like sliding. I want to slide. I want to slide underneath things.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Oh yeah,
That would
the
be
animation
good.
could be sick too.
I mean, they
the
already have the
grab?
animation. You just do it on the ground.
Oh yeah, the grab while you're like going under a pallet. That would be
Feel
crazy.
like a Resident Evil 2 scene, like some kind of scene of them trying to army crawl under a door.
Yep.
I still say it was a missed opportunity with Clown going back to the Funhouse thing.
yeah.
Like that map, dude, that doesn't even look. What is it, like 2 tiles have a horse, a carriage, and a cardboard standout? Like that's your carnival?
Yeah.
I know that. Now, I get that it's lore appropriate because the clown was an alcoholic, degenerate piece of shit, so that would be his carnival. But still, like, they could have had a fun house of mirrors, jump scares. They could have. And it's like, oh, it's a shittier asylum.
Hey,
Oh.
They reworked the doctor's map, so maybe.
True. They need
Maybe.
to rework Second Asylum then.
Yeah.
You know what would have really been great is if the clown had his counterpart be his manager, because obviously, you know, like if the clown is working in a shitty fucking carnival, you blame the manager.
I want to know who. I want to Karen the manager and
Yeah,
be like,
yep.
"What the fuck is this carnival?" Gizmo, what would get you back to DBD? Like, what would it take? Because it's apparently
What
the
would
current
get-
product. Yeah, the current DBD, you're still kind of you're still avoiding it. What would it take for Gizmo the Viking to make the triumphant permanent? Well, however long return.
You want the short answer or the long answer?
It's a podcast. You go as long as you want.
Okay, we can take the short answer just first, and I can take the rest of things because I'm following the game still. I still
Yeah, I know
really
you
enjoy
watching
the
stuff,
game,
yeah.
watching the game, and all this. But let servers be servers. That's what it all comes down to. I was watching the they had this podcast, no podcast I say. They had this stream where they were talking about hitboxes.
Yeah.
I tuned into that particular stream. That's the first stream in 2 years I've watched them do. For one reason, I wanted to know about the servers because I knew the hitboxes is about the servers and the delay, etc., etc. And they basically admitted that the hits that the killers do are calculated on the killer side, not server side.
Yep, I take issue with that too.
Yeah, so you get what you see when you play as a survivor, you see what the server sends to you. So you see server side, but you get hit by killer side.
Mhm.
That's why the hits are so fucking wonky
Yep.
and why everything is so fucking stupid right now.
And the
So if
infamous,
they just
and they
fix that-
straight up said 150 ping is good, by the way, which it's not. So.
Yeah, exactly. And that on top of being hit by killer side. It's like, okay, just fix your shit. That's the main issue.
Fix your shit. That's a good takeaway.
Yeah, fix your
exactly.
shit behavior. No, I'm just- By the way, let me know if like someone else, like I know Shino just apparently his baby broke water, so that's why he's not here tonight. But if anybody else, like if Ms. Izzy, let me know if anyone else wants to join in because I can't switch the scenes and stuff. But no,
That
I agree,
baby
Gizmo.
is
Like,
here.
yeah, that pissed me off because as a fighting game fan, if you were to tell me, oh yeah, sorry, I know DBD's different, it's not the same, but it's just this is my bias. But if you were to tell me, oh yeah, player 2 gets the advantage on every 50-50 frame hit. Like if you both threw each other the same punch at the same time, player 2 gets the advantage 90% of the time. I'd be like, I'm not playing this game. Like, what the fuck do you mean? So when the devs were just dead ass, yeah, killer gets the advantage, I was like, wait, what? And there's a lot of people that are like, no, this needs to happen. This is actually appropriate. And it's like, I guess, but it just, I feel like we didn't have nearly any of these problems in peer-to-peer. I still say that.
The thing is, this is still peer-to-peer, just with a detour, which is the server. That's basically what's happening. And if you live where the server is, you won't notice it as much because you have shorter time to the server and the detour won't be as long. But let's say for me, living in Norway, getting, for instance, a German server playing against a Russian, that's a long detour.
No, a little bit. Dude, just Evilish playing from Germany to me and here in America. And peer-to-peer, it was always 150 ping unless we got queued up in EU. But even then, Evilish was like, oh, this is manageable. But 150 ping in peer-to-peer is not 150 ping in these dedicated servers. And Evilish, I still don't know how you do it. I played like 2 matches at 150, and I'm just like, oh my God, this is bad.
Yeah, like the only thing that was really good about peer-to-peer was obviously the MLGA. Like if we went into a lobby and saw, okay, this
Mhm.
guy has 250 ping, I'm prepared. Okay, I know I'm gonna get really wonky hits. Like I can mentally prepare myself to know what this killer will be. So then I know, okay, I gotta delay the pallet stun. I gotta delay this or that. With dedicated servers, it always says 150. So I really don't know what I'm getting myself
Yeah.
into.
And like, we can't, yeah, MLJ is the biggest thing I miss because it's like, oh, now I don't know that it's Mr. Moriyu every Friday night and it says block, so I know not to play this nurse. Like you could always tell, like, I would get a blocked killer every Saturday night, and that's to let me know, oh, it's that guy that likes to Mori me. Now, I don't get to dictate that. Oh, even if you're getting kissed on the street, that's TOS. No, I was kidding.
The thing also, though, now that they have the server, they should be able to like have the correct ping for everyone and show it to everyone.
Yeah,
in
why can't we
numbers.
see that? I don't care
Why
about-
is that not a thing?
I don't care about my fellow survivors ping to the server. I want to see my ping to the server and right next to it the killer's connection to the server. How come we don't
That's
get
not
that?
Exactly.
necessary. Shh, you don't need that.
Right? But it
don't
would be
need
so
that.
right, Marilyn? Yeah, you don't need that info. No,
don't need that.
Marilyn, you
Go for it.
joke. That is why the devs legit did not like MLGA because, quote, it was slowing down matchmaking because people kept leaving lobbies. And it's like, it's almost like people don't want to play laggy killers or killers that spam Moris every game. But no, the devs literally didn't like MLGA because people would block tons of killers. Surprise, killer mains, a lot of them act like dickheads. So you block all these killers and now matchmaking takes forever. I don't know. Maybe don't encourage that type of behavior or I don't know. All I want to do is I want to be able to see the killer's connection to my lobby. That's it. I want to know because it's nice that I have 30 ping to the server, but what about the killer VPNing in from Sweden? What's his ping to the server?
Also, what's the problem with wanting to block people who are dickheads to you? Like, if someone's gonna ruin your experience, why shouldn't I be able to know who they are and not play with them? Like,
It was the whole argument of, well, it's in the game and you shouldn't, you can't just dodge lobbies because you don't like how it goes. I get
You
some of
shouldn't
the
take
argument.
things so personal.
Yeah,
You know what else was
it's
in
just
the game?
bro.
D-Strike, Adrenaline.
Shh, those are survivor
borrowed
perks.
time.
No. But those are
No, no,
survivor
no.
perks.
Right.
No, those are survivor perks.
I
Those
won't.
are survivor perks.
I won't lie, I'm always going to be mad about the DS change, mostly because of them giving that reason for it.
Yep.
They changed it because it was toxic. And it's like, you don't think tunneling me the entire match isn't toxic?
Oh, my favorite.
It's
My
a
favorite.
strategy.
Yeah, it's a strategy, bro. I have to tunnel, man. I gotta apply
Captain is a
map pressure.
strategy.
Map pressure.
I'm
I'm
just
the tank,
blocking
I'm
the
taunting.
hook.
Dude, what kills me was survivors get DS nerfed. Like, okay, killers, both sides had two major perks, DS and Ruin. DS gets nerfed. Yeah, this was deserved. Survivor's been relying on it for too long. You should learn how to play without a perk. You don't need it. Ruin gets nerfed. Oh my god, this game is horrible. They are removing the killer's ability to play the game. And I'm like, wait a minute, you had no problem with DS getting removed. And apparently that was a crutch. But Ruin getting removed, oh no, there goes the game. This is goofy, man.
Well,
there
and I
goes
saw
my
that coming.
punch.
As soon as I read it, I was like, "Oh man, the Killer Man's gonna be pissed."
Gonna be
I'm just
pissed
sitting
off,
here
double
sipping the
standards.
salty tears.
Well, and then like people say, "Oh, well, you shouldn't have D-Strike. It's a second chance. You shouldn't be able to have that." It's like, isn't all of the one downs technically a second chance for you to suck at being able to hit me twice? Like, isn't that what Noed is? Isn't that what an iridescent head on a Huntress is? You can't aim for shit, so you need to be able to get me down in one go.
Wait,
I mean, there's always the Dahlia, there's always the argument that what was it? Oh, survivors shouldn't even be allowed to body block because it's unrealistic. So not only are you not allowed to use perks, but body blocking shouldn't be a thing in the game either. You're not allowed to. I don't know if people just want people to play the game. Like at the end of the day.
Body blocking is an exploit. That's what I heard.
And then 360 was an exploit because it exploits the field of vision.
If you get body blocked, the wall should open behind you so you can run away.
Gizmo, I heard one, the killer should be able to trap you in the basement forever because it's like it makes sense. They're big killers. I'm like, some of the arguments you would hear were insane.
And that's why people play Doctor. That's why people play Doctor, because we have
Oh
to
my God.
literally paralyze survivors' ability to do actions in order to
Doctor
win.
is fucking brainless to play.
It's like, hey, where are the survivors? Left control. Hey, I'm at a pallet loop. Mouse 2. Hey. Oh, let's not talk about that his power works as a DS timer, by the way.
Yeah, it was sort of balanced before when I shouldn't say it was balanced. It was different before, but they didn't really rebalance him to make him stronger. They just sort of changed how it worked. And then they gave him the ability to counter loops even easier because you don't have to switch stances anymore. You can just do it.
Yep. Here's a hot
Yep.
here's a hot take. I actually don't even mind current Doctor, but when they changed the music, his annoyance went up 1,000,000. That's my issue. He got indirectly buffed because of his chase music.
It was cool for like
The one
first
day.
match. Yeah,
Yeah.
the
For
first
1
match
minute.
against-
Because you were like,
Yeah.
oh, neat, different music. Oh, it keeps going. Oh, it doesn't stop.
It's just the same
It's
thing.
so
Not even
loud
that.
halfway through the match. Halfway through that first match, you were like, all right, I get it.
Dude, how do you
Go
get
away.
something? How do you get something like the Oni, you know, like the epic taiko drums, and then you get the Doctor, and then you get Death Slinger, which it's a little repetitive, but the Death Slingers is awesome. And then it's like you get Doctors, and it's like, who designed this?
this
From what-
conversation
from
is
what
giving me
I've-
PTSD
Yeah.
from the Huntress
Yeah, I
because when she first came out, I played her all the
know.
time. I would hear that shit going to bed. It would
You know what
still be in
helped?
my
I know
head.
that shit in other games. If I don't know who the killer is, after like 3 seconds, I'll start hearing it in my head. I'm like, is it the
Dude.
Huntress?
I was doing laundry at Dahlia's house, and she'll tell you as I was loading clothes, out of nowhere, and I go, wait a minute.
That's the lullaby.
I stopped, and I was like, did I just hum the Huntress theme? Like,
No.
it's so addictive.
Not only that, on stream, what was it, just yesterday or something? You were going against a nurse. I'm playing nurse. This is not a Huntress game.
Yeah, I caught myself. I was like, wait a minute, this isn't even Huntress. I'll tell you what really might help if I do push talk. I'll tell you what really helped. It was when the Huntress had a bug. So when the Huntress, if you guys didn't know this, and this still happens to this day, if the Huntress can't find someone, I think it's for a minute. I think it's for a minute or two. Her tune changes and it's more scary sounding and a little deeper, and she actually laughs and it's creepy. Well, there was a bug that forced her hum to play the entire sound cycle, so it was actually a help because it wasn't just the first 4 do 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 over and over and over. It would actually go through the whole lullaby. I thought that was cool because it wasn't the same thing over and over again. Then they fixed it, and that's when I got re-used to it, but it took a while.
Yeah,
That hum is catchy.
Preferred it with that bug.
Did you?
Yeah, I
creepy.
liked it. I liked hearing a little bit of variation. It didn't make it so like I don't know. It made it funny when you heard it and like she's looking for you.
Yeah, and she's laughing because I remember it was on Haydenfield, and this huntress drops down with the hatchet raised, and the bug happens. So she was in the part where she laughs. So it was like, I was like, what the fuck? Like that was legitimately spooky. She's laughing at you, she's murdering you, but then they got rid of it. Whoever feels like talking that hasn't on the subject yet, what's a DVD change that you're passionate about, or like you would just love to see either taken out or put in, or both?
I think I've said it before, but custom maps or custom modes.
Yes.
I think that would be like a game changer.
Could
'Cause
you
there's
imagine?
lots of creative people that love to make mods for other games.
That's
I think,
actually big.
yeah. I think
That's actually a big idea because
Yeah, it's
like
happening to the Steam Workshop.
Mm-hmm.
like you could be like, I want to build a map with the AutoHaven template, and then you could use all the AutoHaven tiles and make your own.
Yep.
If Tony Hawk could do it on the PlayStation 1, I'm sure DVD could finesse it, but then again with the spaghetti code, who knows? You make your own map and it disables Survive with Friends permanently on your account or something.
I mean,
got
it wouldn't be like ranked games. It would just have to be just
Right.
Yeah,
custom.
it just have to be
whatever.
kill your friends.
Yeah.
I think that could totally work if they just actually like spent the time doing it. But then it's time not making cosmetics, so
Yeah.
Right.
Well, technically different department. So
Yeah, I know, I know,
that's the
it's a different
excuse I hear.
department.
It's a different department, so it's not diverting resources.
I want my Freddy back.
You want your Freddy back? Well, explain, elaborate. What DVD change would you like to see, Dahlia?
I want original Freddy back. I want my Freddy when he first came out. The only thing I would say you could keep is keep the way, make it longer. It seems ridiculous how quickly you go back under sleep, but keep the sleep thing a passive and let us have the like dream palettes still, but not the traps. That's the only thing I'd want to keep is the palettes. Otherwise, just give me back original Freddy completely. I had fun with that Freddy, and I mean like very first release Freddy, not
Oh, back when
nerfed.
you couldn't heal a slug survivor until you woke him up. That was some bullshit, but it was good.
Liked it, and people complain it's so hard to get kills as Freddy. Fuck you! I got 4Ks like every game. If you learn the killer, you could do it.
Well, a majority of the
but that
bitching
requires
with any
actually
DLC,
learning.
the majority of bitching with any DLC is literally mostly the new casuals that bitch the loudest. It's not the upper tier level of players or the people that know life it. It's usually the majority casuals that are like, well, this isn't fair and I'm bad at it. And like you said, they don't want to learn, so they have to pander to the majority, unfortunately.
200 hours and less.
I
That's
wanna
me.
point out
Hi.
well, I want to
Hi.
point out the ones who are like, it's not fair. This is hard. You're like, hey, you know who else I've heard say that? My 6-year-old said that today. Literally in a hide and seek game with his 4-year-old sister. This isn't fair. You find too well. I don't want to play.
You have OP perks.
Oh man. Hey, we've all been there, dude. When we're
Let it go.
kids, playing our little made up games and stuff, it's like you didn't play it right. That's OP.
You're running
remember-
teachables.
You
You're
made
running
up that
teachables.
rule.
I remember making my own game, and then if I was losing, I'd get pissed and change the rules on them. I'd be like, nah, man, here's how you play it. Yeah. Then I'd lose again. I'd be like, nah, man, you didn't play it right.
Hey, wait, the rules say you can't do that. You didn't say that before. No, but you should have known. The rules say that isn't allowed, so you can't do that.
That's how you
isn't that-
play
It's
Dallas.
show me where it says that.
Isn't
Spicy
that
Hand, what's-
basically-
Oh, go ahead.
I mean, isn't that basically like the crux of our Reddit killers? Is that they want to simultaneously be a bully and be a victim?
Yes. Oh my God. Thank you. You guys have been wording things in ways I can't do it because of my Midwest brain, dude.
I'm in
Literally,
the Midwest also. Don't blame it on that.
Well, okay, I'm young. I'm young. Yeah. I'm stupid. No, but seriously though, like it is insane to me to this day that we play a murder simulator and where we draw the line is teabagging or saying fuck you to people. Like when I told the killer to fuck off, so their mod DMs Alex making sure that I'm not abusing her. It's like, wait a minute, we're playing a game where you can murder people, but you get mad because you lost. It's like, what the fuck?
I was gonna
All
bring
I'm
that up
saying-
when Evilish talked about someone mentioning her kids with the teabagging.
Oh yeah.
She gets told she's a bad parent for teabagging. I get checked on as I'm in a domestic abuse relationship because Cody told a stupid killer to fuck up.
I righteously told them to fuck off. What about you, Spicy? What's a change you'd like to see? I know you're probably besides me the most active on the game. Long term, what would you like to see taken or removing or added or both?
All right, this is actually gonna be weird for someone who plays the game a lot. Now, obviously, I want some basic things like, fix the dedicated servers and stuff like that. But we already went over that, so I'm not going to talk about that. But personally,
Fair.
There's about two things I'd want. One would be just I want to change to a lot of the bad survivor perks right now because a lot of them just feel really limiting. It doesn't let the perk do its job, or it's just useless overall. So I just like a huge just overhaul change in a lot of the bad survivor perks. And then two, I want to fix to Hawkins.
Yeah, can we have one safe palette on Hawkins? Just one. Just one.
It's
one.
weird. It's
There's
weird
literally
too.
not a safe palette on that map. Like not a single one as far as I'm aware.
But I swear to God, I don't know what it is. Every time I play on Hawkins, survivor or killer, I'm always getting fucked on that map. I don't know what it is. Because I'll play survivor, I'll play against the ghost face, being immersed everywhere, and I'm like, oh shit, I'm getting screwed up everywhere. And then I'll go and play killer, and I'm playing Huntress now. Huntress isn't the best on that map. Like I'll be playing Huntress or even Hillbilly, and I'll just get completely fucked. I'm like, damn, why does this map always suck?
Yeah. I would like to see a little more love given to some maps. And like you said, the perks. Like, there's no reason why you can't combine No One Left Behind with what's another in-game perk? What is it? What's an in-game perk no one uses? Like you got No One Left Behind. I'd never seen anyone run that one. What's another one?
Oh,
Calm spirit.
I guess maybe just I'm all in favor for take any two perks that are never used and just combine their effects into one perk. That's kind of what they've been doing is giving their buff to a perk is giving it a second use.
so I will say, No One Left Behind right now actually is a little good. I mean, granted, it's one of those like weird perks that like you wouldn't really think about using, but I used it a couple games just because I was messing with stuff randomly. The unhook speed is super easy to like mess with killers because they're not expecting you to unhook that fast. And
It's like when you're
sitting there-
object of obsession and they're using that perk. What is it? Dying Light, where every altruistic action's faster. Is that what No One Left Behind does? Like it speeds
Yeah.
up your altruistic actions?
Yeah, so like you unhook almost twice as fast, and you also get like double blood points for all your actions. And you can see every other survivor no matter what after endgame collapse triggers.
I forgot they buffed that perk. I might have to try
Did they
that.
buff it?
Yeah,
They did.
because all it used to do was give you more blood points for altruistic actions at the end of the game. That was literally it.
Yeah. Like if you're running a 4-man squad and you really want to make sure people get out at the endgame collapse, it's pretty good. I would recommend using it. Maybe just trying it out. I don't think it's a meta thing, but it might be good in situations.
What I like about DBD is even if something's not meta, if your build works together in synchronization well enough, it's still good. Like, okay, is Red Herring, Quick and Quiet, Head On, and Pebble, is that meta? No, it's more meme, but it works well together, and you can make some cool things happen with it. So that's what I like about DBD is it doesn't really have to be meta, and that's what's so cool. There's so many, like No One Left Behind. I've streamed the game infinite hours now, and I didn't even realize it did all that. Like, today I learned.
Yeah, like, okay, so on killer side, one thing I've been trying out with comboing with some perks was Deathslinger's new perk, Dead Man Switch, in which when you hook your obsession, if anyone gets off a generator while it's active, the generator is disabled. It can't be worked on. And I was testing this with Nemesis and Ruin. So basically, you're getting chased, you get pallet stunned or flashlight stunned or whatever. You're chasing your obsession, guaranteed. So you're going to hook them once you down them. And so then you activate Dead Man Switch and you go patrol generators, forcing survivors off generators for while it's active, and then Ruin starts degressing it. Found out that disabling the generators means you can't kick it, and Ruin doesn't affect it.
Oh, see, I was always wondering if Ruin would combo with Dead Man.
Nope, it doesn't. And I was like, man, and I get it too, because one of the things the devs did say was they don't want gen patrolling perks to combo with each other. So I get it. You don't want to disable a generator by forcing a survivor off of it to then go and pop goes the weasel, the generator. So it just degresses almost entirely. I get it, but man, that would have been an awesome combo.
I mean, seriously, they can combine so many perks, and I'm pretty sure people wouldn't even blink. They'd just be like, oh, I don't even remember that perk. Like, what's a perk probably nobody, like, I'm trying to think of a perk nobody runs on Survivor, or maybe you forgot about.
Boil
Let's
over.
see. Boil.
Okay. I've
Judging
talked
by
about
the
boil
Pika
over.
builds, everyone remembers Boil Over.
No, but I actually do have a genuinely good idea for a buff for Boil Over. Just increase the distance at which killers cannot see the hooks. The biggest problem that I have with Boil Over is that, yes, it gets rid of auras of hooks, but the problem is most of the hooks that you can see out of the range is still within a close enough distance to bring a survivor to. And my problem with that is it should have the killer force the killer to memorize what's around the area, maybe even just use your eyes and look around and go to a hook and maybe catch killers off guard.
I just wish it would actually buck the killers. Because I've played killer against someone that had Boil Over, and you barely know. Like, you may run into a wall once. Like, it doesn't move. I thought it was, like, going to make it almost impossible to fucking move around. But all it does is make you go a little bit left and a little bit right more. And that's my biggest issue with Boil Over. I thought it was going to noticeably buck the killer around like you're actually trying to get out of their grasp.
Yeah, you kind of get just one good, like, you might get one good hard hit to
Yeah.
the side, but that's literally
That's it. You don't get
will
and
barely
then,
get you caught up on anything.
You want to
okay, what's a perk that no one uses?
how about camaraderie?
Babysitter. Yeah, spicy babysitter. Like,
Yeah,
you know,
babysitter
there's
basically all of
camaraderie.
Steve's perks.
Yeah.
How is Deja Vu now?
Terrible.
Deja Vu.
Yeah,
Deja Vu. I mean, every generator that's done, you can see every other generator, so that's kind of neat. But like Detective Hunch, it does so much more.
Yeah.
Yeah, Detective's Hunch is better. And if you're looking for a generator, there are visual cues around the map. Like, for example, the giant poles sticking out of them.
Yeah, exactly.
really need
Just
help
look
looking?
up forehead.
Hey, I'll admit, and I know I know life this game, and my favorite map, one of them is Haydenfield. Even I to this day have trouble finding gens on Haydenfield because I swear generators blend into the background on that map.
Yeah, some of the generators on Had No Fun is hard to.
Yeah, or the game. I mean, I know there's tricks to finding them on the game, but still, it's just like you'll see me run around a whole lap, go upstairs a whole lap. I'm like John Travolta. Where are the gens? Like, I'm looking. All right, that's enough DVD, man. Well, we spent 2 hours on it. Ugh, okay, let's go to something more lighthearted and more fun. Lockdown and Corona.
What did you guys eat?
Oh yeah, that is way more lighthearted than DVD.
Yes, please, let's do this.
I'm ready.
It's so much more less toxic talking about Corona and lockdowns.
How about let's start off with something nice? Like, what kind of things have you guys gotten to do now? If you're in lockdown, what kind of things have you gotten to do?
YouTube.
Dead
And
by
now
Daylight.
my life didn't. I'll go first just so I get my myself out of the way. For me, I mean, my life didn't obviously change that much. I was kind of preparing for it in January, but I'll be honest. Like, now that I'm less incentivized to go outdoors, it's been YouTube for me. Like, every day after stream, I'm doing something on my YouTube. I'm addicted to it. New thumbnails, new ways to categorize videos, perfecting the description for clickbait views. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just like fucking with YouTube because they added so many options for you to custom. Even though Shino makes the big videos for me, like, I still upload my variety. I tweak it a little bit. it's cool. Like I wouldn't have done that if it was no lockdown, because I would have been like, oh, I'm going out again, you know. But now that it's kind of like, hey, maybe you shouldn't every day. I've gotten a lot more stuff done with like my streaming and stuff for me personally. Whoever wants to go next, jump at it. What have you done during the lockdown that you really couldn't have before it? Like, have you been working on any projects, reading any books?
For me, just working from home has been great. It's gonna be really hard to go back to the office eventually.
Well, they're rumoring this could last for 4 months or something crazy
Ugh.
like that, so maybe you won't have to go back immediately.
Maybe only for the U.S. because we're really bad at doing this.
Oh, dude, we
I
still
don't
don't have
know.
testing in every state, dude. In Missouri, people are just driving everywhere. They don't give a fuck. They're out and about in Missouri.
Supposedly by Easter, April 12th, we're supposed to have everything wide open.
We
Jesus.
can't lock down the Eucharist, guys.
That's not
right.
gonna happen.
I mean,
Florida is
the
doing
Pope
pretty
cancels
bad
Easter,
right now, I'll
but
say
Trump
that.
doesn't.
It's not gonna happen.
But no,
Look at New York and follow what
yeah, no.
Kumo says.
Maybe
Don't
that's
care
just
about Trump.
it.
Follow Kumo, and you basically would have what the entire U.S. would do. I think.
Yeah, I'm looking right now. The U.S. has 103,000 confirmed cases.
Yikes.
yeah.
Yikes. Yikes.
It's a drop in the bucket.
Did you guys hear what happened in Kentucky? This has been blowing my mind all day. I read the article this morning, and I've been
Oh, but the guy that said he was going to hold up the vote.
no.
Really quickly, Dahlia, really quickly. I'm going to BRB, but keep talking. Just about Corona in general, what you've been doing. I'll be right back.
There's like a 20-something in Kentucky. Him and a bunch of his friends held a virus party,
Oh,
and
yeah,
he
I heard
caught
that too.
COVID from the goddamn
heard
party.
Oh yeah, I
yeah.
heard about that.
Karma's a bitch.
Mm-hmm.
Look, when you're that stupid, there's only one way to learn.
If you guys have seen Anna and the Apocalypse, if you haven't, I recommend it. But for those who have seen it, I just keep every time I hear stories about this, I keep hearing flashes of that part of the song where he's like, a plague on this species is long overdue.
Honestly, though, I'm just saying natural selection. No.
Darwin's doing his magic.
So, what, Frighten? What have you done to? Are you on lockdown right now, Fry?
Yeah, pretty much. Our governor has no spine, so he wouldn't call it a shelter in place. He called it a safer at home mandate.
Oh, I think that's what it says,
Okay.
Yeah, safe at
You
home.
champ.
But I mean, it's okay. I work from home anyway, so 8 hours of my day is unchanged. But I am an extrovert, and I am really, really, really starting to have a hard time with it. I'm really glad that we're doing this tonight, because I needed some real like conversation badly.
I feel that.
On top of it, I'm a physical touch love language too, so like this isolation is just fucking bonkers for me. I'm just I'm gonna burn out really quick.
Yeah, I was feeling the stir crazy today. Like I had to go walk out on my balcony because I was like, I just can't sit in this chair and
that's
stare
why
at
I've
the
been-
screen any longer.
That's why I've been like on stream saying go out and walk. You don't have to go to a
Yeah.
park. Don't go near people. I actively will cross the street to avoid people, but it's important during this. And this is coming from someone that likes being inside. You need to get out and do something at least once every other day, because if you get you will trust me, for someone that worked third shift in a room with no windows at night and then streaming and going directly to sleep for 3 years straight, which was pretty much like in terms of visuals like prison, you know, because it's like I'm never seeing the sunlight and stuff. You do go crazy. Like you have to go out and like try to get a little bit of activity. I know I go nuts with it.
Yeah.
Internally, Toast, when you kind of get snappy in streams and stuff, I'm like, man, he needs to get out a little bit. I think it's getting to him.
It's not that. It's
I know,
actually,
but it's like
it's literally never that at all. It's I'll put it this way: DBD, especially during this lockdown, has been attracting a certain type of viewer because of schools and stuff being closed. No, that's
Typical
literally-
weekend view.
Dude, if you go to any Resident Evil stream, I'm never
We
ever
like
going
Fortnite.
off on anybody. I don't have to correct anybody.
That's true.
Everyone's chill. It's just literally, there's a lot of DBD streamers that run their streams certain ways. So when those people don't stream, then they come to my stream. They don't know how it works in mine. And they're kind of like a toddler with floaties on in the pool, just like, what's going on here? Oh, I'm going to say some dumb shit. And then my fucking primal brain, something in it just twists and I can't ignore it. I read it in chat and I'm like, I'm going to ignore that because I'm going to fucking yap at this dude. Nah, fuck it, let's go in. And that's been happening more because it's been more people coming to the channel that don't know how it works. And I got to, correct them. They don't like how I correct them. So I just fucking yap and I snap. I'm just like, you're fucking stupid, man. I'm just
My only point there was that I didn't think it was like, I was just like, maybe, because we all knew, everybody knew, especially on this call, like what you were doing every day as far as streaming. I'm like, oh man, I hope he's okay. I hope he's like getting out a little bit. I was always a little worried. Yeah.
Unfounded worry. I walked literally an hour every day, even when I had bronchitis.
I stand corrected then.
Yeah. No, seriously, any sort of me being grouchy or outlashed is just me putting someone justifiably in their place. And I feel like I've been fair. There was only one ban I kind of questioned myself on, and then the person ended up being stupid in the DM. So I was like, okay, that was a proper ban. But any ban or any outlash, it's just been like, maybe someone said something stupid and I'm having rough matches and I'm just like, okay, I'm going to go in on you today.
I think this is a problem across the board for a lot of Twitch people right now. There's an element that's available during the day that they're not used to. And I think that goes for almost everybody.
Oh, good.
I mean, we'll get, Joe, I see what you're typing in the group chat. We'll get back. I know I wanted to get back to the subject too. Actually, I can do it now. I think the coolest thing about this lockdown, quite honestly, is we've never seen anything like this in our lifetime. And I think it's almost a good thing for a lot of people to just stay at home and not have to have anything on their conscience. In terms of I know me, I don't know about you guys, when I was working, I know even on my days off, I didn't fully enjoy them because it's there's that little voice in your head, you got to go back tomorrow. You know what I'm talking about? It's hard to enjoy yourself because you have something lingering in your mind. It's usually work or you got that report to do. Yep. The one good thing about this is it's going to give now I'm not talking about if you're out of a job now and you're living paycheck to paycheck, so now you're stressed because you don't know if you're going to live. I'm talking about for most people, they actually get a chance to just breathe for a couple weeks and not worry about shit. I'm not talking about not worry about anything, but just be able to not have to worry about work for a couple days. It's going to get boring. They may want to go back to work and they're out of money, but it's kind of nice to see what's going to happen. This is completely new. All of this is completely new. And it'll be cool to see what happens when society has a chance to turn itself off and on again like an IT tech guy. We're literally turning society off and on again, and I'm curious to see what's going to happen. We already know businesses, a lot of them are going to go under in terms of mom and pop shops. That's not good. But I'm curious to see how, I don't know, the societal attitude changes once everyone has a chance to calm the fuck down for a few weeks.
Well, also environmentally, because I mean, look what happened in Italy.
Yeah,
Venice, the canals all cleared up because there wasn't all the boat traffic constantly going through.
Mm-hmm. That was beautiful.
Talking about Italy, shout out to Rizzo, Luca. Hope he stays safe.
Oh man, whenever people were saying it was a conspiracy and stuff, I'm like, oh, so my best friend and artist of the channel, Rizzo, who lives in Italy, is a part of a Democratic conspiracy for America. Okay.
Listen, the only ones getting infected are the reptile people. And so now they're just trying to contain to keep the reptile people safe, That's all it is.
No, isn't it that we're all actually just on lockdown so that way they can go around and fix all the cameras on the birds?
Yep.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. The birds need batteries.
I heard that conspiracy. To
be fair, when was the last time you saw a true baby bird? You haven't.
Hey, my hometown got on national news for a billboard that said birds aren't real.
Nice.
Yep. Memphis, Tennessee. National news.
Oh, even with all
birds
this
need
shit,
batteries.
We got an earthquake in my state. That was a fucking joke.
Hey, you guys were tagging me in chat saying I'm not saying hi back. Now you guys aren't saying hey guys back. What's going on?
Hey streamer, hi streamer, Hi, streamer.
I was gonna ask about that, Cleo. How are you guys recovering from that fucking monster? That was the biggest earthquake you guys have seen since the 90s.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, it was my first earthquake that I've ever experienced. And to be honest, I've got earthquake anxiety because anytime like one of my pieces of furniture shakes, either because I move it or, I think something else moves it, I'm like, earthquake, earthquake, earthquake. And I start freaking out and I'm like bracing, like your muscles tense up and you're just bracing for impact. And nothing comes.
I know I've only experienced one earthquake. It was super minor in Illinois. But I remember waking up and the whole room was shaking, the bed was shaking just a little bit, and then I went back to sleep. And I woke up and I found out what that was an earthquake. And I mean, it was so minor, Cleo, but it freaked me the fuck out. And that was a minor
Oh, I
one.
thought I was
feeling.
high.
It's a crazy feeling though, because
It is because you have no control, Marilyn. It is.
Yeah.
Like, you just have no control.
It's like your equilibrium is like thrown off for a few seconds, even just the minor ones. Like that's the only one I've experienced when I was living out in the Bay Area. It was like just like I think it was like a 3.8 or something, and it was just I was at work and it was just like everything just shifted for a few seconds, and I was like, "What was that?" And people are just like, "Oh, that was an earthquake." It's like, "Oh, you just say that so nonchalantly." It's just like,
yeah, just
okay,
an earthquake. No
Yeah.
big deal in the Midwest. We've never had one in tons of years,
Dude, I actually think if it's the same one I'm thinking of, Cody, I remember this. I might remember the same earthquake. I remember waking up that morning and coming downstairs to tell my mom, like, she was leaving for work, I was leaving for school. I'm like, did you feel that earthquake this morning? She's like, what are you talking about? There wasn't an earthquake. Go to school. You're just making things up. And then at school, everyone was talking about the fucking earthquake.
Oh,
And
yeah.
I'm like, you.
Dude, it reminds me of when I, up and down, for the years I've streamed, I was telling my chat that I swear in Illinois, it was when I was in college. In Illinois, there was a day in the middle of summer. It was literally June. There was a blizzard, and it lasted from 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. Because I remember going to Walmart to buy an Xbox game card, and in the middle of fucking summer, there was a blizzard. No one believed me until Wizrobe backed it up. I think it was Wizrobe, because I was talking about this, and Wizrobe looked it up, and he's like, no, this actually happened. But it felt so validating. It's like, wait a minute. Everyone's like, no, you're a liar. Dude, it was in the Midwest. There was a blizzard in the middle of Illinois in the middle of summer.
Last year, on my way to like one of my robotics competitions, dead ass, there was just straight up a hailstorm in Florida. Just out of nowhere on a random ass day. It just started hailing. And it blew over. I mean, it came and went, and it was just like, what the fuck? I mean, it was a pretty decently sized ice ball. I mean, it was just came out of nowhere.
sounds like the Southeast. Just random golf ball hail.
When you live in the Midwest, your weather modifier is set to random as fuck.
Toast. I crashed my car the night of that June snowstorm.
Did you?
Yeah,
you backed it up. Then maybe it was you that did it. I can't remember.
It probably was Joe, but I remember it because I
just like I don't know.
I accepted a new job that day. I was out with friends, celebrating the new position that I got.
Mm-hmm.
Had a little more than I should have, and found a pole in the parking lot, and and it was because it was snowing when we were leaving. couldn't see the fucking pole.
So I like Wizrobe's attempt at this topic because I mean we can get into the we're gonna talk about Corona. I mean it's very relevant, so it's unavoidable. But I like what Wizrobe started with. Let's think of the positive first. Like, so whoever, I guess not many people answered it at first because we started branching, and I love when we do that. That's what a podcast is for. But what is a positive of this lockdown? We know the negatives: no job, we're worried about money, your business may close, and yeah, that sucks, obviously. But let's talk about something positive. Like, what's a positive thing with this lockdown? Is there something you may have been neglecting you're finally working on? Is there a book you were meaning to read? Or, is your cat... I know my cat loves this lockdown, man. He's loving it.
I did my taxes. I've been making breakfast every morning. And I've been getting to hang out with my girlfriend more, which is just all positive things.
And there's no guilty, I got to go to work, so I can't enjoy this breakfast because I know I got to go to work. No, you get to sit down.
No, she's sick of me.
Oh. Okay. Well, I figured that was coming next.
I have about $600 more than I normally do this time of the month.
Yep.
There you go.
That's
Oh, yeah,
what,
man.
That's what I was going to say is saving money. That's like one of the pros.
Yeah.
I got Sleep.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
sleep's
Sleep is
been.
good. Another one is check your favorite bands and musical artists, because a lot of them are doing concerts on Instagram and Facebook and Twitter
Yes.
and stuff. Personally, I've been watching Ben Gibbard from Death Cab for Cutie daily. He has
I used to
daily
listen to Death
acoustic
Cab for
sets.
Cutie.
They're
I
very
loved
good.
Death Cab for Cutie.
Were they the ones that made When Soul Meets Body?
Yes.
Love that song. I know that's the normie. Everyone knows that song, but I love
Right.
that. I love that whole album. It's just that song's what got me into him.
Yeah,
Him and
it's
Postal
really
Service.
good.
Sorry, just random.
Postal Service is also him.
Oh, I
yeah.
love Postal Service.
Twitch had something last night too.
Mhm.
I got an email
saw
about
that.
it.
Yep.
Yeah,
They're
I'll
doing
tell you
a benefit
that.
this weekend too, I think, starting today.
Oh, that's awesome.
Nine Inch Nails too released 2 Corona related albums for free for everyone. One was called Ghosts Together or something together, and then the other one is called Ghosts Together, Ghosts Locusts. And together is supposed to be for when you're thinking positively about the lockdown and stuff and you're relaxed, and locust is for when things feel like they're falling to shit, they said.
Oh, I didn't realize that. I did see they released those two, but I didn't know that they were themed like that.
Literal
That's awesome.
moods. That's cool. Literal mood check. I've done that where it's like, man, I'm not sad enough to listen to this shit. Like you'll listen to a song like, man, I don't want to cry right now. What the fuck? Evilish, now you probably don't have a positive about the lockdown because, like, I know you complain about not being able to get out enough. Is there anything positive this lockdown's brought you, or are you just you want to go outside, don't you? That's a no.
Well, in the morning, like I don't hear the traffic outside of my apartment, so it's quieter.
Oh, that's nice. I
I
have
live on a busy street, so
I can
yeah.
back that up when it's like not even just due to no one being out and about. This will sound hippie-ish, but I don't know, man. When I go on my walks lately, it just feels like everything is more calm. And I guess that's just literally because less traffic, less air pollution, less noise pollution. But it just, when I walk around, it's like everything is more calm outside. Like the pollution's clearing up in places. I don't know. It's weird.
Except it's spring and there's pollen everywhere.
Yes, my nose is not liking
Ugh.
it.
Oh
Yeah.
my God, I've woken up every single morning with spring allergies just stuffed up, and it like
One nose-
lasts through almost a day.
Same.
For me, one nostril clogged and it goes to my forehead,
Yes.
and I'm like, yep, this is gonna happen.
And then my eyes are leaking everywhere. It's a good time for me to be inside, honestly.
And then I went and raked the leaves, and it just
Ooh,
got
no.
Ooh,
Poor
you never raked the
choice.
leaves.
I try to put on like a bandana, just give me something to cover my nose and mouth with, and it just didn't.
Dude, how much though? If foggy mornings in the Midwest didn't already feel like a Silent Hill deleted scene, even more so now. When I was
Oh,
still
man.
like driving into work, it'd be so thick of fog. My kids are in the car like, "Mom, we can't see anything." I'm like, "Yeah, neither can I."
Man, I really
Start
think
hearing
you're
the
supposed to
radio
tell
siren.
that.
There's monsters near your car.
Don't worry, I got mom vision. It's like,
I just feels up my spine. Thanks, guys. Ooh.
Just
Dude,
waiting to hear the air raid siren.
To me, like the coolest thing is seeing everyone's reaction to countering the lockdown. It's impressive to say the least. And I'm not saying this sarcastically. Like, I love the fact that when this happened, video games were offering double blood points. Discord was like, you can have 50 people in screen share. Netflix was like, we're trying to get, or theaters put their movies at home now. And like, even strip clubs were like, shit, what are we going to do? Drive-through strip meetups. Oh, we'll do home Uber delivery strippers. Domino's was like, no delivery fee. So what I'm saying is, it's kind of cool in this capitalistic, fuck the middle class and below world. At least some companies give a fuck, and it's kind of cool seeing their reaction to something unprecedented, because nobody thought this was going to happen, and nobody knew we were going to go into a lockdown. There's so many people that got fucked over by this, so it's just really cool seeing people adapt and like offer just out of nowhere things. Like there's Indian food places that'll deliver your food with a roll of toilet paper in it, because it's like,
They should be doing that anyway.
yeah, no shit. No pun intended, no shit.
Don't forget the most important one though. Pornhub gave everyone premium access.
Yeah, Yes.
Oh my
Can,
god.
can
Oh, I
we
didn't know
seriously
that.
talk about how Pornhub is like the most positive company out of any of them? Because they were one of the first to do that.
They're
They
making
offer
big moves.
sex ed courses on Pornhub.
They're making bigger moves now. They're making movies that aren't pornographic. Like they're going into the movie making game. They just made a documentary following. Now it is strippers and there's nudity, but there's no sex. And this is on Pornhub. It's a movie documenting lesbian strippers and what they've gone through. And it's actually apparently really fucking good. And it's like cool seeing Pornhub's like, well, already people re-stream streams on Pornhub. Like I remember Ninja's stream was on Pornhub for no reason. They were like rebroadcasting the CSGO finals. Like, it's like, hey, where can I watch illegal UFC pay-per-views? Oh, Pornhub. It's
Yeah,
like
they
they're
put
making-
like the new episodes of Rick and Morty were on there for the longest time too.
Dude, that's like one of the easiest ways to find sailing. You don't have to sail the seven seas for movies. That's all I'm gonna say.
I don't know how theaters are going to go back once people get a taste of what it's like that me and Dahlia experienced. So, like, you don't think about it until it's offered. But imagine, you know, you just, new movie in theaters. What does your brain go? Ah, damn, $13 a ticket, $20 for popcorn and a drink. People might be talking. But then during this lockdown, Dahlia and I saw the movie The Hunt, and we're like, $20. That's pretty fucking cheap considering we're me and her and two kids. So now that automatically right there, the cost is cheaper. It's at your own home. Sure, it's not the big theater screen, but it's at your own home. You can bring your own snacks. You can watch the movie at your own pace. I don't know how theaters are going to go back to normal after this. Like, I know I got addicted to that. Like, that's a big deal to me.
Feel the
It's
need to
so
point out the two
convenient.
kids did not watch The Hunt. I just feel
No. But like, let's say there was a kids movie like Sonic. We could have ordered Sonic for $20 instead of $13 a ticket. It's now $20 for all four of us, and we can bring our own snacks and sit on a comfortable couch. Like, it's kind of hard to tell me, hey, go to a theater now, when you can just give me movies in my own fucking comfort of my home. Like, this is bad.
I'm all for that because my biggest like pet peeve is like chewing and like crinkling bag
Yes.
noises.
Yes.
And like when I'm in a movie theater, that's all I fucking hear. And it
Marilyn,
just-
tell me why people go to a theater to look at their phone. Like, do it at home. What are you doing, bro? You can do this at home. What are you doing?
Plus, also, then you don't have
To be
deal
fair,
with-
Cleo, they sell movie popcorn now, like movie quality popcorn.
What?
Oh yeah.
At Sam's, so at
Get it
Sam's Club,
home.
I can argue this. At Sam's Club, they sell kernel corn, or what's it called? Kettle corn. That's infinitely better than popcorn to me, but that's my opinion though.
But if you want movie theater popcorn, literally all you do is buy that liquid butter because that's all they use. You buy the liquid butter, get just a can of
Diabetes.
actual kernels. No, just get a can of actual kernels. You can just make it on your stove, and it's probably going to take the same amount of time as popping the bag. Like, people don't think it takes the same amount of time, but it really does.
The key to that movie popcorn butter is it tastes like cancer when you're eating it. You're like, I'm gonna die from this. Well, it's like
So
people,
tasty.
people wonder like, what's your like? People that don't like Taco Bell just don't get it. But it's the same thing with Taco Bell. It's
we
D
talking about
grade.
Taco Bell?
It's D grade meat. It's cheap product. It's filler, and I'm like, yeah, and it's good.
I
If
feel
y-
like every
if you
podcast
eat-
we talk about Taco Bell.
Every podcast we end up
We
talking about
have to.
food.
It's a
every
tradition.
podcast we talk about food, even though the fucking topic's Corona.
The topic should just always in parentheses be and food.
All right. So here's the one thing about the movies is that I cannot replicate that level of surround sound.
That's true.
Yeah.
I did go to one of those like Dolby theaters and it like makes the whole seat shake and everything. That was actually pretty sick, I must say.
Mhm.
Like even without all the 3D bullshit, even
I
just
will
the
admit,
whole like body experience was
when-
actually really cool.
When me and Ashita ate a bunch of edibles to see John Wick 3 on release, and we saw it in IMAX with the theater, like the super Dolby digital surround.
Yeah.
Bro, every knife throw, every gunshot rang through the theater, and I'm like, I can't watch it. I can't watch this movie the same. I tried watching John Wick 3 on my screen, and I'm like, this isn't the same. Like without the pow 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 pow.
Getting drunk because can I say how much I love movie theaters that serve booze? Can we appreciate
No,
that?
because
Even if
that
I don't drink
motherfucker.
anymore.
Those are
No,
the
that
best.
shit's $9 a beer, bro. You're doing it wrong. You
Not-
got to get a flask in that bitch.
No, you don't get the beer. You get the mixed drinks that have deals.
I'm sorry,
Like
the
the big
$11
pitchers
mixed
of
drinks, the $11 mixed drinks where they put a splash of vodka in your soda. Yeah, that's my favorite.
Hey,
No, I'm talking about the
I
$6.
live for that
wait,
splash.
I'm
wait.
talking about the $6 margarita pitcher that has a ton of Patron in it.
That I
Where?
can
There's
make for
There's
10
a
bucks at home.
solution.
Fine.
There's a solution to weak mixed drinks. You just have somebody wear Spanx and just bring those little mini bottles of alcohol in.
At that point,
you
you just bring a fucking flask. What do you got? Get your life together. What do you mean Spanx in this?
No, but one of the best movie experiences I had was before I got motion sickness, of course. I got super drunk. I had a lot of booze from deals at the movie theater that had the reclining nice lounger. It came with blankets and a pillow, and then I watched Hardcore Henry.
Well, if you want to finish that, I didn't quite catch that.
Did I cut myself off?
Yeah, you got to hold your push to talk longer. Like it sucks, but after you finish a sentence, you have to actively hold push to talk for like an extra second. I have to do it too.
So we did all of that with the super comfy chairs and watched Hardcore Henry, that first person action movie that came out.
Okay. I thought you said something else when you said hen and then cut it out.
All I heard was the H on the beginning of the word.
My favorite movie theater degeneracy was when Ashina and I and 6 other friends, I'm not going to say it was smart, but we were in college and we just started passing Jack Daniels around the parking lot. Literally a fifth of alcohol. We were like looking for cops. We were real quickly swigging from it. And we walked into that theater and the Avengers was never the same. We walked in there. I don't even know if we walked into our show. We just walked into an Avengers theater and we just sat down.
I was gonna say, just bring one of these in with you and just.
That's
get
what
your
I've
own
been.
alcohol.
Joe, thank you. Everyone's like, no, you buy the movie theater alcohol, then add your own. No, get your life together. If you're gonna be an alcoholic, do it right. Grab a flask, man.
I like how we're all talking about bringing in, like, sneaking in these little things. Dude, people bring full 2 liters into the movie theater. You're not just gonna walk in there with a full bottle of fucking Jack.
My dad.
That's why purses got bigger, so we could sneak more shit.
Tell me why my dad in the middle of summer. Tell me why my dad, middle of summer, wearing an army jacket, has a Whopper in one pocket, Burger King chili in his fucking lapel thingy, whatever that is. He has 2 sodas with him. We got in just fine. Middle of summer, army jacket, a whole Burger King menu in there.
Dude, no, you always knew what was going on when you saw someone show up in the theater with like a hoodie and cargo pants.
Yeah, you knew what was up. They were hiding 2 liters in that bitch and a newsie or some shit.
A lot of theaters now don't allow really large bags though. I've been to a few where they have that.
Where it's like they kind of know what's up.
Yeah, well, they have like signs everywhere. It's like no large bags. They'll like turn you around. Like no, you.
That's
need to put
mainly
that in your
because of the
car.
shootings that started, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm sure they're just like, yeah, we'll get those people that bring in snacks and drinks.
Just open your
Screw
bag.
those
No,
guys.
it's alcohol. It's alcohol.
Yeah, I'm not a shooter. I'm a drunk. Come on, man.
I'm not a shooter. I'm just an alcoholic. It's okay. It's chill, man.
The most I'm going to do is vomit. I ain't going to kill nobody.
This is
All
a
right.
Illegal
3-hour movie.
substances? Nah, man. I brought hot wings.
All right, guys, since the topic is Corona, toilet paper check. How we doing?
Okay.
Pretty damn good.
We on Wednesday, it was the best day ever. Josh, my boyfriend, went to the Kroger to get ice cream and came back with a full pack of toilet paper.
Easy. I went to my local Walmart today. No toilet paper still.
Ugh.
Now, I still have Lumi 83's fucking care package, so I'm good. What about you, Evilish? Toilet paper check?
Yeah, was it 2 weeks ago? I rented a car and we bought like a shit ton of toilet paper. So we got like 3, like I guess cases of rolls. We'll be good.
Awesome.
Joe, toilet paper check?
Well, like I only use like 1 square every time I go because I'm like very
That
I'm
talented.
very cheap. Also, I got that Charmin like triple ply, so like I'm good. Like I'm clean. I know how to manage my stuff. Like I'm good, you guys.
There's no
Well, you get
way.
the office. Why don't you make a toilet paper separator? You know, you take that 3-ply and turn it into 3 separate rolls.
Yeah,
You
exactly.
guys are
I could do
so
that shit.
fucking. You guys are so elementary. I've adopted Demolition Man's 3 seashells
Free
method.
shell.
It's where you split your ass. You split your. I'm about to get gruesome on you guys. You split the cheeks with 2 shells, and then you scoop with the third, and then you can wash it. That's what I'm on. That's what I'm on. That's what I'm on.
Can you imagine the size of shells he needs for that ass?
Yeah, man. Hey, my butthole's tight.
Hey,
I
man,
take
I got
clean
a ton of
shits.
supply down here. Just go to the beach, pick up some
Well,
shells.
Spicy, what's your toilet paper situation?
It's pretty good. I'm fortunate enough that because I'm family's military, I have access to the commissary, which is a military grocery store, and they regularly stock up on almost everything daily. Even though it'll still get cleaned out by the end of the day, but at least it's still getting stocked.
You don't have the
So we've had-
civilians coming in and
Nope, no civilians. I think recently the commissary opened up to allow I think mentally ill or something like that. Like they started letting in other like non-military people, but overall it's still busy as hell there, I'll say that.
I do not have a hermit crab butler in one of my seashells, you stupid son of a bitch.
No, man, you got a Jamaican one singing you songs.
Oh no,
Yeah,
no, my bad. You just used Comanche. My bad.
Oh yeah. Oh no, guys! If you guys didn't hear about this, the only reason why Lumi sent me toilet paper is because I DM'd her saying Comanche's getting sick of my bathroom trips. Because I go, come on, Manchi, it's Corona lockdown, and then I get him nice and in there, and he got sick of it, man.
I gotta give you credit for thinking outside the box, though, because
oh, spicy.
everything sticks to cat hair.
No.
Gotta give you credit, man. Way to
Oh,
think outside the
no.
box.
Wait a minute.
Ah!
What's happening?
Oh, my eyes.
Where do we go?
Oh my god.
That's why you go
Oh
tail
my
first.
God.
Oh my fucking god.
Can't go head first.
All right, Gizmo toilet paper situation. How's your fucking ass looking? Well, don't say that. How's the toilet paper?
Well, my ass looks good as always.
Oh,
but,
tight. Let's go.
When it comes to toilet paper in Norway, there's no one hoarding anything in Norway at the moment.
Because you guys are
So-
reason. That's what I've heard.
Intelligent.
Like
Yeah, exactly.
Norway and Sweden, you guys are like actually thinking rationally.
Yeah, well, we basically can go to the store as per usual. We just keep like 2 meters distance to everyone when we're shopping, and that's it.
I will compliment my fellow Midwesterners. When I went to Walmart today, I saw that. Like all the lines, people were spaced out. Nobody was, if you were talking to a worker, it was across the aisle. So I was appreciating that.
I have not had that experience. I went to the grocery store last weekend.
Oh, yeah. A lot of
and
people don't give a fuck.
This like grandmother got like right up like right here, which is too close to me in general without a pandemic
Oh, yeah.
going on.
Yeah.
And I just like quickly backed away. She's like, "Excuse me." It's just like, okay,
Well,
you go for those green beans. I'll
Tell me why I'm
look
on,
it out
I'm
of your
on a
way."
walk. I'm on a walk, middle of nowhere, and I'm actively looking around, making sure no one's coming up on me like as I do. Even before a pandemic, I just don't want to make sure no one's sneaking up on me. And then, like, tell me why I turn around all of a sudden one of the times, and there's a woman literally 2 feet behind me. Nothing around me. I'm like, where did you come from? It's like, even when I'm trying to avoid people during this, it's like they just materialize out of nowhere. It's like the Call of Duty respawn system.
Hey, the gulag is great, okay?
Hey, I'm just saying, bro. I got sick of in Call of Duty, you'd get a triple kill streak, and then the third person you kill respawn behind you and then knifed you in the back and shit. What about you, Cleo? How's toilet paper situation? How we doing?
So, when this whole craze broke out, I actually had 3 rolls. So I was like, "Oh fuck!"
Same. I had 3. Yep.
Yeah, I
Yep.
was down to like 6. Was worried.
Scary.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I went down to my local supermarket and I was like, "Hey, why not? Let's try." So then they had 3 12 packs of toilet paper. So I got 2 of them. I'm not a hoarder, you guys. I'm not a hoarder. I just don't know how long this is going to last.
Yeah, I don't
So-
blame you.
So I got it, and the kids were like, "Oh, look, it's another person buying toilet paper." And I was like, "Look, man, I had like 3 fucking rolls in my house. I don't want to turn a rug brown, okay? Don't you dare fucking judge me." And I just walked out with just toilet paper. That was the only thing that I bought. True story.
So Evilish is probably gonna have to dip. It's what, fucking 4 in the morning for you, Eve?
Past 2:30.
Just 2:30 in the morning. So Evilish, do you have? I mean, obviously, I'm gonna let you shout yourself out and say your goodbye. But do you have anything you wanted to talk about, or maybe get us onto a topic, or did you have any last words about anything?
All I really wanted to say is that the diner community is full of beautiful people, and that no matter what happens, whether it's a pandemic or a crazy game change or something happens with our internet, memes get banned or whatever, that we all got each other to watch over and that we just try to make the best of every situation that we can. And I
Beautifully
appreciate,
said.
appreciate you streaming still, and appreciate seeing all the new faces. And I mean, we just got to make the best of things.
We've come a long way, Eve, from me and you DMing each other about, like, I don't like this person in my community and I don't want to stream anymore and getting mad at people and stuff. We've come a long way, Eve. We've come a really long way.
Yeah, we have. And I think, it's, it's going to continue to get better. Like,
I'm gonna grind my ass off until it does. So hell yeah.
yeah, I think we're good. And
We
we
are.
got such a good community. We got good mods. We get rid of any
Fantastic
of the
mods.
scum in the channels, the trolls. We have a strict channel here. So it's good.
Honestly, I'm not going to go into it because you got to go. But honestly, after the drama and blah, 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 what I think the best thing is like now the community is all about love and each other. It's not like you could tell there's not like a selfishness to the community. That's the best change ever this year is you could tell everyone's there for each other. And that's fucking especially with this pandemic that's happening. I've seen so much love in my chat and in serious talk and looking at people helping each other in DMs in my chat through me. It's beautiful, and I'm glad everyone here in the chat and this podcast and my stream team, fucking beautiful, man. Thank you, Evilish. That was really nicely said.
Oh, you're welcome. I love you guys.
We love you. Shout yourself out, Evilish. I'll do the copy paste. Guys, Evilish is heading out. We're going to dwindle down to 8 people, but before she goes, she'll tell you a little bit about herself, and go follow her. She's awesome, and she might start, I hope she starts streaming again. Evilish, shout yourself out.
Okay, yeah, just follow me at Evilish. I stream different games, usually Doom, although I'm not going to play Doom Eternal again because I'll make my computer explode. But, I've been playing that off stream and it's been fine. I just think, my old computer can't handle the new game and OBS at the same time. But aside from that, I have a Twitter, which is EveBuns. And then I also, my Discord, I use Discord, so you can catch me on Cody's Discord and stuff. You can also catch me on the DBD Discord. And
She's
yeah.
active as fuck in that DBD Discord. Like, I don't know a day you're not on it, Eve. Like, you're constantly working on it. So she's available, chat. Talk to her.
Yeah, feel free to DM me.
All right, thank you, Eve. We love you, and we'll see you tomorrow. I'll see you tomorrow if you want to play DVD.
Oh, yeah, I'll be on tomorrow for sure.
All right, sounds good. Guys, say goodbye to Evilish. Eve Hayes in the chat. Bye, Eve.
Bye.
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 Bye-bye.
And now everyone is a different name.
It's time for another White Claw. But
I'm
yo, what
spicy
about
and-
that terrorism charge for that
Oh,
woman?
dude, I'm that guy, my man Frightened.
Before you do,
You can be so lucky.
I'm gonna go to bed as well, Cody.
Okay,
Even
hey,
though,
easy.
even though I had the correct name
No.
on me, though.
No, Gizmo, legit. I was honored because I know last time you had the dip earlier. You do this, like, you almost made it to the very end. Good. It's late for you too, isn't it, Gizmo?
Yeah, same time as Eve,
Yeah.
actually. So 2:40.
Well, shit then. Hey, say a little bit about yourself. Shout yourself out. I'll copy paste your Twitch, obviously, chat. I'll say this. He's an amazing guy. One of the first OGs of DBD, and always a pleasure to talk to. Great friend. Gizmo, any last words? I'll shout you out. Guys, go follow him.
Actually, I don't have too much to say. I'm kind of tired and want to sleep. That's basically it.
All right, we love you, Gizmo. Guys, go check him out. See you, Gizmo.
See ya, man. Bye,
Thanks for
everyone.
joining us, man.
Later,
I'm
kids.
Always.
Always impressed by people that it's like 2:30 in the morning and they're chilling here still. Like, that's pretty impressive. Oh my God, what is going on with the names?
Whoa. I am everyone.
Well, I got to adjust some shit. So while I'm doing that, who's here? We got Frightened Marilyn, Cleo Burritos AFK, but she's here. Spicy Hand, and Dahlia and Wizrobe Joe and myself. All right. Where do you? How long do you think this lockdown's gonna last? Like, real talk. How long do you think it's gonna last?
At least 8 more weeks.
Ugh.
Yeah, it's definitely going to go
Yeesh.
through April.
It's gonna be a while.
I mean, they might take the shelter in place off like earlier than they have to, just because I think that they're going to want like the market in the I'm talking U.S. strictly. I don't know how other countries are going to handle it. Probably better than the U.S. will, but I think that the U.S. is probably going to be shelter in place in May. That's just what I've heard. The new company I'm at actually has a lot of announcements that they do about this kind of stuff, and like they're saying that concerts and a whole bunch of shows are like they're not even trying to reschedule them for this year. They're trying to schedule them next year now, just because they don't know how long it's going to last and they don't want to have to keep rescheduling. So they're just saying screw it.
Yeah, I think we're gonna see a lot more stuff canceled for sure.
Honestly, that's probably a good thing. I bet there's a lot of people that need, like, now that they're out of a job, they need that money for the ticket, like the money they spent on tickets and travel. They could probably use that back now.
Yeah.
Have you guys been direct, or I guess, no, we're still on the subject. How long do you think it's going to last? Like, I'm thinking 2 to 3 months personally, which is about 8 weeks, 12 weeks.
See, yeah, probably through I think at least mid-May, I would guess. That's my estimate.
What about you, Spicy? Do you have any take?
Yeah, I don't know. With the way it's spreading and all that, I could say it could even last up to August.
A lot of people are saying school's closed till September.
So yeah, a lot of schools now have already taken the initiative to just say, don't come in, we're going to be doing online classes. Same with my school. In fact, they actually said for seniors only, no end of year exams or anything like that.
Oh, that's nice. Do they still get their diplomas?
Yeah, we still didn't get our diploma. I don't know. I was informed recently, a couple of days ago, but like there's still some unanswered questions. Like for me personally, one of my programs isn't done by the school, it's done by Cambridge University, all the way over in the EU. And we're still wondering, do we need to take our exams for that? Because that leads to a diploma that gets me a scholarship that pays for my tuition. And I have kind of need it at this point since I'm no longer working.
Shit.
Yeah, I'm wondering how it's gonna affect like college graduates and like high school graduates, more college graduates, because like I know 2008, 2009 financial crisis kind of like really hit people hard that were just graduating college at that point, trying to get jobs. So I think it's going to be another one of those cases where people are going to be really struggling to find places to work within their degree.
Well, and think about when everything rolls back out and now everyone's jobless and wanting a new position and they haven't been able to find work for 3 months and everyone's going to fight for the same positions, including older people. It's going to be interesting.
Yeah, I got an email from a job I sent in an application to like a week or so ago. They just sent out an email basically to everyone who applied saying, we've paused hiring.
Yeah.
for
Like,
this
and can
position
you blame them either, you know?
Yeah, you can't blame them, but at the same time, I'm like, man, I could really use that job.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's scary because like you have to think like I feel pretty secure in my position, but if this goes on much longer and the company loses revenue, like eventually they're probably going to start layoffs. Like
my company laid off me and all the rest of the temps because we're temps.
right, exactly. I mean, that's always where it starts, unfortunately. But yeah, it's definitely scary.
One
on
of the
that
things that
regard.
really gets me is like businesses just announcing themselves as essential.
Oh, GameStop doing that shit. Like, what the fuck are you essential for, GameStop?
And they're closing 300 stores now too.
Yeah, well, that's why they were essential, because they were barely getting by being open every day. They even announced if they were shut down, they were fucked.
We are essential because if we're not, we have to close.
Yeah, it's like, okay, dude.
So what you're saying is you're not essential. Our money is essential.
Yup. Or like jobs that could very easily be done at home, but still having people come in. It'd be like if I was, Twitch streaming, but like Twitch was like, nah, you got to come to the California resident headquarters to stream. Like, wait, what? I can do this from home, dude. What are you doing?
Yeah, I will say I'm pretty fortunate on that. My company, like, I could do everything from home, and
Mhm.
they said last Monday they're like, all right, just no one come in. We'll let you know when you need to come back in.
Like 2 weeks ago, our company started to do work from home, and they said none of the temps qualified, but all of us temps got an email from the company on how to set up work from home. Apparently, one of the temps took it upon themselves to follow up with that email and had been working from home for the entire first week without our boss knowing.
Oh,
So we just now on Wednesday brought it to her attention that he's been working from home the whole time, and she just got us all set up to work from home. And then we got laid off today.
Sorry to hear that.
It's rough.
That sucks.
It's been. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I just thought it was crazy because it's like she kept repeatedly saying, "Oh, well, temps don't have access to the system to work from home." It's like, but he did for a week, so clearly we could have.
Man, judging by my job and my 5-6 years there, man, they don't give a fuck about temps. You guys are disposable laborers. Like, if they can get you in, they're gonna get you in. They don't treat you like humans there. Like, at least not at my job. Like, temps were looked at. Felt like you were dealing with racism there, but it was temps. They were just like, yeah, the fucking temps. Like, whoa, dude.
Yeah,
it was crazy seeing how like poorly they treated temps at my job. They couldn't even use the bathroom the normal employees were allowed to use. Like, it felt like we were in the fucking 40s in this bitch. Like, what in the fuck? Temps have to use this bathroom back here. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, it was weird.
Yeah, my old job, we actually had, or the manufacturing group actually had, like, metrics of how many temps they expected to bring in one day, and by the end of the week, how many they expected to have left so that they could hire more by the end of the week to make up for the lost productivity of the ones that quit. Yeah, it was just like cattle to them, basically.
Oh, yeah. Like, my job, I felt like cattle because, like, whenever I basically asked for a raise and they gave me, like, a really low... They gave me a raise, but it was basically a get-out-of-my-face raise. Like, that let me know, and then they started hiring temps to do my position when I was leaving. So when I put my 2 weeks in for my full-time streaming, I remember they had me train my replacement, and I found out he was making more than me before I got the raise to stay. So what happened was I put my 2 weeks in to full-time stream. They convinced me to stay for 5 more months at a raise. And I was like, oh, of course, that's fine. That way they can find a replacement and stuff, etc. Well, I found out the person I was training before my raise was making more than me. Now, after my raise, he was only making 30 cents less than me, but like that just goes to show you how valuable I was, that after 6 years, they basically were paying a temp to do my job for more than me. And I'm like, really? The guy I'm training, you're paying more? I'm glad I got the fuck out of there. But that just goes to show you, like, you can just be cattle at anywhere you work, even if you're not a temp. Like, it's insane.
To be fair, though, too, what I realized, it could also be that the temp agency just was able to negotiate better pay, because I was getting paid better than some of the other people working at this place.
Yeah, that's up to the temp agency.
I would have taken a $3 pay cut if they hired me on as a permanent employee with the rest of their department.
Well, it's because they expect high turnover, too. Like, they expect you not to stay on that long. They expect, they'll get bored of it, or they'll, fuck up, or they'll leave, or whatever.
Were you getting benefits from the temp agency? That's probably why you were getting paid more then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The job.
Oh, go ahead, Wizard.
Oh, I was gonna say the job I just left. Like, they were starting to freak out because I put in my 2 weeks right before all the Corona stuff came out, and I was the only on-site IT guy. So they were like, "Oh, we have to get VPN stuff ready for everybody. We have to make sure all the computers are accounted for." I was like, "Well, would you like me to like start imaging out some of the old computers so that we can get them ready for people to take home?" And then when they announced during my last week, like, "Hey, we have to we're gonna give you all these tasks out for these are all the things that Joe did," like they separated out between 3 different managers, had to send out like 2 or 3 like different lists with guides on how to do stuff. And then at the very end of the email, he goes, all in all, it should be okay. There's not a whole lot to do. And I read that and I'm like, oh, really? All of my work that you've given to all these people, and now everybody has to do all this stuff on their own. There's not a lot. I don't do a lot. Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. Okay. Like I was like, no, man.
I'm gone.
I didn't like my last week there. I did not do a lot. I did not do a lot of work. Like there was a whole bunch of like all those things I had said I was gonna do. I was like, nah, I don't have time. I have to do all this other stuff. Like I have to prep all these other people. I don't have time. Like I didn't do a whole lot. And now my new job that I just started, super weird. Because I had my first day there with like 3 people in the office of 150 plus people. And then every day for the remainder of that week, I was almost on my own in that office, like by myself. And
Oh,
I'm
that's
like,
creepy.
I'm new here. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just going to lock myself in my office now and just.
Didn't you say on your first day the only thing you troubleshooted that you got asked to troubleshoot, it was literally a turn off and on situation?
Yeah, some guy's Windows updates weren't completing for some reason. So I was like, why don't you restart your computer that hasn't been restarted since you were having this problem 3 weeks ago? And he did. And then it was like, oh, yeah, they finished updating. It's okay now.
I heard a joke about that. You know how old people leave their computers on. They don't know how to work them. They don't know how to update them. You know, when the Florida power outage happened, I think it was a couple months ago, like a whole bunch of Florida residents lost their power. The joke was finally all them old people are going to have their first Windows update in 7 years because their computers were forced to restart. Dude, that's so many issues. Like my grandparents, their computer, I swear, man, they've had Windows 98 on that computer running since 1998. Like, dude, they haven't restarted that thing in forever. I don't know how it's even running still.
Fucking Windows 98.
Or is this everybody? Everybody got Cats edition. I brought mine out. Dolly got hers. Marilyn got her cat. Look at it. Marilyn's cat doing her best floor impersonation.
Do we need cats? I'll be right back.
Hey, there we go.
I'm going to refrain from bringing out my cat because you'll get.
You'll get what? You'll get what? What was
You'll
that?
get banned.
I was
You'll
gonna
get
say-
banned.
Nah, man. As long as you don't throw it, you're good.
Ooh.
Just don't throw it, you know.
I think
It's fine.
Raimi's
You're not a
mad 'cause-
you're not a Myers killer main on AutoHaven.
I think Raimi's mad at me because usually by now she can hear Cody talk because we'll watch the stream and I'll brush her. So she's getting up here just because she's pissed because she's wondering why she's not hearing it.
Oh, it's got little boots.
Yo, he got
Little
me.
boots.
He's got little mittens. Look at his little mittens.
Aw.
So sweet. Man, I need a cat. I actually need like an actual cat.
Where's
Yeah,
Wizrobe? Go grab your pussy real quick. Come on.
And before Wizrobe gets his girlfriend to come on stream,
Dude, I swear if
I don't
Wizrobe,
know why
if
he-
Wizrobe if he just yoinked her in the camera, here's my pussy, I would have lost it. It's GG. I'm done.
I would just be waiting to see her smack him upside the head when he says that.
The next Toast and Coffee podcast, I'd be sitting on the street in the rain in a cardboard box.
Current topic: how to deal with homelessness.
I'm really grateful to my ex-girlfriend. She didn't change the Wi-Fi password. At least.
Oh, that was some bogus shit I saw on Reddit. They said this guy posted no better time than to kick my ex off my Netflix account than when we're all quarantined and stuck indoors. I was like, that's so fucked up. What do you guys think you're gonna do if this thing lasts for like 3 or 4 months? Because it's real easy right now because we're still fresh into it, right? Like 3 weeks now. It's not even been a full month yet. And it's like, oh yeah, you know, like it's easy to be like, oh yeah, lockdown, blah, blah, blah. But like, what do you guys like, honestly think about it? Like, what if this goes on for multiple months? Like, it's going to be weird. Like, it's already weird enough, but just how are you going to handle it if we're stuck like this for months?
If I get desperate enough, I'll read a book.
Yeah, that's why I'll actually read.
Yeah, I'll need to form some new routines for sure.
I've since this started, I've been working on stand-up material.
Nice.
Nice.
There you go.
That's pretty cool.
It's really bad.
It's a start. It's something.
Well, because like I was never much of a writer to begin with, but there's a new place in town that's doing open mic nights, and I want to check it out. I want to give it a shot. I want to see if I can put 10 minutes together and see if I can get a laugh.
That's cool.
I plan on actually going out to my balcony and doing as the Italians do and just singing from my balcony. I imagine one or two people will probably throw a rock at me, but that's okay.
Hey, you know, you're getting out, meeting new people, you know, good first impressions.
No, but in all honesty, somebody actually posted this in my Discord this morning, how to learn any language in 2 weeks. And right now I'm learning German pretty heavily right now on Duolingo. And so this might be good.
Oh, we could have had you practice with Evilish while she was still here.
I know, but I get nervous.
Excuse me, speaking another language. I'm an American. I only need to know one language, American. Thanks for listening.
Man, I did Spanish for 4 years. Fuck that. I want to go back to just learning American.
I only know one language, English, and I can barely speak that. I don't know what I'll do. Go ahead.
I was to say, Cleo was talking about the Italians singing on their balconies. I saw a funny meme going around the Memphis people I know. There's so 3-6 Mafia is from Memphis. So they're saying that Memphians should go out on their balconies and sing "Slob on My Knob" together.
It's a good group activity with the boys. I don't see a negative here.
I want video.
That sounds like a fun group activity with the boys.
I did have a former coworker that her husband was out there with like little shaker maracas singing "Slob on My Knob" by himself on his balcony. tried to summon his neighbors.
Did you guys hear about the celebrities that got trolled so fucking hard? They had a video of Italians at night, and then they basically dubbed over with like crowd singing of famous people's songs. Oh no, it was so bad. I think Katy Perry fell for it, Madonna fell for it, Ariana Grande fell for it.
I don't know what the fuck, like, it's already bad enough seeing people's reaction to it so far, like being locked down. Like, just when I stream and interact with a lot of people, like, a lot of people feel like hopeless, understandably too. Like, they feel hopeless, or like they feel like you know, like this is new. Like, we've literally never seen anything like this. I worry if it goes on for 3 to 4 months, like, are people going to feel like there's no hope at the end of the tunnel, you know? Like, that's what I'm worried about. Well, and we don't know, like, how good, like, the stimulus package is going to be for people that are jobless, what they're going to actually do for people that can't pay. Are they going to suspend rent? Because landlords live paycheck to paycheck. They need their rent money, and we can't produce. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm curious where we're going to head as a society, or, like, where the morale's going to be after 2 or 3 months of this.
I think we've been so used to being ingrained in what society is right now. Like, everybody needs money. Money has to flow back and forth. But if everybody stops requiring money and stops paying out money, well, first of all, if everybody stops paying out money, everybody who's requiring money is going to be like, I'm not getting anything. So we're going to have to stop paying out money, and we're going to have to stop requiring money from people because we're not getting it. Or everybody's going to have to move to some sort of work from home job, which there's not going to end up being enough of those for everybody. So,
right.
Economy's definitely going to crash. Something's going to happen, but like, it's not going to be the end of the world. Like my job, like they were telling me, you know, we're going to lay off people last. Like, that's our last thing. Like, luckily it's a huge company, and so they have enough money to like support everybody. That's great for a long time. But like, I am worried being a new employee. Like, I'm probably going to be on the first list of people to get laid off, even though I am in IT. I'm supposed to be supporting them. I'm probably going to be
the new. So
I'm the new, and yeah, you know, it's a strange thing to think about. And people aren't going to know what to do, but I think we're going to end up figuring it out. Like, there's got to be something
Yeah.
that's going to happen. Like it's not just us. It's like it's not just me that's experiencing this. It's not just you that's
It's
experiencing this.
everybody.
Everybody is. So we all have like everybody's going to come up with something at some point to get us through it, or stuff's just going to crash. And
Maybe
then it's
this
not
is
our
a
problem.
wake up. Maybe this is like a wake up call that'll probably go largely ignored. But like, hopefully, it's a wake up call. Like, we need to treat our fellow man and woman, like our fellow people, better around us. Like, just in general, it don't matter what your political standing is. It don't matter what your view on this or that is. We need to start treating others like with more love, man. Like, that's what's going to get us through this. Like, look at already, like, just small things like the toilet paper shortages. So Lumi83 sends me some. Again, goofy story, everyone laughs, but that's beautiful. Like, we're helping each other out from across the globe, and I think that's what's going to get us through this if we keep getting together and doing this more. Like, or like I'm seeing like wrestling. You know, the WWE and stuff. Those people are still getting paid, but like think of the indie wrestlers that are, you know, just getting started. They were just getting their rise. They're getting paid $30 a night to put their body on the line, and now they're not even getting that. And I'm noticing what wrestlers are doing is coming together and pooling their salaries to pay these guys just while they're off during this. And I think that's beautiful. Like, it's cool when you see the people come together and think of solutions and help with selflessness. And I agree. We need more of that. That's what's going to get us through it. That's why, like, when I stream, it sounds like I'm just being a fake motivational speaker when I'm just like, oh, we'll be okay. It's going to be okay. Everything's all right. But that's all I can do. I'm not like a scientist. I'm not a doctor, but I can at least let you know, hey, I'm here with you. Like you said, Joe, it's not just you going through this. It's not just this podcast going through this. We're all affected by it. Now I work from home, but I'm affected by it because you guys are affected by it, and I read your chat. Wizrobe Joe's affected by it. He's new at his job. Dahlia just got let off, you know? Like, we're all experiencing this in our own way, and the only way, in my opinion, through it is showing that love and, you know, helping each other out any way we can.
And the other thing, oh, sorry, go ahead. I've
No,
talked enough.
no. Okay, sorry. What I was gonna say is I feel like with this pandemic, with the coronavirus taking over the world, I feel like we have entered into a new mindset that maybe we haven't seen in about 100 years, since
Yeah.
1929, since the markets really, really took a dump.
Our mortality, like a lot of people got a wake up call during this epidemic. Like, I'm sorry, Cleo, really quick. Just like the people that were like, oh, it's not a big deal. And then all of a sudden shit got real. And then when the lockdown started, that's when it got real for people. I think a lot of people got a wake up call on their mortality. Like, hey, we're not invincible, man. Sorry, I was just piggybacking what you said.
No. And it's a valid point because it goes back to the point of survival. Like, we have entered into a survival state of mind. I don't know about you guys, but at least for me, like, I was bartering with my mom this week for groceries. I gave her 2 containers of disinfectant wipes and like 5 rolls of paper towels for groceries. Like, we've entered the bartering stage.
Oh yeah, like I was in my kitchen and now any given day before this outbreak, whether I was full-time streaming or not, it was just, oh, you know, I got this and I might need to run to the store for this later, but I can hold it off now. I mean, I got plenty of stock, but I'm definitely like, when I make a meal, I'm like, okay, I got this much cheese left. Okay. I can, you know, like I'm definitely like in that survival, like, okay, like today, the reason why I went shopping is because I was like, oh, fuck, like just in case shit goes down, I need this real quick. And I never used to think like that before. Sometimes it was like, I'm out of cheese. I don't need cheese for a week. I'll go cheeseless on my diet. Now it's like, I might not get cheese again. So it's like, it's a different mindset on everything, bartering, hell, like, you know, I wouldn't be upset if like my donos were in the form of toilet paper through the PO box, because it's like, hey, you know, I'm definitely with you there.
And
Those
before
are
Cody
fucking
gets,
valuable.
like 6 packages of toilet paper suddenly
Right.
sent to his PO box. I was like going kind of opposite to what Wizrobe said before. On the alternate end, rather than us getting to a point of just no money, we also have to remember that like innovation has always been the strongest during times of like stress and times of, you know, needing to move forward rather than just wanting to. So we also could be looking at like this insane new level of technology. Like look at I'd have to find the video, but there was a guy who literally just in his home was inspired by the game Death Stranding and literally built a breathing apparatus carrier for his baby in Korea so they could walk around outside and he knows his baby's okay. Like this guy just built this in his house randomly from watching a video game. It's like think of the way technology could expand during this in order to accommodate everyone to a point where we could have so much more capabilities than we do now.
Oh man,
I definitely see that happening, like a big like in general technology increase, especially with all these brilliant minds stuck at home with nothing better to do but think about it too.
I mean, Isaac Newton invented calculus when he was on lockdown thanks to the bubonic plague.
Yep.
I bet there's going to be a whole bunch of people who are willing to donate things and like build things for other people and just try to make things easier on each other. I've already seen like a whole bunch of stuff. Like a guy took a scuba mask and like 3D printed something he engineered that like allowed a ventilator. Don't put prison mic on me. He made like he made like a tube that he 3D printed so that he could get a ventilator to attach to it because they were running out of ventilators. Like
like they're like throttling streaming because so many people are at home watching streams too. Like the amount of like overabundance or throttling or like you're talking about, like so many like new unprecedented things we never thought of. Sorry, do you want me to get rid of prison mic? I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. It's funny.
Keep going though, Joe. Keep going though, Joe.
I've been thinking about like a whole bunch of different things, and like I got frustrated earlier in the week and like last week because I was like, there's a lot of people who are really overreacting to this because they're afraid like the virus is super deadly to them, but like it's not actually that deadly to most people. But then like I was talking to my girlfriend and she brought up a really good point. Like it's probably better that people are overreacting to it than not reacting at all.
Well, and to directly counter you, that actually isn't true. We don't know what it does. They're still finding out what it does long term. So saying, well, it's not that bad. Well, what we know isn't that bad. But all of a sudden, not that bad. But what I'm saying is last week they're like, oh, it can cause lung damage. This week it was, oh, one of the symptoms is essentially like no sense of smell, no taste. So like it can be like a month and they're going to be like, oh, your sperm count's permanently damaged from this, by the way, but you didn't die. No, I'm serious. Like what if like, like you don't know. So like, yeah, it's kind of, that's another, what I'm saying is that's another scary thing about it is we went from, I was saying, well, don't panic because it doesn't sound like it's anything more than the flu. And then now that we're more informed, it's like, oh shit. Like, that's what's kind of scary to me is they're still finding out stuff about it. Yeah. Like we don't know. The scary part is the unknown. Like we don't know.
Right. Oh, absolutely. And like I don't disagree with that. I think it should be taken seriously. And I want people to like listen to doctors, self-quarantine, like, stay away from other people, do what you have to do. There are a lot of people who can't. And so the more that you're putting yourself out there, the more you're potentially exposing those people who can't quarantine themselves. So you have to stay there.
And fact check fact check what you're sharing on social media.
No one fact checks anything. Nobody knows what a proper study is. No one knows to look at the references. I'm a little biased because I literally took hundreds of courses on it, but nobody fact check anything, man.
Like I heard a lot of
they definitely should, yeah.
Yes.
I heard a lot of these things, like that whole like you lose your sense of smell and taste, and like I was like, I don't see where that is. Like, where's your source for it? And the guy who I asked about it gave me like a .com link, and I'm like, okay, but I'm going to the WHO website and like there's nothing on it by them yet. Not to say that they wouldn't eventually come out with something. Maybe they already have.
Now, I was going to say the loss of appetite thing was actually professionals in the leading medical field on this. So like that's been confirmed.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not permanent damage. It's just one of the symptoms is no taste and the loss of appetite and stuff. In your smell.
Here's the other
but
thing.
Again,
I don't have it. Thank God I don't have it.
And to be fair, I kind of made this joke in my head about it when that came out about losing your sense of smell and taste. I'm like, wait, so you mean it's like more symptoms of the flu? Because that's what happens in the flu is you lose your sense of smell and taste. So it's like your appetite gets suppressed. So I'm like, that kind of sounds more like the flu, but I know I know it's one of the things. It's just, it's funny how much this is representing like a super flu.
Listen, you can test yourself very easily. When you have gas, just let it out. If you can't smell it, problem.
You know what I did? I legit dead ass made I made a meal that I love, and I'm like, okay, we're good. Like I was like, dude, if I can't smell this, fuck, I gotta go to the doctor.
Oh yeah.
It was chicken wrapped with bacon. I'm like, if I can't smell this, I'm fucked, man. I love bacon.
that would be my first test too. Absolutely.
Yeah, dude.
I
You
would
have
fry
to.
bacon immediately. Like, oh man, I think I got a problem here. Somebody bring me bacon real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and it doesn't help too if you've got allergies. Then you're like, okay, so is this allergies or is it corona?
Yeah,
But
main
it's
relates
better.
that one.
It's better to be like over. I think it's what Dahlia said. It's like it's better to be like over scared because that over cautious because we don't know what this does yet. We don't know the long term yet. So it's almost better. I mean, even if it is as long as it's not misinformation of like drinking fucking pool cleaner. But if it's like, if it's like, well, one of the symptoms could be this. I'd rather be over precautious than not. Like, even if that's not fact checked, I'm still going to be like, okay, well, at least we're being cautious and aware.
Here's the other thing too, whether or not the symptoms change or like the long-term effects change, a lot of people are already in quarantine. And if the effects change, it'll lock down quarantine harder. But if you're already at home and you're not leaving your house, it doesn't really change anything. So like just keep trying not to don't order food, like if you can help it. Like don't go outside if you do have to go outside. Really like take it seriously. Come home and wash your hands. Bring like a little hand sanitizer with you if you have any, or bring
Yeah,
like a thing of soap
I
and water.
walk an hour every day outside, but then I immediately come home, I shower, wash my hands. I take this shit seriously. I'm like, even though I work from home and don't see anybody, even I'm still cautious about it. I don't even have. What worries me are not even just the conspiracy theorists or the people that don't think it's that bad. It's the people. The worst thing about it is you can be asymptomatic. You might have corona and not experience a single difference in your life. No stamina loss, no fever, but you're spreading it. You decide, well, I'm okay. I don't have corona. I don't feel any fever. Then you go to Walmart and it can live outside your body for so long. You're infecting those people. They take it home and it respreads it. That's the biggest issue.
Yeah, that's a huge problem.
Yep.
And that's why you have to stay home. The part I'm trying to like hone in on is like I feel for people. Like I worry about people that are like really stressing out and giving themselves like anxiety attacks over it, because I get a lot of anxiety over stuff like that, and like I just sort of feel for them, and I want them to just like calm down. Like, listen, you're staying home, you're okay. Like you don't have to have a panic attack over it. Like you will be okay.
It's what
Just
I tell
keep following
people.
that.
It's what I tell people anytime they're stressed about anything that they can't change. What I always tell them is, can you do something about it? No. Well, then why are you worried about it? Well, because it's going to happen. Well, okay, but is worrying about it going to make it better? No. Well, then why are you worried? And I know that sounds really blunt, but there's truth to that. It's like, okay, the healthiest thing, in my opinion, is understand this is happening. Get informed about it with proper sources, like you guys said. But at the end of the day, you're doing as much as you can by staying home, keeping clean, and not spreading it. Now you got to let the virus take its course. It's out of your hands. So yeah, you need to worry, like if you're losing your job and stuff. But at the same time, if worrying about it's not going to get you anywhere, then like you said, Joe, just calm down. You're doing everything you can do. Now you got to let nature take its course.
The other thing too, like you said about the job, I hate to say it because like your job is very important. I'm not saying you, but like your job is important. You're making
No, I know
us
what
all
you're saying.
happy.
I know what you're saying. You're fine.
People's jobs are very important, but this is kind of bigger than jobs.
This is life.
This will kill people.
Joe, did you see that thing where like boomers are saying they'd rather go to work to keep the economy going and they don't care if they die? Like, really? Like, a lot of people are saying, yeah, well, we should stay open and I'll work. The old people are saying, I'll work. I don't care if I catch it. Like, they're literally saying they don't care if they die. They would rather keep the economy going.
They would rather keep their 401k
Yeah.
for their beneficiary.
Yep. It's like,
Which
that's
is
the wrong mindset. This is literally people dying, and your parents can die due to an invisible monster, you know?
Yeah, I'm really sorry if it sounded like I was downplaying it. I'm not trying to downplay it.
Not at all.
Everybody.
We were supplementing each other's point of view with other things, even if it was contradictory or not. It's good to talk like that, Joe, and you did not do anything wrong. You're fine.
Can I bring up something too that's like a combination of really sweet to see, but also really sad that you have to see it? I've been noticing apparently there was like one incident that happened. They found out that technically some pets can test positive for COVID, they can't transmit it or carry it to
Yet
people.
the virus hasn't adapted
Yeah.
to cross species. Yeah, that's what science. Really quickly, that's the biggest worry. Is there's a bunch of diseases that animals have that just, if humans got it, we would be fucked. But they're stuck in that animal. One of them is the chronic wasting disease, CWD, chronic wasting disease from deer. Right now, and Dahlia, I'm sorry, but I had to, piggyback it, and I'll let you back. Right now, deer have a disease, just like COVID. It's spreading among deer populations. It's called chronic wasting disease, and their muscles are literally deteriorating until they die. And it's a problem, but not as big of a one because it hasn't found a way to leap the humans yet. So Dahlia, just piggybacking, that's the biggest issue is when, like you said, if animals can catch it and it learns how to cross, like that's where we have a big issue because we can isolate ourselves. You ain't isolating every bird in the world. You're not isolating every fucking, you know what I'm saying?
But the unfortunate thing is because that incident happened where I think it was literally just one dog tested positive, and veterinarians actually said that it possibly is because dogs also have some what's the word I'm looking for here? The things inside your blood that mark viruses. Why can I not think of the word?
Antibodies?
Yes, thank you. They have antibodies that are similar to COVID-19. And so they think that might also be why some of them test positive for it, because it's just similar, so it kind of ticks the test. But because of this, there are a lot of people who are and Huckley is right, they cleared that dogs can't transmit it or whatever, but there's a lot of people still that believe that they could get it from their pets, so they're giving up their pets and just kicking. Like, a lot of stray cats are suddenly out of nowhere being found because people are getting rid of their pets and just letting them loose outside. So it's like really sweet sometimes that you'll scroll through Twitter and you'll see a lot of people that are like, oh, one of the stray animals in my neighborhood keeps coming by, and they don't let them in because they, can't get them tested for diseases, actual diseases, but they'll leave them water or food. And there's like a lot of really sweet people that are doing whatever they can to give something to all the stray animals. It's just really sad that people are getting rid of their pets that easily to make it a necessity.
Did they even love those pets as family in the first place?
That's my thought.
That breaks my heart.
All right.
There was something I was going to say, but I don't remember. What were you going to say?
What other non-sad thing do we have to talk about?
I don't know, man. We gotta, to be fair, like, you can call it sad, but this is kind of important, even though it is heavy. It's kind of relevant, and it's worth talking about. I mean, if we can talk about DBD for 2 hours, like, I'm sure we can afford something impacting the rest of our lives could be afforded a couple hours, Like, I'm sorry if it's heavy, but I think it was kind of expected since, like, it's unavoidable. It's like the elephant in the room, but, like, it's breathing heavily, so it's like we can't really avoid it. I mean, I don't mind talking about lighter stuff, but I just don't want to shy away from serious topics because we're adults and we're allowed to talk about it. I'm sure we're mature enough to handle it without feeling too bad about it.
There's a lot of unknowns right now too with it. Like you don't really know what's going to happen. We're kind of at like a wait and see moment. Everybody's hopeful that more things are going to be shutting down, and more states and more countries are just going to be shutting down. Hoping administration doesn't take things too seriously, like not canceling Easter and stuff like that.
One thing I want to point out, and Joe, you and I disagree on this, and that's okay. One of the things that I have been pointing out that has been alarming to me, and I just ran the numbers again based on what I see, there's a 20% death rate, which is not an insignificant number. That is like fucking high, and that is way bigger than the 3% that everybody was touting early on.
Is that 20% including Italy though?
Yeah, that's global.
So, and I mean, I'm not disputing the numbers, but I've been reading about that. They do say that Italy got affected the most, and that's what's influencing that number because their population has the most old people and the most drinkers and the most heavy smokers. It's like a way of life over there. So, like, yeah, I'm not disputing it, but that Italy definitely influences that death rate because, like, they're the prime target for this. and it spread the quickest in Italy. They were right next to it, and they're saying that because they're all family based, everyone's together, it spread faster, and everyone's immune system's all fucked from all the drinking and smoking. So, not saying that makes it any better. What you said, that actually makes me scared, because like a lot of Americans are poor off, and that death rate can jump to America very quickly. Especially like I said, I live in a state, Missouri. They're just treating this like it ain't nothing. There's just people out and about. Everyone's working. And it's like, man, like if St. Louis gets fucked up, or Chicago, Chicago's in Illinois, so they're in lockdown. But if St. Louis gets corona everywhere, like it's GG. I'm gonna catch it, because that's just how St. Louis is. It's busy.
Well,
And-
right now, what I want to point out is that the death rate in the U.S. outpaces the reported recoveries, and that might be just because we're focusing on the people who do have it. There are 100,000 cases, but that's not insignificant either. And like just the amount of health issues that we've got among our population, among the American population, is substantial, and that could really affect it.
And it's also
So-
very hard to get tested as well.
Mhm.
Yeah, because they're not like, well, number one, like half people are fucking uninsured, can't even afford to get tested.
Well, even if you are, like my aunt texted me today, and she was saying that she wasn't feeling well. And was like, okay, go to the doctor and get tested, 'cause she felt like she had the flu. And she sat there and waited for over 2 hours and couldn't even get in to get a test. And she just had to leave. She's like, I feel too bad to sit here. So, I mean, even if you do have insurance, it's hard to get tested.
What's
And
the
then when
running
you go
joke?
get tested, you might be sitting with people, you might not have it, but you're waiting in a hospital to get tested, and you're next to somebody who does. So you go in there, now you got it. I'm not saying don't go to I don't want to, that's not what I'm saying, but that's a joke. But it's like, that could happen. It's like, even if you go get tested, you might fucking catch it, because the hospitals are overpacked.
Exactly.
What do they say the running joke is right now? If you want to get tested for corona, the fastest way is to cough on a rich person and then
Yep.
see if they test
Mhm.
positive.
Remember those looks we got, Dahlia, when we were walking through the mall and we coughed, them teenagers looked at us like, what the fuck? Because Dahlia and I went to the mall. This was before it was taken seriously, Corona. Like, people were still going out. There was no lockdowns in America. And we're walking through, and these teenagers walked by us, and I went, and they just looked at me like we were going to be murdering them or something. Man, I felt a little bad about it.
Like Moses
Those
parting the
poor-
Red Sea.
Yeah,
That is
dude,
like
those poor sweet summer children look so confused.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I did want to link something in chat, and I'll talk about it now. And I'm sorry, I don't know what the recovery rate is, because there's a different infographic I was using for that, but I don't have that up right now. World, it's only showing like 4-point-something% deaths. So it's not even 5%. And I don't know what the recoveries are, but I got that graph directly from the WHO website. And you can just Google like World Health Organization and find everything you need to know about it from there. I wouldn't say, trust only one source, get multiple sources. But yeah, it's not as bad as 20% right now. I think Convo said it might be 20% hospitalized, which also could be true. I don't want to throw facts out that I'm not positive about.
Let's
Well,
make
so-
sure let's make sure though, like, we're clear though. That doesn't mean don't take it. You should probably treat it like it's 20%. Not saying that's factual or
Well-
not, but it's probably better to err on the side of caution and treat it like it's 20%. Not saying don't listen to facts, but don't, like, I'm making sure people aren't hearing this and go, oh, okay, well, it's getting better. Guys, we might be in lockdown for 4 to 5 months. So, like,
No,
be sure you, like, it's still to be taken seriously. I know you guys are just discussing numbers. I'm making sure chat's not reading this as, oh, it's hopeful. Treat it like the super virus it is. Like, make sure
Yeah,
you're treating it. Yeah.
If you look at just the US, what the confirmed cases is over time, the graph, let me do it from this side. The graph looks like this through all of February. And then for March, halfway through it, it starts to do this. And like the last 2 weeks, it does this. Like, it jumps from under 10,000, probably under 5,000, to over 70,000 in the last 2 weeks. We have to be very careful to continue to self-quarantine, because it's spreading like wildfire right now.
What they said, these cruise liners, the cruise liners that these infected people are stuck on, they're saying because the air is ventilated, or the air is, what is that called? Reused? What's that called? Circulated? They're saying that, like, the way this virus can stay alive and you can keep getting reinfected is nuts. Like, that's what scares me about it, is like, even they say like there's that guy in China who recovered from it and he caught it again a week later. That's fucked up, because usually you get over a cold and you build an immunity to it. Not all of them, but you know what I mean, like chicken pox, you know. And that's, be careful. There's been boomers in America trying to do herd immunity meetups and let's just get COVID so we have it and get it over with. No, it not only lives outside your body for days, you can get it again and again and again. Like, quarantining is so important. It's like you have to follow. You have to. It's like,
even though it's a virus, if it's got a different strain, you can be reinfected.
One tweak, yeah. Anyway, Cleo, I know you were waiting to say something. My bad. I know we kind of hijacked you.
That's okay. So I did the math, and they're getting
I'm
the
gonna be right
4.5% based on the overall total of cases versus the deaths. And I do want to point out that that's one way to look at it. But if you look at active cases, active versus closed cases are different. So if you have recovered from it versus those who have died, you know, those cases are done. Those cases have been reported, they've been resolved, or the people died. And so that's where I'm looking at the data from, recovered versus deaths. And so I'm like, fuck, this is fucking bad. This is
they
really
say
fucking bad.
They do say 1 in 5 people have to go to the hospital for this, because they will develop, like, whether it's because they're old, whether it's because they have health problems, or whether it's because they just got a really bad strain of it. They have trouble breathing, and if they fall asleep with it, they could just die in their sleep because they suffocate.
Yeah.
So yes, it is serious. 1 in 5 people have to go to the hospital. Try not to get it.
What's
Just
crazy,
don't get it, forehead.
Just
what's
don't get
crazy
it.
and what's not helping too is celebrities like Idris Elba, I guess, came out and kept saying his doctor said that he had an immunity to it now. And it's
No.
like, you guys should know. I feel like the whole Jenna McCarthy bullshit, creating an entire movement of anti-vaxxers, should have taught us a long time ago that celebrities should stop opening their mouths about this stuff, because people will take it more seriously than doctors, because people are stupid.
Thank you, Jenny McCarthy.
Oh, her name's Jenny, not Jenna. Like I care.
Hang on, I might be wrong.
No, I could easily be wrong. I kind of hope I'm wrong, because you know what? She doesn't deserve to get her name said.
I think Paltrow was the crystals.
What I hope this does is, at the very least, when I think we're gonna recover for it, when we recover from this, I hope this serves as a wake-up call and like a big test run and a warning for an actual global epidemic of a virus that actually does kill you quick. Because we did not respond properly to this. Now, we couldn't have seen it coming. This is the first time anything of this level has ever happened in our lives. But I hope it's a wake-up call for everybody, not just the government, not just politics, for everybody, of how not to panic, of properly buying materials, not, you know what I'm saying? Like, I hope this is like a wake-up call and like one big fire drill for when an actual epidemic happens, because this is light in terms of what it could have been. I just hope we kind of get our shit together for the next one, because it's not like, you know, it's not going to happen again.
The issue I have with that line of thinking is, when was the last time you ever felt like a fire drill was worth a goddamn minute
True.
of your time?
No fucking, yeah. And then like when a fire actually does happen, you're like, oh shit, wait. It's like, oh, shit.
And that's everybody. Like,
Yeah,
everybody's
yeah.
like this. So like to say that anybody's going to learn anything from this, like, we panicked when it wasn't that big of an issue to panic about. So when it is a big issue, it's only going to be worse. We're not going to learn anything from this. We're not going to take anything away from the government's not going to do any better next time, because they have a different agenda. Their agenda is to keep the economy going, and their agenda is never going to be about
us.
Dude,
I'll tell you, man, the biggest slap in the face for a decade in my life, witnessing me, my friends, all barely able to make it. Some of us, you know, seeing how the lower class have to work 3 jobs. And then when an epidemic happens and everyone loses a job, the government goes, oh, actually, in our budget, we had enough to give everyone $2,000, and everyone should be living on $2,000.
How
Like
about
that's literally the biggest slap in the face. As we've been working for a decade. I know some people in here 2 decades, sometimes 3. We've been working, and the government doesn't want to increase minimum wage, and we've been stuck at these jobs. And people are yelling at Andrew Yang for the $1,000 a month thing, and then all of a sudden, when this happens, the government goes, "Oh no, we could have been giving you guys $2,000, and that's actually what you should be living on," knowing damn well most Americans don't make $2,000 a month. That was the biggest slap. Is when shit went down, the rich were like, "No, actually, you should have been making this much, and we had enough to give it to you." That was a big slap.
Dude, the press conference I think Trump was just on, where they go, yeah, I know, I'm sorry, I'm talking about Trump again.
Well, it's relevant, man. It's all good.
He was standing there next to somebody else who was like, "Oh yeah, I wasn't there over the weekend. It was actually maybe like earlier this week. Sorry, you may have noticed I didn't show up to the press conference on Friday because I had a little bit of a fever." And as soon as Trump hears that, he goes, "Nope," and walks away. Like, if you're willing to walk away from a press conference and yet call it a hoax in the same like weeks, how can you not say that you're not supposed to shut down the government for this? You're not supposed to shut down the country for this. Like, it's a big deal.
You
I'm
guys
waiting for
ever
the day-
seen Grease 2? Re-election.
Yeah, you're flying solo on that one.
Yeah,
Cleo.
my mom made our
Oh,
entire
nice.
family marathon the first Grease, but never the second one. Like, I've seen
I
the
got
first
that
Grease more
reference.
times than I can count.
I unfortunately got that reference.
No, I got it too, but you're just, it's like you don't talk about the third Back to the Future, you don't talk about the second Grease, like.
Damn.
Truth.
I'm not
Dahlia's
a cool person,
Dahlia's
alright?
kids got to choose the movie, so they made us watch Lion King 2. I never want to see that fucking
Oh,
movie again.
no.
Oh no.
Oh no, no. Oh no.
I mean, it could have been.
We're gonna make Simba's child a daughter to add diversity and different struggles. Oh, but also it's not Scar's son, but it is, but it's not, but it is. Like, come on, what was this shit? And then it was like, they weren't. It's like Lion King 2 had an opening song, but it wasn't quite the original. And then they had singing pieces, but it wasn't quite the same. Like, I never want to see the second Lion King movie ever again. And I'm so mad.
It could have been worse though. They could have asked to watch Fox and the Hound too.
Peter Pan 2.
Oh, the first Fox and the Hound still makes me cry.
Yeah.
Oh, I bawl every time. The second one though, like the second one takes them back to being young puppies. Like, they grew up and had fucking families in the first one. You can't just go back.
Kids forget that.
They forget that the entire movie covered the animal's entire lifetime, and there
Sure.
was no point we didn't see any. Like, the concept of the sequel is, here's the stuff you miss. Like, but we didn't miss anything. We literally watched every second of their growing lives.
Here's what you didn't
Disney
see.
logic.
Behind the scenes look.
Deleted scenes. Fox and the Hound.
This is an easy non-forced segue from the Corona, like Joe said. Yeah, let's go terrible sequels. No, Joe. I mean, Joe had a point. We talked enough about Corona now. I mean, at the end of the day, staying. I mean, we've been saying it every day. Stay informed. Stay inside. Blah 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 blah. So I'm with Joe. I'm glad. Thank you guys for taking it seriously. Taking it seriously. And that was awesome. Like, I actually really appreciate. I appreciate every topic we talk about. But I really appreciated how we handled that one. Thank you. We had disagreements even too, and we did it, all passive like. So good shit. So we'll move on from that from that to terrible sequels, because I could fucking talk all day about unnecessary or terrible sequels. Like, let's talk about how they're still making Rambo movies. Is Sylvester Stallone even able to move anymore? Did nobody see the new Rambo?
I haven't seen a single Rambo.
No.
Dude, go look at the pictures of the fucking movies. Sylvester Stallone's like 80 years old and he's still making Rambos.
You gotta pay the mortgage, man. You gotta pay the mortgage.
We got more Rambos, Arnold Schwarzenegger's in the new fucking Terminator. What's happening, man?
Vin Diesel's still trying to make action movies.
Hey, Bloodshot did what it needed to do. It was a movie. I will never give that
It was
movie
a
any
movie.
praise. I'm never giving it praise or any hate. It was a movie. It exists and it did what it needed to do.
I think you
It
need to
should
like
probably
record
be
a
watched.
review of that. Just
Do you know what it would be?
across.
It would be the following. It was a movie and I watched it.
It should probably be watched for free. Just letting everybody else know.
I'm a
You
little
might
mad
wanna-
we bought popcorn for that movie. We could have easily canceled that movie and gone got sushi, but hey, it is what it is. Vin Diesel still killing it. Not really.
Hey,
Last one.
have you guys ever walked out of a movie?
Yes.
Yes.
What movie?
The original Thor and the sequel. I watched both in theaters, fell asleep during both, and just left.
White noise.
I slept through a Transformers movie.
I will say Toast might get mad at me, but I fell asleep in the middle of Joker.
That movie. That movie. I've heard a lot of people say it's like it has like a bipolar reaction. Some people love it, like I did. Some people absolutely think it's boring and hated it. I get it.
I mean, it was fine, and I usually don't fall asleep in movies. I don't know what it was about the middle of that movie. I just like conked out. I was out.
It does have a bit of a lull. Like it was a good movie, but it
I
did
couldn't
have
rewatch
a
it right away.
slow pace middle.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, I can give you a movie like that, Marilyn. Bone Tomahawk. Great movie with Kurt Russell, horror movie. But 80% of it's a slow build, and then the last 20%'s the ending. And it's like, I almost fell asleep during my watch, and I love the movie, and I definitely couldn't rewatch it again. So I get it. There's even good movies can want to put you to sleep. There's lulls in it and shit.
I happily walked out of White Noise and instead went over to the next theater, which was playing Terminal and had just started. Much better movie.
I snuck out. My parents dropped me and my friend off, and we couldn't get into an R-rated movie, so we were forced to see Babysitter. And this was like in the early 2000s, and we snuck in to see the sequel to Fast and Furious. That's like a movie I not only walked out of, I snuck into another one because I was like, fuck this shit.
Wait, you walked out of Fast and the Furious?
No, I walked out of the movie Babysitter to watch Fast and the Furious. Yeah. I
Okay,
think
I'm caught-
Babysitter ironically starred Vin Diesel, so that's kind of funny.
I wanted to walk out of Beowulf, if you guys remember
Oh,
that movie.
God,
Beowulf
that
is
movie's
worth
terrible.
a walkout.
So bad.
Isn't that with CGI Angelina Jolie as a Medusa?
Yeah,
As
and then
like
just like
Dragon Mama or some shit.
That was
and then
some
like
bullshit.
naked Beowulf going everywhere, and then there's like convenient things to cover his junk all the time.
Sorry, this is gonna bother me though. Do you mean the pacifier
Yes,
when you
he
keep
does.
saying babysitter?
Yeah, he means the pacifier.
No, hold on.
I'm trying to think because I know there are movies called The Babysitter, but the specific
Frightened, wrong. Dahlia,
What? Really?
wrong. Yes, I wasn't talking about that movie. Hold on, settle your. That's why you don't over me. Don't let. I'll come back and snap. I'll snap back. You don't fucking get cocky.
Well, you
Hold on.
mentioned Vin Diesel, so
Yeah, but you mentioned the wrong movie though. I know about the pacifier, but that's not the movie I was thinking of. I don't think it was Vin Diesel in it. It was with Eddie Murphy, I think, and someone else, and they had to take care of a bunch of kids. They even made a sequel to it.
Daddy Daycare.
Yes, that's what it was. So we couldn't get in the Fast and the Furious. So we saw Daddy Daycare, and I was like, this movie's garbage. So I walked right out that bitch and just walked into Fast and the Furious.
I would
Okay.
totally do that. That is a
Yeah.
much better switch.
I walked
I mean,
out
the
of,
pacifier was pretty dog shit
fucking
too,
old
but I accepted it. The pacifier was okay.
Yeah, I enjoyed it. It was, a campy movie. It was fine for what it was.
The pacifier was something I turned on for kids I was babysitting when I was a teenager.
I gotta look these up. I'm
I,
so
I walked out of Silent Hill.
I actually enjoyed Silent Hill 1, the movie. The
I
second
liked
one was
that
dog
movie.
shit.
Oh, I didn't do it of my own free will. It was for a girlfriend.
Ah,
Fair enough.
Damn.
Yeah, that was 25
Dude.
bucks I really wanted back.
There's no worse feeling than when you're excited to watch something with like not even just in a significant other. There's no worse feeling than when you're excited. It's like maybe it's like your favorite movie or you were looking forward to it and you're both watching it and she gets up to go to the bathroom or grabs a drink and you're like, oh, I'll pause it. And they're like, no, you don't have to. Ooh, that's when you know they're not digging it. They're not digging that shit. Yo, oh, you don't have to pause it. Like, oh, okay, well.
All right, well, there goes all my enjoyment.
Yeah.
Dude,
What about
Will-
you, Spicy? Is there a movie you just dead ass walked out of or felt like you just said, nah, man, I don't want, you didn't even finish it?
Honestly, no, I can't remember anything that like really made me go, nah, I can't do this. Other than like the one Transformers movie I fell asleep in.
Mm-hmm.
Did anyone see Babel back when that movie
No.
was like nominated for stuff? Okay, just don't.
Just don't. Okay.
Just don't.
Easy,
Don't bother.
Easy frame perfect dodge. I'm good.
Nope.
Dahlia and I jointly walked out of a movie, 3 from Hell. If you guys liked House of a Thousand Corpses and Devil's Rejects, the third movie that Rob Zombie made independently, he did not do it through a studio, and it shows, was called 3 from Hell. And it's terrible. And Dahlia and I, at one point, I woke her up because she fell asleep. I fell asleep, so she woke me up. And then we both woke up when the credits were rolling. And we said, did you watch that movie? No. And we just went to sleep. Like, fuck that movie.
It made me so sad that that was Sid Haig's last film because he deserved better than that.
Damn, man.
I think I slept through Jack the Giant Slayer.
I was actually eyeing that movie when it was being advertised. It's sad that sucks.
Well, because I like Ewan McGregor. I'm pretty sure he led that
Mhm.
one. I was like, it can't be that bad. I was wrong.
Big fucking Giant wasn't that good either. Sorry, Friendly. Big Friendly Giant. My bad. It's just
What's
listed as BFG. It was some kids movie that was just about Giant that was
Oh.
really friendly. It was kind of, even for a kids movie, I was like, dude, my kids didn't even like it. And
Did you
they,
not read
like-
it as a kid? Did you not read the story as a kid?
I didn't actually.
Oh,
No,
okay.
I was way more of a Pete's Dragon kind of kid.
Okay.
Now, what's a movie you were looking forward to? Not even just a sequel. What's a movie, like, you heard about it being made, you were like, yes, and then you saw commercials, you were like, yes, and then it finally came out and you were like, oh, fuck. What's a movie where it's like you were hype? It could be the most recent one. What's the last movie you were so hyped for and then it was like, oh, this isn't good?
The Village.
Explain.
The Village. I saw that reaction. Talia.
I hate that movie.
It was the worst. It was so good. It was so hype in the fucking trailer. And I actually went with my family to go see that movie for my birthday. And we were so disappointed when we reached the 3/4 point. And I'm not gonna spoil it, but those of you who have seen it, you know. You know.
Is The Village the M. Night Shyamalan movie with the Guardians watching the forest or whatever? And then,
Yep.
oh, okay, I'm spoiling that movie. Fuck that, it's been out forever. No, this fucking movie was like, oh man, there's like basically what looked like Saul's the pig, Amanda. It was like a bunch of these pig guardians. Like if you tried to leave the forest, they would kill you. And then the blind girl's like, well, she's blind, so she doesn't see them. And you come to find out, and then like later on, like a plane flies overhead or some shit, and then you find out, oh, they're actually Amish people. Like that's literally the twist, is they were Amish people, and they came up with a fib to make sure people didn't leave the town because they couldn't have their secret exposed. That was the twist. Oh, they're Amish. Like, come the fuck.
And there's so many people like, it was such a clever twist. I heard someone legit compare it to Cabin in the Woods, saying it's that kind of turn, and I went,
Nothing can
"Fuck
touch
you."
that movie. Cabin in the Woods was unironically good, though.
I liked Cabin in the Woods.
Well,
Cabin in the
there's
Woods was
people
good
that
as
saw that
fuck.
movie and like judged it by the first half, and it's like, you do realize this movie's like a walking meta humor satire take on
Right.
horror.
Yeah.
For fuck's sake, actress, Ripley. I'm sorry, I'm tired.
Sigourney Weaver.
Sigourney Weaver. It's like, for fuck's sake, she shows up for like 5 minutes at the very end and gives like a very cheesy dialogue on purpose. Like you could tell that line was her speech was cheesy on purpose. Then she gets in a gunfight. Like the movie was not serious. That fucking scene where he goes to make that jump and he fucking bloop and he runs into the wall. Like, come on, man.
I love that they shipped it on purpose. It was I wasn't ready for it. It was so
Yeah.
unexpected. This is great. This is funny. How did people miss that?
Some people saw the Cabin in the Woods and thought it was going to be it'd be like watching Tucker and Dale vs. Evil and being like, I don't get it. It's like, oh, how come? What do you mean? This is a bad horror movie. It's not supposed to be scary, man.
You can go on Letterboxd right now, and there are reviews that say that. There are totally reviews on Tucker and Dale vs. Evil. This wasn't a scary movie at all. The killer was dumb. It wasn't even the guy. No fucking shit.
You know, the last movie I was like really hyped for, and I was like, oh man, you know, I can't wait to see it. I'm gonna say, probably honestly, was Iron Man 3. Because I remember, I know a lot of people say Iron Man 2 is the worst one, but man, Iron Man 3, I dig what they were trying to do. It was supposed to be a more low-key look in the character's like psyche. I get that, but like, it was really slow and
Not necessary.
Yeah, and they did the Mandarin? They did him completely wrong. I was like, oh, Jesus Christ. He has green glowing hands. Is it really that hard to get it right? Like, come on, dude, but it is what it is. Like, what was it in the movie? If I remember correctly, they build the old guy up as being the Mandarin the whole time, and then it's like, debated, it's actually this guy. It's like, come on, man, that was so forced.
I think for the most part, I know what I'm looking for in the movies that I go after. But then every once in a while, there's some where I know that I'm going to be disappointed by it, but I see it anyway, which is about the closest I can come to this topic right now, and that is the 3 most recent Star Wars.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was expecting someone to bring that up.
Well, and it doesn't help that the third movie, the first half of it felt like they went, wait, the first 2 new movies didn't have an actual plot. So the third movie had to really quickly lay out a plot for it to then be epic for the last half of the movie.
Yep. It just, I couldn't, I sat through every one of them, and I'm like,
yeah,
it's just, for first of all, like the major plot points, they just ripped them straight out of the first 3 movies.
Mm-hmm.
We had.
I couldn't tell you any of the characters' names. Like I can maybe remember the main 4 or something. Like I don't even remember half the characters' names.
I mean, Rey played by Daisy something or another, but other than that, Poe. Yeah, I think that's about all.
Like I get Kylo Ren and Rey mixed up. I keep thinking they're the other name. Like I don't even know the main character's fucking name.
Kylo Ray.
Kylo Ray, Raylo, Kai Ren. I don't fucking know. The guy that looks like a budget Darth Vader and the girl that looks like a budget female Luke Skywalker. Okay, I get it. And then you have budget comedy relief character that's not quite Han Solo, but
well, since we're on trilogies, we were talking about it in chat. I was a big Lord of the Rings fan.
Thank you.
And then
Me
The
too.
Hobbit. They decided to make that into a movie or movies. The last 2, not necessary. Could have been 1 great movie, but they made it into 3. Why?
I will even give them that the first 2 were okay.
2
and you could
were
have
fine.
You could have ended the second movie with what happened in the first 10 minutes of the third movie and
That
left it
whole
alone.
like 10-minute sequence of like them like going through all the gold, like singing and like with the dragon like sleeping or whatever, like unnecessary. Just
that barrel scene was pretty cool. Where they're all on the barrels, that was pretty sick.
I would have been happy if the movie ended immediately after they sang that's what Bilbo Baggins hates. I could have been done with the movie then. I could have been
like there were
Hot
good
take, I didn't
parts.
like any Lord of the Rings anything.
My
What?
soul.
Apparently, mine's a hot take. I loved all of the Hobbits for
I mean,
everything that they were.
They're visually entertaining, sure, but I'm just like big like book fangirl and like all about
Oh,
the
here we
Elvish and shit. Like my screen name like on Twitch is Elvish. So it's just
Did it
like,
feel, Marilyn, would you say, like, did it feel like the Hobbit movies didn't have a personality, didn't have soul, it didn't have substance?
Yeah,
it felt like, hey, Lord of the Rings was popular, so let's make this visually a cool shell of a clone, but with
yeah,
no
and
juice.
here's an opportunity to make some money. Like, let's do that. I'm just like, wow. It's just like Lord of the Rings, I thought those were like phenomenal. And like I always when I watch them in their extended format and everything. Like I thought they were great.
No scene better than when they light all the You know what I'm talking about when they're lighting all the warning flares?
Oh,
Yes,
yeah.
the pyres, yeah.
I still like go
Love
like
that
listen
scene.
to the soundtrack. Like everything about those movies is great to me. Like
I love
sure,
all
some
the-
people fall asleep in them, but whatever. To me, they're
I
amazing.
legit, I'm very lukewarm about Lord of the Rings. I watched them. I liked them. But I'm not like, oh, I got to read the books. I got to watch the extended versions. But I loved more what went into filming it, like the cool techniques they use, like how the ring in every shot is actually the size of like your head, but because of perspective, they had to make it huge in real life so that they can get a perfect shot of it against the background, or like how they literally, you can go to the place where they shot those beautiful scenes and it's literally just like it is in the movie. That is just, to me, the making of Lord of the Rings was very impressive. I thought, and all the CGI, the mo capture for Gollum, incredible.
And it still like holds up. Like it's been almost 20 years since the first one, and it holds up. Like it's amazing.
I think that's one thing we have to appreciate The Hobbit for, because if The Hobbit didn't happen, we wouldn't have video of Benedict Cumberbatch pretending to be a dragon in a motion capture suit.
True.
I
Those
loved
are
how
great
much he
videos.
gets into it.
He loved it.
Oh,
you know, he read that script like, yes.
Can we talk?
Incredible.
Can we talk about the tragedy that Steven Seagal is still making action movies, but then Tim Curry can't act anymore due to a stroke? I'm sorry, like you could have picked a better, different target. Whoever's out there doing that. Why'd you have to take Tim Curry from us? But like Steven Seagal can still like limp his way through action scenes, you know.
You guys
I'm
remember-
sorry, I have nothing against Steven Seagal. I just don't like that Tim Curry's out the game because of a stroke.
Meanwhile, Liam Neeson's daughter is getting taken again.
Did you like how in the third Taken, there's no still shot of him running? It's a bunch of clips of him walking briskly, and they had to cut that together. I don't understand, man. We all know, though, Lord of the Rings is literally just a giant trilogy of somebody walking to a volcano and back and going sightseeing, and they trip along the way occasionally.
No, don't they
It's
not
still
walk back?
great.
Don't they take the eagles? Oh no, they take the eagles the rest of the way because apparently eagles
My
can
favorite-
only fly them a quarter of the
Yeah,
distance.
I was gonna say my favorite thing. Everyone was like, "How come the Eagles just didn't take the fucking ring and drop it in the volcano?" And then all the nerds, you get
It's
the
a big
nerds
boring
mad.
fucking
Well,
book.
cause you know there's like a magical force field, and they couldn't fucking.
you know, Cody.
Yeah, if you read the books, they specifically
You just did your homework.
they specifically explain that the birds can only the birds. No, now you can correct me if I'm wrong. Wasn't it that the birds are supposed to be neutral, so they couldn't take the ring because that would be breaking neutrality? I don't.
No,
They-
I think it would just be like a really boring book and very short if they made the birds just fly them there.
Hey, excuse me, but in my fantasy world of dragons and fucking Grim Reaper, fucking Death Knights, whatever those things were, okay, I expect realistic logic here. Okay, the birds could have just. I expect realism. I remember.
Okay, so take the book that's this thick and make it about that short, and there you go. You got a nice short story about some eagles fucking flying a ring into a volcano.
I'm just
Well,
having
one time
fun.
one time we had this problem with a ring. Some birds took care of it for us.
Hey, you know what? Tolkien probably would have loved that because then he could have written more poetry. Because that's all he wrote those for was to write poetry. He wanted to write songs and poems.
The
That's
book,
the only
the
reason
books.
they exist.
When you look at the books from like a whole perspective, like what went into the books, that man created a universe with its own multiple languages. I can barely
Yeah.
speak English. This dude created like what was it, 12 fully written out languages. Like, what the
Yeah,
fuck?
he was
That's
a
impressive.
linguist. He wasn't a
Yeah.
writer. And he
Oh,
just
that's right. He
he was a linguist. And then he just wanted to like make his own languages, and then he just built this whole world around the languages that he made up.
Because Star Trek taught him that nobody's gonna learn your random made-up language unless they're obsessed with its source.
Hey, I have like all the books where he has it all written out and everything. Like you can learn it.
There are classes that
Yeah.
teach it.
language on
Same with
Duolingo.
Klingon. Same with Klingon. They're college courses that you can take in learning these things.
Oh
Yeah,
no,
he
I'm
was
sorry.
brilliant.
I'm a grown adult, so
I want to know why Duolingo hasn't added these things yet, though.
Dude, I would totally
there is a
take
course
Elvish
on
courses.
Duolingo for Klingon. For Klingon, hang on.
Oh.
I'm actually in Duolingo right now. Let me.
Is
Yo,
there an
guys, this
Elvish
is what I'm
one?
doing in my 2 weeks. This is my 2-week language learning. I'm gonna speak Klingon.
All right, here we go. Here we go.
Elvish. They're going to be Elvish.
All right, let's see. Let's scroll down. Let's scroll down. Let's scroll down.
This
Hi,
is
Valerian.
really
Hi,
happening.
Valerian. That's a course.
Oh,
Let's see what else. Klingon. There's Klingon. And surprisingly, Navajo is not being as learned as much as Klingon.
People don't give a fuck about the Indians, man. The fact that I'm like, my cat's name's Comanche, everyone's like, where does that come from?
Who?
Oh, I don't know. The last nomadic tribe of Indians that outlasted everybody well into the 30s and 40s in America. You know, the people we stole the country from.
We still
Native
have
Americans.
we still have racial slurs used for team names. Like
Yeah.
if you need any better example of why we don't care about the Native Americans, that's it.
Oh my god. I went to a Atlanta Braves game and they do like the whole like chop on thing.
Yeah.
Like,
Did they
cringe.
change their names from the Redskins yet? Is that official or no? 'Cause
Yeah,
I know
did
that
you
was
see
also.
like Colbert Report or John's Daily Show clip where like they interviewed all the Redskins people, all the Redskins fans, and they're like, you know, we didn't know they were gonna bring actual like Native Americans in to talk to us afterwards.
I still like Ole Miss, the Rebels. They're now like the Black Bears or something. They had to be forced to change their mascot from like Colonel Sanders' old white man.
You know what's killing me?
Yeah,
I missed
yeah.
that.
The Ole Miss are not the Rebels anymore.
No. Like, well, that makes sense though. Mississippi,
Oh,
the
no,
South,
wait.
Civil War.
Hold on, what are they? Maybe they're not bears. Hold on, let me see.
I'm kind of surprised. I feel like I
Oh,
noticed.
land sharks. They are the land sharks.
Oh, so Dahlia's cat. Okay, cool.
Their mascot is very odd looking.
Oh, that's just a gator.
Land shark, bro. We call that an alligator, you uncultured swine.
Actually, if you
Yeah, we got a full university of them here in Florida.
Maryland, that
Okay,
mascot
okay,
was
okay, okay,
horrifying.
okay. What movie? I don't care how bad it would be. I don't care how cheesy it would be, even if it lets you down. I don't give a fuck. This is a selfish question. So like you're allowed to be selfish. What movie needs a sequel? I don't care if everyone on earth disagrees with you. What movie needs a sequel? Me, Scott Pilgrim vs. the World, and Fifth Element.
Yes.
Go, Dahlia.
Crap. I don't actually know anything I want to have a sequel. You know what? I want Rose Red to have a sequel.
There we go.
It was a made-for-TV movie, not an actual movie, but I still want it to have a sequel.
What movie deserves a sequel, Marilyn? I don't care how selfish it is. If everyone's
I
like,
don't
fuck
know.
that, it's a classic. Nah, man, what movie needs a sequel? Be selfish. Movie that sticks with you, you would just love to see a sequel to it.
I don't know. I can't think of one. Somebody else go first. Let me think.
All right, Spicy Hand. What movie needs a sequel?
Okay, so my answer might have been like, because this is like one of the first movies I could think off the top of my head, would have probably been Zombieland because I like that one a lot.
Oh,
It
then it
got a
got a
sequel,
sequel. Yeah.
but that movie was a disappointment.
The sequel
So what's
took
a
too
movie-
long.
Dude, the movie was irrelevant by the time it came out.
Oh yeah, and,
so
and it was just like,
so what's one that needs a sequel, Spicy, that isn't already out? Like, just be selfish, you know?
I mean, honestly, a lot of just old movies like The Incredibles, a lot of classics probably could have had a great sequel, but like now that they're out and it's just kind of like, yeah, they're kind of okay. I don't know what my answer is, so you're gonna have to
You're
give me
starting
time
to see
think
the
on that one.
results. You're starting to see the results as if my question was a fact on every movie. It's like we live in a timeline where we get to see that shouldn't have been a sequel. That shouldn't have been a sequel.
Yeah.
What about you, Frighten? Be selfish. Be selfish.
Avatar.
Isn't it getting a sequel?
Is it?
Oh.
It
Yeah,
is.
they-
It's
believe it
actually
is,
getting
actually.
4
It's
more
getting a
movies.
universal, like a cinematic universe thing, because everything's doing that now.
Okay, then never mind.
I think
Hey,
there's
there you go.
I think there's a running joke though that James Cameron is the person who's most happiest about this pandemic because he keeps pushing back the promised sequels, and so he goes another year with like, oh, can't make this movie.
Well,
Don't."
Cameron also saw, because he endorsed the Terminator sequel that just came out, and it got pretty negative. It got decently receptive, but like Cameron was like, yeah, this is the Terminator sequel after 2 I endorse, and it was still bad. So it's like, I bet you he's more careful now, like about sequels and shit.
I want to change my answer though because Huckley mentioned it in chat. I want a sequel to Super Mario Brothers.
Yes. Are you talking about with John Leguizamo?
I want John Leguizamo. I want something to have happened to Mario because you can't replace the original guy. I want John Leguizamo to have a solo movie.
No,
of
hold
how
on.
he
At the end of the Mario movie, Princess Daisy comes back with a machine gun and says, "Let's lock and load," and tosses some guns. You could start right there. Mario in the first 10 seconds gets shot. Oh shit! Bowser just gadded Mario. There's your movie.
And now
Dude,
player one chooses to play Luigi the rest of the game.
there you go. Easy. All right, Marilyn, do you have your answer yet, or you still want some delay?
One that I think would be good would be another Inside Out, because the first one was very, very good.
Yes.
Oh, that would be
I could
so
do. I could do with a sequel to Who Framed Roger Rabbit. That would be a selfish sequel though, because you were not gonna match the first one. At least while Christopher Lloyd is still alive, can we get a sequel to it? If we're gonna do Bill and Ted 3 because everyone's older, can we have it where like Christopher Lloyd survived at the end of Roger Rabbit and he's all crazy? I don't know. It'd be cool. What about you, Wizrobe? What's a movie selfishly that deserves a sequel? Even if it's like a hot take.
I'm drawing a
Cleo,
blank
what about
right
you?
now. I don't
What
know.
about you, Cleo? We'll let Wizrobe think.
Okay. Well, I've got two I would rather see a sequel to. Either Inception or Interstellar. I think Christopher Nolan also directed Interstellar, but they are just masterpieces of intellectual thought, and I feel like we need to expound upon that.
Inception was going to be my second answer.
The
That movie's
amount
so
of
good.
the amount of YouTube rabbit holes I went down theory crafting about, was he in the dream at the end? The top, was he not? Dude, I've gone through, and then like apparently none of that matters in the grand scheme of things, because like apparently like the theories say, you know what I'm saying? Like Inception had me fucking hype to look up theories about. I
That
loved
is
it.
such a good movie, and
I
like
think-
I
Never
love
seen
endings like
Inception.
that. Oh,
I
it's
think
so good.
Man, when you have an ending like that that leaves it on a cliffhanger, like I almost don't want it to have a sequel
Yeah.
because then it
Exactly,
answers the
because it,
questions are the
it
same
ruins
thing.
I do and I
the
don't.
mystery. It ruins that
Yeah.
mystery.
Like I
Yeah.
like that kind of ending, but I also like want to know.
I like endings that are bittersweet and left to the viewer, but the main characters get a sort of ride off into the sunset. So maybe it got better for them, maybe it got worse, but they still had a ride off into the sunset ending. Like they accomplished what the movie set out to do. And that's fine to leave it on a cliffhanger because at least that gets resolved. What I hate, and Dahlia watched this movie with me, I'm not even going to say the movie's name. It has Forrest Whitaker in it, and it's on Netflix. But it was about a post-apocalyptic, if like a nuke went off, what would happen? And the movie promises the whole 2.5 hour runtime that you're going to get to the end and find out what caused this movie to take place. And then it doesn't. Now, the movie wasn't good, so that part was bad, but we were still on the journey. What caused this movie to take place? They ended on a cliffhanger. Every review ever calls it the biggest waste of time movie because it starts out and it ends with no answers or question or storyline. So I can't stand that when a movie doesn't have a purpose or a definite ending. You can even leave the ending up to me, but give me a satisfying something at the end.
You know what I will say now
What's up?
is, and I think it is getting a sequel, but Spider-Man Far From Home, or I'm sorry, Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse was so
Yeah.
good.
Yeah, that
Yep.
needs a
That
sequel.
was so
It is
good.
getting a sequel, but it's probably delayed
The
now.
way the frame rate was shot to look like a fucking comic book being flipped was amazing. Like,
Oh
I
my God.
dug the visuals. Like, man.
That was
Dude,
so good.
the
I've got a new
PS4
answer.
Spider-Man game, the PS4 Spider-Man game could be made into a movie. Doc Ock is the main guy in that game, and it's it's incredible. Like his character development and his betrayal. Oh man, like they need to make that a movie. Go ahead, Frighten. What's a movie that needs a sequel selfishly?
Yeah, I've got a new answer. I want a sequel to the movie Training Day.
Yes. Does Denzel live or
Because-
no?
What's that?
I know he got shot the fuck up at the end of the movie, but since we're going
Yeah.
in the realm of like goofy sequels, does Denzel live at the end of
No.
it? Okay,
Den-
okay.
Denzel died.
Okay.
100% dead. No, in my mind, what that sequel would look like is that Jake, Ethan Hawke's character, he's got a bone to pick because he went for this ride along and he watched all the systematic problems within the LAPD.
Mm-hmm.
And he nearly died. He, so he's got a vendetta. And then on top of it, he's got those gangsters that owe him one. After he saved that high school girl from getting raped, and whoever the guy that they shot, that knew him as a high school football player, maybe that guy's got some connections that want to see some revenge. Like he's got options to try and like basically take a war to the LAPD and the judicial system with and those gang members guaranteed they know enough people that would be motivated about seeing justice against the LAPD and the LA judicial system. So I mean, it's just chock full of possibilities for a for a sequel.
I'm not even mad at it. Like, I'm not like, oh man, that's a classic. They don't know that Training Day would do good with a sequel. Honestly, it builds it. I mean, it's cool that it ended the way it did in its final, but it can definitely do with the sequel.
You know, not a sequel too, but you know what I want? I want a remake of Drop Dead Fred.
Yes, yes, I'm with you.
Oh my god.
They could do
Yes.
so much with that movie now with the technology and effect abilities
Okay.
that we have.
Dahlia,
that you could
sequel to
make it
Make-A-Wish.
scarier.
Sequel to Make-A-Wish, because he's
Yes.
yeah. I would love a sequel because he's still alive. He could definitely be an older fairy godfather. I
He
would
doesn't
love
even
that.
look older. They could make it set 2 years later and you'd believe it.
Is the Matilda
Like-
actress still? Does she still act? Because you can get her back too. I'm
I
not
don't
sure she's
actually-
doing much.
I don't think she does. I think she went back to school when she was a teenager and she like never did acting again.
I think
Here's
she
a
became
movie.
normal person.
I feel like if she was offered though to come back to working with Martin Short, she'd probably say yes because Martin Short is the most adorable person in Hollywood.
I
He's
agree
like-
with Chaotic Soul Zero, Kill Bill, where Beatrix gets hunted down by Olivia Fox's daughter. That was the supposed like plan. Was Quentin Tarantino was going to wait for all the actors and actresses to grow up and grow older, but then he canceled it. But I would have loved to have seen Kill Bill 3 and 4, where it follows the daughters of Beatrice and Olivia Fox. That would have been amazing. Because in the movie, like, it was supposed to be they both trained to become samurais. Like, that would be sick. Here's a movie not only people would say doesn't need a sequel. A lot of people didn't like the movie, but I loved it. Was Bright with Will Smith. Bright was like a buddy cop movie, but it dealt with orcs, fairies, orc, elvish people, and other sorts of like monsters of Greek mythos. But it was like a buddy cop movie, and the world they lived in, the elves were high society and the orcs were like gangsters. So it was kind of like a race movie, but with mystical creatures. It came out a couple of years ago on Netflix. That movie was ripe for a sequel because they don't even begin to go into the different societies. You could have had a sequel going into the Elven Society because they touch on these things but never really flesh it out, and I wish they would have. It would have been better. It would have been a better TV show than a movie, though.
I was just gonna counter and say it never should have been a movie. It should have been a series from.
Yeah,
the
Bright
get-go.
would have
They
been
never
infinitely
should have
better
done
as a
it one
series.
thing. Even a mini series. Give it like 6 episodes.
Mhm.
Build up, because honestly, it was a good movie, but I didn't give a crap about any of the characters because you're just thrown kind of in the middle of their timeline. And we really don't get to know a lot about them. And
Nope.
we're expected to care that they're going through all this personal, like,
Well, what bothered
development
me
and stuff.
Yeah, it's like we're supposed to care about them, and they even touch on certain things, like when they go into the Elven Society for like 5 minutes of the movie, and like they got like it was cool seeing like WoW elves with Lambos and hot women strippers, like they were literally living the life of kings, and then the orcs were dressed as like gangster ballers from San Andreas. Like it was cool seeing like you get attached to these different little subsections of the movie, and they just never really go into it. It sucks. I mean, and Will Smith did his job perfectly in that movie, and they just. What's a movie that shouldn't have got a sequel? I know we heard The Hobbit after the original Lord of the Rings. What movie shouldn't gotten a sequel?
Every single direct to DVD Disney sequel that exists.
Yes, true.
Yep.
What movie are you mad about that got a sequel? Like you're just like, what the fuck? This does not need a sequel. I won't lie, part of me was a little suspect of Mary Poppins 2. I was like, really? How do you make a sequel to Mary Poppins?
Man,
Well,
I'm
what
gonna be
about
real.
Fox
You're hitting
and
me
the
too
Hound
fast with
2?
these.
Well, Fox and the Hound 2 was part of that direct-to-DVD. Dahlia, like, all-encompassed that shit.
So I really liked the show Sex and the City, and I enjoyed the first movie. Did not need a second one.
Yeah, that's what a lot of people said.
Yeah, did not need a second one. So that's my answer on that one.
I
Did
think-
Matrix 4 need to happen? Like, does this?
I
really
hope
need to-
I hope they give us reason for it.
Yeah,
Like,
I'm okay
I-
with it if it gets reasoning.
Yeah,
Did Fast and Furious need to happen after 2?
To be fair, I like what Fast and Furious morphed into. Like, I'm fine with it.
What do you mean after 2? 2 is the least important of them.
Because
Yeah, 2 was kind of miserable to watch too. It was kind of.
I literally know nothing about what movie is which one. I thought 3 was Tokyo Drift, and that's
It
where
is.
it should have stopped.
And what's
I
funny
think
is in the
Tokyo Drift didn't
timeline,
need to happen.
of Fast and Furious, 3 is literally the last movie. Like apparently 3 is like an epilogue. Like 3 doesn't even count, or like I don't know. It's weird how they place those movies.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much right. But I mean, basically, when they tried to do one without Vin Diesel, it was a mistake.
Yeah, and then like now you got The Rock and John Cena's going to it. Like they're just pumping them in there, man.
But I enjoy them. Like I enjoy The Rock in the movie. You know, like they're finding value adds as they keep going for me anyway.
I feel like he was great in Jumanji. I hear that the sequel to the new Jumanji is better than the first. Have not actually sat down to watch it though.
Oh, man, I've been wanting to watch it.
The new Jumanji, not the sequel to the new one. God, it's so confusing. The second Jumanji that came out a couple of years ago was actually incredible. And they even had a throwback to the original Jumanji. You can see where, because, you know, in the first movie, Robin Williams gets stuck in the Boards universe. You get to see where he stayed at in that universe. That was the coolest throwback ever because he marks it with a knife. I thought that was sick. And I thought the movie did what it needed to do, which was go into the world of the board game and let us see what Robin Williams had to deal with. And after seeing that, damn, no wonder he became grizzled. Like, holy shit.
And I'll say too, most of the actors did a pretty good job. Jack Black did especially well for having to play someone of the opposite gender.
You don't like Jack Black, Frighten?
Oh, he was great. He was.
He knocks everything out of the park.
Have you ever seen the romantic comedy he did with oh fuck, I forget his name. One of the British guys.
Jude Law.
It was called The Holiday.
Yep, Jude Law.
That was like when he first got kind of thin, and he was like he was serious for like 90% of that movie, and it was amazing.
Talented guy, flat out, no way around it. It's just that comedy comes so natural to him that's what everybody expects from him. But yeah, no, he's a talented guy.
My favorite was everyone assumed he was a pothead because of all of his movie personas. So he goes on getting what is it? Getting Benson with high, or what is it, Dahlia?
Getting Doug with high.
Getting Doug with high, and he literally had a panic attack because he smoked too much, and people gave him endless shit. And I felt bad about that, man, because it's like if you smoke weed, you've been there where you have that extra out-of-body experience like, oh, fuck, I'm dying. Wait, no, I'm just high. But, like, now imagine you're like a celebrity on a show being broadcasted to thousands, you know? No wonder Jack Black had a fucking panic attack, man. He wasn't used to weed.
He said
and
he'll never do the show again.
Oh, yeah. If you give someone inexperienced the level that Doug smokes, Jesus Christ, man. That's like getting a non-alcoholic beverage drinker and buying him fucking 151 and saying, drink up, man. Like,
happened to me the first time I got high. Nobody was paying attention to what I was doing. I thought it was going to feel like a cigarette. I kept hitting and hitting and hitting 12, 13, 14 hits easy.
Yep.
I was passed out in about 4 hours because I started drinking at 4 o'clock that day.
Yep, that'll do it.
I didn't smoke until 9 o'clock. I don't remember midnight. I don't remember 5 a.m. I don't remember 10 a.m. All of a sudden it's like 3 in the afternoon. And I'm like, what the fuck just happened to me?
So, funnily enough, mine involved drinking and smoking, which was why I'm not a fan of getting high and drunk, because you don't know, you push past both limits when you do that sometimes. And my experience is the same Friday. And I went to a party. We went to this party house where they played beer pong, and, you know, it was a college party house. And, you know, passing the blunts around, the chill them around, and then drinking, you know, playing beer pong. And we played beer pong, kind of nasty, but it was with the beer in the cups. I know it's nasty, but we were college. And we didn't.
Corona times.
Oh, yeah. Well, here's what people do now is they fill it with water, and when you make a cup, they go, well, we played it. You had to finish the cup, and each cup was full. So, you know, we're smoking, and then beer pong, gulp, 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 smoke, smoke, smoke. I remember I walked out. It was a Halloween party. I walk outside, take off my mask, and I'm like, holy shit. And I remember I was keeled over, and I'm like, I was thinking critically while it was happening. I was having my panic attack. And I'm like, I'm not dying, and I was drunk, but it wasn't me being drunk. And then I realized, wait, this is a panic attack from the weed. Holy fuck, I think I'm dying. And then what saved me, what pulled me out of it, and it's the only time I've had a panic attack on weed, What pulled me out of it was I turned around and my friend was dressed as Fred Flintstone. So whatever it was about me panicking, and then I turn around and I see Fred fucking Flintstone. I'm like, life's going to be okay. And I was okay after that. I had a miniature panic attack, and then Fred Flintstone saved the day. But I was just like, I never want to
You had
experience
some
it.
childhood flashback of watching Fred
I started
Flintstone
thinking of the gummy
on Saturday
vitamin.
mornings.
Oh,
I started
Fred
thinking back to
Flintstone gummy
the Flintstone
vitamins.
vitamins and shit. We all know them vitamins tasted like candy.
Mine
Oh,
was
yeah.
Halloween too.
Was it?
Yep, and it was the only reason why I took the piece in the first place was because the person holding the pieces was on a silver platter, and she was dressed as Poison Ivy,
Oh.
and that
GG.
was that's
That'll do it.
game over for me.
It was like for a time there, it was like anytime I would stream and people would be like, May, I'm like, don't do that. That's not fair. Dahlia, what's a movie that shouldn't have gotten a sequel?
Mask.
Oh,
Son of the Mask.
Son of the Mask.
should have never
Jamie
existed.
Kennedy ruined that shit.
Dahlia
Same
just won.
thing. Same thing with the little kid for Ace Ventura. I'm sorry.
I was about to say Ace Ventura 3 Junior Detective shouldn't have. I wish that little kid.
That was a thing.
that
yeah.
was a thing, and it was.
Oh, I
hang
want
on,
to show.
No, I'm gonna find two because it's this chubby kid who's actually been in a bunch of movies, and he's not that good.
Already got it.
Like, he's
I already
not
fucking
funny
got
at
it.
Oh, I've
No, it's-
got one. I've
Already got it.
One. Cool Cat Saves the Kids.
Right
Never
here,
should've been a
boys. Right
fucking
here,
movie.
boys. This is your third Ace Ventura.
All right. Passion over. And
Oh, I've got one. Cool Runnings 2.
I don't think I know that one.
Wait, they made a Cool Runnings too.
They did.
Oh my God! Does it still have the lucky egg? Does it still have the lucky egg? You broke my lucky egg, man.
I don't know. I never
Feel
saw
the
it.
rhythm, feel the rhyme. I love that movie,
It
dude.
I just recalled that it was a thing.
Home Alone 3 didn't need to happen.
Yep.
Definitely.
Different kid, different set of crooks. What the fuck, man?
Oh, or the Karate Kid reboots.
Okay, to be fair, they say
reboots, not sequels, right? Sorry.
no. They said the YouTube Red series, The Karate Kid, where it's the same actors all grown up, is actually really good. So Karate Kid got a sequel with Dahlia. Who was the actress in The Hunt that we took a long time finding her name out?
Hilary Swank.
Hilary Swank. So there's a Karate Kid with Hilary Swank. That one's terrible. I've watched that one too many times as a kid. But then apparently YouTube Red or YouTube Premium, they have their own like Netflix style thing, and they have a Karate Kid show. Apparently that's not bad.
Wasn't that Cobra Kai?
Yeah,
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I remember
Yeah.
seeing about that.
And it's
yeah. I heard
and
that's
it's-
pretty good.
That's a series, right? Though.
It's like a Netflix series, but for
Yeah.
YouTube Red or whatever.
Yeah, I haven't seen it yet, but they brought back the child villain.
Yeah,
From
sweep
the-
the leg.
from-
The
yeah.
one that swept the leg.
Yeah, Johnny.
Johnny, sweep the leg, Johnny.
And I think that happened because Johnny was such a hit on How I Met Your Mother.
Oh yeah,
He
because he was
was-
Bernie's friend in that show. He was Barney's friend in
Yeah.
that show, wasn't he? Yeah.
He was Barney's best man at his wedding, or going to be, and it changed right at the end. But yeah, Barney was.
God, How I
like-
Met Your Mother. I'm so conflicted about if I actually did like that. Okay, like, dude, every
Hated the
fan of
end.
that show will tell you, yeah, the ending. It was like, so I get it, but at the same time, and apparently that was the plan the whole time. But it felt like the writer strike might have fucked with them. I don't know. That was a
Yeah.
weird show. It had a lot of ups and downs, and I still love Marshall and Lily, but it's like that.
They
the
made
show
the
was
show.
good.
They
Yeah, they
made the
did.
show.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
It went on too long, and then
It
they
went on
just-
3 seasons too long. Yeah.
Yeah, and they just had to wrap it up. So it's like, all right, this is
Neil
done.
Patrick Harris's suit song though was worth
Oh,
everything.
Barney was
Yes.
the oh my god,
Oh, yeah.
Barney. The crazy, I will always steal the crazy to hot scale because it's so true. It's so true. The crazier they are, they have to be hot enough to like cross the breach of the fucking graph, and if they're too crazy, it's not worth it.
Barney
anything-
was meant to be a semi like pitied, disliked character for
Yeah.
being a sexist pig most time, but he had some amazing points. he made good points sometimes too, and you didn't want to agree, but you
Hey,
did.
he wasn't wrong about everybody looks better in a suit. Like, I have never seen someone that looks good or bad that put a suit on. I'm like, you look worse, unless the suit was too big. A good suit makes. I mean, he had a point.
Anytime he rewrites history was always one of my favorite episodes.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah,
The bro code and its fucking origins.
Can you get like an actual hardcover copy
Yeah.
book
Oh,
of
yeah.
the
Hot
bro
Topic
code
for a long
written in
time.
his character?
It was a Hot Topic item, but it was still cool. You know, it was like when Hot Topic was like on the wave of How I Met Your Mother. They had the bro code, they had the legendary shirts, you know, the suits.
Yeah,
They had like funny suits.
You used to be able to go to Barney Stinson's blog. It was a thing.
Oh yeah.
So, How I Met Your Mother is like one of my girlfriend's like repeated shows she likes to put on. Like it cycles through like Parks and Rec, The Office, How I Met Your Mother.
Right. It's a good
Stuff like
background
that.
show, yeah.
So every time it gets like towards the end and like there's all these fights between like the one where it's Lily's birthday and like they're trying to sorry if you guys don't know it. They're trying to like get a group picture with everybody and then Ted brings over like a girl that nobody even remembers.
Look at this photo album, Ted.
And then it's like, oh, but Ted's okay because you know why? That one time, like way back in the day, he was like, "Oh yeah, Marshall, she should be in the picture too." And then Lily's like, "Oh, well, you know, you did that for me. Why shouldn't I do that for you?" Well, Ted, because you're a douchebag, is why. You're
Teddy
const-
Mosby.
You think you can do one good thing and it negates everything bad you do afterwards? Like, no, man. that's
Hey,
not how
don't
that
be shit
works.
talking my man Teddy Westside with them red cowboy boots. You remember that?
Totally
Teddy
pulling them
Westside.
off.
Man, those boots.
Teddy Westside with the red cowboy boots.
Yes. Butterfly effect.
What?
Not needing a sequel.
I didn't
Yeah.
even know that had a sequel.
Oh, especially with the director's cut ending, which literally cut the time loop in half. So like, yeah, that there couldn't be a sequel. Like,
What about Final Destination then? Are we throwing
oh,
that
like
in there
4,
too?
5 is 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
You know what? 2 was good. I will say 2 was good. The third one with the roller coasters.
I mean, I feel like
What?
those are kind of on the same vein as like Saw. It's just like
Mm-hmm. You know they're making another one now. Another Saw?
Yeah, no.
I was gonna just say, Cleo, there's 3 butterfly effects.
what? Why?
They made a third one.
Hey, you know what movie needs to? I don't know if they're still doing it. Aren't they up to like Land Before Time 17? Like we know where those we know where those sequels are going. They're going to die to an asteroid. Like, can we?
Didn't the asteroid
We
thing
know
happen
he
in
is.
the second movie?
Can you
Wasn't there
imagine?
an asteroid shower in the second one?
Fucking who knows? Can you
It's like
imagine Land
Fast
Before?
and the Furious dinosaurs.
Yeah. Could you imagine Land Before Time 18? Midway through the movie, the characters they're like singing songs. It's all Disney. All of a sudden, the main character goes, "Mom, what's that?" Boom, movie over.
Just a black screen for the next half hour.
Just a fucking black screen, no credits.
Just
Just
sad
a-
music.
Just yeah, it's sad Disney music.
Wasn't that how the dinosaurs ended? The
Yeah.
TV show?
Oh no, literally it's a post-apocalyptic snowstorm because of the meteors, and the baby goes, "Mom, I'm cold." That's how the fucking show ends. They're
Wow,
literally
that's
trapped
good.
inside.
Okay.
Like,
I forgot about that.
How is that
Mhm.
not on Netflix yet?
That's a good fucking. It's not on
Yeah.
anything. It's not on any
Yeah.
streaming thing.
fun fact, I don't know what made me think of this. Thomas the Train Engine not only had Ringo Starr, it had George Carlin as the conductors. That's a random trivia people don't know about.
Huh.
I remember as a kid going.
Aw.
I remember as a kid watching Thomas the Train Engine, and then I grew up and I started getting into George Carlin stand-up in college. And then I'm like, wait a minute, this dude looks familiar. Found out he's in Bill and Ted. He's Thomas the Tank Engine. Like, what the fuck? Or Train Engine, sorry.
Be
So-
excellent to each other.
Hey, Bill and Ted 3 needed to happen. I don't care what people say. The fact that they're both on board for it, the two main actors, that proves it needs to happen.
Yeah.
Although seeing Keanu Reeves 50 years old but shaved looks a little weird. He looks like it doesn't look right.
Oh, you miss his beard? I understand.
Bro, you watch so much John Wick and he has the perfect beard. Like, that's a perfect beard he has. I'm jealous of it. I can't grow that.
I kind of feel like Keanu Reeves is one of the pillars of the holy trifecta. So he just gets a pass because
Oh,
the
yeah.
internet absolutely adores him. He just gets a pass for whatever the fuck he wants to do.
He's like the internet's kid. He's like, hey, I'm gonna go do this thing. We're like, you do it, sweetie. We love you. We love you so much.
You do what you want. You do it
Here's
great.
$20.
Dude, after the life he's had, like, he fucking deserves it. Like, that man has been through.
They said in the same
So
year, his
much.
girlfriend,
I mean, they
their
killed his
child
dog.
together, like in the same, like, I think it was in a span of 3 years, his mom died, all of his relatives died, and his girlfriend and his kid died. Like, what the fuck? No, people are like, he seems depressed all the time. Yeah, you might be too.
I wonder
And-
why.
And then he does a movie about getting his dog killed on top of it.
Oh,
like, you go through all that
man.
in your real life, and then you do a movie about your dog dying. Like, man.
I
The
can't remember
dog
the
your dead wife gave you.
I can't remember the movie, but it was with Jason Statham. And the whole movie turns into this big epic fight against the mafia and gangs in the city and corrupt government. But it all starts when his daughter goes and gets into a fight at school. So it's kind of like John Wick. He ends up literally shooting up an entire mafia sect, but it's because of a dog. A stupid freaking dog. Well, in this movie with Jason Statham, it's like his daughter gets in a fight at school with a bully, and so they go to a parent-teacher conference, and they end up verbally altercating, and this morphs into literally corrupt government versus Jason Statham. And it all starts with a schoolyard fight. I love movies like that. Like John Wick. It started because someone fucked with his dog.
You know why that's possible? I think it's because of fucking Die Hard. Because
Yes.
like Bruce Willis is so unassuming, right? There's nothing impressive.
The everyman.
about Bruce Willis. He's everyman. And like on top of it, he's just trying to get his family back together, trying to make his life work. Like he's in a desperate position, flying across the country for love, hopefully. And then all hell breaks loose and he comes out on top. You know, like yeah. Absolutely. I think that started because of Die Hard.
So this rings true for, this is going to be a big leap here, but BoJack Horseman. And it's the same thing you said about Bruce Willis and Die Hard. BoJack Horseman, I've noticed like Tumblr in our community, he got into it. A lot of people got into it, and everyone says the same thing when they first start BoJack. They go, Cody, I find myself creepily, on a creepy level, like a creepy amount, relating to BoJack and the fuck ups he does. And I think that's great. Like they made BoJack to be the everyman. There's going to be an episode in your journey of watching BoJack. You're going to be like, oh fuck, I've been here before. And it's so cool. Like that's why Bruce Willis does such a good job, is such an unassuming, you can relate. Oh, I bet I look like Bruce Willis in Die Hard, you know, not right now, but you can relate to that easy, and you can go through his struggle, a failing relationship during Christmas. A lot of people have been through that, or family fighting during Christmas. So I like movies or shows that really closely relate to you, and and if it touches on everybody that's watching, that's amazing. Because like BoJack does that. There's an episode for everybody of BoJack that you'll relate to, whether it's, I don't want to spoil it, but there's a lot of stuff that's relatable.
You said Bruce Willis. I think you meant Will Arnett.
No, Bruce Willis in Die Hard. He's the everyman. You
Oh.
can relate. Yeah, you can relate to him
Sorry.
in Die Hard because he's
I thought
average
you were talking
looking.
about BoJack.
Yeah, he's average looking. You don't know his skill set, and his family's getting a divorce during Christmas, and it starts from there. And it's like, oh shit, a lot of people can relate to that, whether they were in the divorce or their parents were fighting during Christmas. I've been through that. And I like movies where you can relate to the main character, even if they're a badass.
I need to try to get back into BoJack Horseman. It was a little depressing when I first started it.
The first
Don't
season
binge it.
had
Yeah.
I binged it for the first 4 seasons, and it was a ride. I needed a break
Yeah.
between some of the seasons. I was like, whew.
I think I watched the first one. I was like, I need like The Office or something. Like,
Well, at the very least, it's done now. So, like,
Yeah.
you know, like, if you're like me, I refuse to watch shows if I know it's going to go on forever and not having it. Like, Game of Thrones, I purposely avoided because it kept going on. And I was like, I'm going to wait for this to finish. And I'm glad I did, because I heard it ends like dog shit. So I'm not going to watch any of it
it's
now.
still worth watching.
Okay. I believe you.
It's still worth watching. Yes, the final season was awful. It made me very angry. But the show itself is very good.
I don't have the book bias effect either that Frighten was laughing at earlier. I don't have a book bias with Game of Thrones because I've never read
don't
it. I heard
either.
it's great, but
But I just the way that they did that last season was just it's terrible. I could go on rants about that for hours.
you're muted, Cleo.
Oh, my bad.
I was doing that too earlier. You're good.
I will say the way that it did end was the way that it needed to. If you run through every scenario, of course, no spoilers. I'm not going to spoil anything, but if you run through all the possible scenarios in your head, like the one that they went with makes the most sense for the resolution.
My
So
my
I
issue
think
was that
people's
it was
biggest-
rushed.
Yeah, I think people's biggest issue was not necessarily the ending. It was the things that led to the ending in the last season with no payoff. Like they did the now I haven't watched Game of Thrones, but apparently the White Walker, are they called?
Uh-huh.
Apparently, like, you know, they were like, oh, they kept hyping up, we're gonna get back up, and then they just get kind of decimated. Like that's a spoiler, I guess, but they like literally in the big fight, they just get brushed aside. Like all this
Yeah.
build up, and then
That
Not
was
really brushed
quick.
aside.
It was just quick.
Very anticlimactic.
It was like 2 episodes, and then they had like another 2 episodes where like gear up for the next thing, and then the end of that, it's like, okay, that was fast. Like the whole Daenerys storyline was like, here's a 180, deal with it, and then 2 more episodes, and here's the end, deal with it,
yeah. You're gonna like what we give you, damn it.
and that's all you get. Deal with it. We want to go do Star Wars, but they're not going to do Star Wars now, so fuck them.
Yeah. I always
So-
joke. Everyone jokes that Witcher 3 was the best ending to Game of Thrones ever, or Witcher the Netflix series is the best ending to Game of Thrones ever.
Slay the fish watching The Witcher.
It's good. I feel like The Witcher is the replacement for Game of Thrones that we need.
Yes. I loved what they did with Yennefer. Go ahead, Wizard.
Oh, I was gonna say I had one movie I was gonna say, which was Spider-Man 3. Because
Yeah, with emo
like-
dancing Peter Parker.
yeah, Toby Maguire was interesting in Spider-Man 3. I liked him. He was a nice guy. Not really, but like, you know, I liked the movie. It felt like it turned out okay. But that wasn't really the one I wish didn't have a sequel. Rush Hour 3 is the one I wish didn't happen.
Dahlia, what are you doing?
We can't hear you.
Dahlia.
He can't be believed.
Oh. Oh, I muted her. She wasn't saying anything of value. She's muted now. No wonder she wasn't on Push to Talk. She was singing Toss a Coin to Your Witcher.
So good.
So,
I should have known better when I saw her singing. I'm like, I shouldn't ask her what she's singing.
I will say it was great when I was at PAX. They had like a big theater thing, and they started playing that, and the whole theater started singing it. It was great.
I'm so out of the loop. I haven't even started The
You
Witcher.
gotta start it. It's so good.
It's good. It's really good.
I'll admit, Cleo, I had listened to that song like 25 times before I ever saw a single episode of The Witcher. I was already pissing Cody off with this.
Still pissing me off with that bullshit.
Hey,
Okay, you can sing your
Franklin,
Huntress lullaby,
coming
and she
over that
can
bull.
toss a coin to your Witcher.
No, I'm just gonna sing shit, fat, bald, and old. Shit, fat, bald, and old. That's all I'm gonna sing in front of her.
Fat,
Shit, fat,
bald,
bald, and
old.
old. Can we get a Blazing Saddles sequel in 2020? Ha ha!
Good luck making that movie again.
Hey, I dare you. If you want a great Friday night, sit an SJW down in front of Blazing Saddles and look at them. Just look at them, be like,
Oof.
yeah, this was allowed back then. Yeah, what you think?
Ooh.
Dude, Boondock Saints 2 was lucky it came out when it did. 'cause if it waited
Another
2
movie
or
that didn't
3
need a
more
sequel.
years- it didn't, but even so, if that sequel had waited 2 or 3 more years, do you know how quickly all those racist jokes would have been shot the fuck down?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man, how did we miss that one though? We're talking about
Yeah.
sequels that didn't need to happen. How did we miss that?
The
Yeah,
Rocco
Boondock
scene
Saints
still
2.
needed, though.
Absolutely.
I still wanted the Rocco scene. If they could have just like released that as like this mini YouTube video, I'd have been happy. But he powered through that.
Yeah. I still haven't watched the second one, Dahlia. I'm assuming I'm okay not watching it.
Yeah.
I'll send you a YouTube clip of that speech.
Yeah,
It's
that's
just-
fine.
That's all you need.
The scene that sticks out most, and I have a soft spot for shit like this, but I love that William Dafoe in the first movie, when he's discovering the crime scene, he has to do it to music. I love that. He was just like, he was in his own world, just serenely just doing it. And I thought that was sick. He was like recreating it and shit. I loved that scene.
the "It was a firefight" moment is one of the greatest
Yeah.
cinematic moments ever. That was some of the best like cinematography.
I
The
love
camera shot.
I loved at the end when they're walking and they avoid the metal detector. They just fucking throw that when they're walking in to do the final scene. I love that shit.
Speaking of cinematography, that reminds me of Haunting of Hill House, episode 6, the one with the continuous shots. It's like a play. Oh my god, I've got chills up my spine because it was just that good.
I need to watch it again. It was so
Such a
good.
show.
If
That
we're talking
was
about
so
like
well done.
anything shot well and like it felt like a stage play on film, it was Hateful Eight from Quentin Tarantino, because it was literally shot purposely like a stage play, and he even used a special film reel to do it. And that movie was phenomenally shot. Like every scene was so good.
Oh, a movie that was very well done with its cinematography was Baby Driver.
Oh
it
my
was.
god, I am a sucker for anything that fits the music, and that movie was like a wet dream for me. Everything was to the music, so good.
Ah, that movie was so fucking good.
I still need to see that one. It's been on my like want to see list for so long, and I keep just never seeing it.
What, Baby Driver? I'll gladly watch it again.
Please,
Yeah,
'cause
I'll watch it again. Last time I watched it
'Cause,
was
like,
like 3 in the morning.
Literally, like every gunfight is to the beat of whatever they're listening to. It's so cool. Like if the beat's like do 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 do, like every shot was do do do, like it was cool. Like people dying was to the beat. Because he's deaf, or is it partially deaf and he can only listen to music, or and I can't remember what
can't
it was.
remember.
Yeah, I was about to say.
He
I
had
don't
something
know
with
if
his
it-
hearing. Oh no, he had what's the ringing condition?
that tinnitus.
But it was like
Tinnitus.
because of childhood trauma, it was like multiplied. So he had to use music to drown it out. That's what it was. I think I could be wrong. It's been a while since I've
Yeah,
seen it.
something like that.
Piggybacking off of great audio, though, who here has seen Hush on Netflix? Because if you haven't seen that yet, that is incredible. The main character is mute and deaf. So when you go into her
Oh, that's so
perspective in the
cool.
shot, they literally eliminate all noise. There's no atmosphere noise, no music, nothing. It is utter silence.
I think that was a new thing that paid off for a couple different things. Like Bird Box was huge. A Quiet Place. All those did a really good job with messing with people and their hearing. So that was kind of a fun thing that happened. Although I couldn't finish A Quiet Place.
I love that movie.
I liked it too, but that's understandable why you wouldn't finish it. I
I
get
can
it.
understand why
Yeah.
it'd be hard.
Yeah, I made it, I think, to about the last 20 minutes, and like so that there were 3 things in there, and that third one was like, all right, I'm done. I
Oh
gotta
yeah.
be done
Oh
now.
no, and it makes no sense that at the very end of the movie she cocks the shotgun loudly after killing all of them. And it's like you literally just killed them and then you made more noise. That's where I liked Quiet Place, but where it really made me taller sus a little bit was at the very beginning. You mean to tell me that you've been planning for this shit and you've got a bunker with all these traps, but you don't account for your deaf son and you just let him wander around a fucking supermarket? And of course he gets the toy that makes noise. It's like, wait a minute. And they had him walk at the back of the line. Their deaf son walked at the back of the line. Shouldn't
No,
he be?
it wasn't the son that was deaf. It was the daughter who was
Daughter.
deaf, who
The
then
oldest
gave the
daughter.
That's right. That's
noise.
right. That's right. But still, that they let the youngest child walk at the back. The little kid with the toy. Shouldn't have he been like right next to his dad? Like Jesus Christ.
It should like that's the most vulnerable of the people in the group, and just whatever, hang out back there.
That immediate happening at the very beginning of the movie, though, is why I couldn't watch the movie the first time I tried. That happened. I started breakdown, bawling my eyes out, and I had to stop the movie. And I immediately video called Toast and was like, "You need to watch this movie with me because I can't do it."
Yeah, because you related to it hard as a parent.
Yeah, I was okay because it was obvious what was coming. Like, so that one like it was tough, but that one wasn't bothering me. It was I struggled with hearing the mother's guilt. That's where I had to check out.
Yeah, that's something I wish Zoomers, to generalize, That's almost something on Twitch I wish like people would understand is like you like part of growing older is like you empathize and feel guilt for things even if it's not your fault. And that was relatable as fuck when she was doing that. And that hurt, man. What is something we're all streamers or former streamers or kind of stream or taking breaks. This is random, but what is something on Twitch, not even in the DBD community, not even in your stream or my stream, in general, what's something on Twitch that bothers you you wish wouldn't either? What's something on Twitch that like kind of bothers you or you wish wasn't around? Like what's something you would change? Like let's just talk about to all of you guys in here, you just watching a stream or you're streaming, what's something that like you wish wasn't a commonplace on Twitch? I know this is random, but just like what do you wish you could like tweak? Like what bothers you? Whether you're streaming or watching a stream, what do you wish was not a thing or you could change?
I would get rid of just chatting, honestly. I mean,
The category we're in.
yeah. Well, no.
We're
Oh my
supposed
God,
to be
we
in
are in
podcasts.
just chatting. Why aren't we in?
Everybody goes to the Just Chatting for podcast. That's literally I'm
'cause, yeah,
following
it's-
I'm following by example, and we are just chatting. So
All right. Well, I got it. Okay.
hey, people
This was
restream
fun,
you.
guys.
Hey,
Time to
people.
say you.
People restream YouTube content on Just Chatting, so we're at least we're not doing that. We're coming up with our own content. But no, I agree, Cleo. I wish they would have kept it because like the IRL and travel streamers got fucked when it all merged the Just Chatting. Like getting rid of certain categories was kind of dumb. They should have just kept it the IRL section. That's what it used to be, just IRL.
Mhm.
But now it's Just Chatting. What it became was Just Chatting in every other category no one uses. Like literally
Yeah.
everyone, even this podcast, everyone goes to Just Chatting if it's not a video game. It's like, what was the point of getting rid of the IRL section then? What about you, Dahlia? What's something like, whether you're streaming or it's my stream or you're watching a stream and you notice it from a streamer or a community, like what's something that's commonplace on Twitch that you notice you just wish like, man, I wish that didn't exist or I could change it?
I wish people weren't so scared of tits.
True.
Like, I'm getting really sick of watching body painter streams and having people come in, so you're basically a cam girl? Yes. They're spending 10 hours painting body paint all over themselves in what's going to be a 3-hour cleaning session to show you their boobs. Yeah. It baffles me. It's like the second, because you know she's naked under the paint, suddenly it's porn. And it's like, because I know you're naked under your clothes, does that make it porn? Like, if
Yes.
you can't see
Yes.
anything. It's like you can't see anything. That's why it shouldn't be a violation of Twitch TOS. And they're like some of the biggest people that get mass reported for inappropriate nudity. And they'll get reported when they start the stream and they already have their chest painted. But people will just mass report them like, well, I know she's nude under there. And for the record, she's not. She has pasties.
So there, I understand what you're trying to say, but I also came across a stream the other day where it was literally the worst body painting I have ever seen. Like, not skillful at all, right? Like, there's that one woman that kind of got the whole thing jumped off here who does unbelievable things with their body painting. But this person that I stumbled across, it was literally kindergarten level painting.
And it was like you could tell it was shame. Like you knew what they were kind of trying to really do.
So like, well, while I understand what you're saying, like, yeah, those people shouldn't be mass reported, but in general, I mean, like, eventually this conversation is going to turn to Twitch's moderation.
That's why I'm not. Yeah, I have a lot I could add or like agree with both sides and stuff. That's why I'm. Yeah, I agree. Like, and Dahlia, that's not discouraging what you said, but no, like we could have a whole podcast on that thing. We have before. Yeah.
I mean, I specifically with the body painting though, like I feel like stuff like that where it's like the kindergarten really dumb. That's also an issue of the people around that streamer not being like, honey, no. Like that to me is the same thing as some of the people who are like, you should do a Just Dance stream because it'll look good. And it's like they tell it to someone who's horribly uncoordinated, is wearing clothes far too tight for their body type. And it's like that's when it's an issue not just of that streamer trying to use like the wrong thing to try and get attention, but it's also the people around them supporting it when they should really, if they wanted to support the person, they would tell them, don't do this.
You know what kills me? You can stream Witcher 3 and every single sex scene, including Yennefer ravaging you on a unicorn, and no one bats an eye. But then the moment someone wears a little bit of cleavage, that's shameless. That's all I'm gonna say is, like, people don't even bat an eye when you play Witcher and there's just like sex scene after sex scene after sex scene after sex scene, but then like a little bit of cleavage is showing, and that's where we report. I just want to, like, this is.
And not to make it not to like make it a.
Well, no, you
sexist
mean to
bet
do it
against-
because you're doing it. You mean to do it.
Well, and it's. But can we also talk about the fact that everyone complains about the women like?
No, go ahead.
Everyone complains about, oh, well, this woman wears a low cut shirt. This one, their camera's angled, so you can notice their boobs in the camera frame.
No, let's not talk about that because, like I said, like Frighten said, that goes into its own entire podcast, and people disagree, and people say this and anecdotal evidence that, and what about this, and then it goes into extreme examples. I'm just saying I know where this goes.
Well, I was just gonna say, like, but how come no one mentions the guys that do, like, you know, they're
Again, this is going to go into a whole thing that could be its own podcast, and people disagree. That's what I'm trying to.
I'll drop it then.
Yeah. Like this topic was supposed to look for slightly hot takes, but you're going into one that like reopens a bunch of bullshit, and it's like a whole podcast on it. We can do a whole podcast on it. I wouldn't mind, but at the end of this one, and we're going to wrap up soon, it's not the time to get into that freshly and then get feelings hurt, and then people get buttered in the chat, and then. Dahlia, you've seen where it goes. Me and you've seen the result of it a million times for sure.
Well, I have a pet peeve. So
Go ahead, let's go.
With some streams, like excessive overlays, like really loud overlays.
That I've noticed more streamers going with the cleaner, just webcam and nothing else look. But for a while, more subs. Yeah, any oil princes. I'm going to thank all the subs at the end of the podcast. We've been having a really good conversation, so I didn't want to interrupt it or anything. But thank you for the subs, guys. I'll thank each one of them after this.
Yeah, it's like you'll see the ones where it's like, I swear it's like a quarter of the screen. It's just
Yeah.
like most recent follow, most recent sub, most recent donation. It has like their name at the top and like
And I mean, that used to be super common. I remember when I was streaming in Arma 3, everybody had an overlay with a picture-in-picture of their webcam and recent sub and top donation. And now, like, that's actually becoming rare, but it is, you notice it when someone's overdoing it. It looks gaudy. You're just like, whoa, that's a lot of stuff on the screen.
like I did that when I first started, and then I just like completely backed off of it. So I just have like my cam in the corner, I have my BitCup thing, and then I have like my little logo in the corner. That's it.
So it's okay to have a scene like that for a particular purpose. Like, for instance, like you die in a game, it's a multiplayer, you're waiting for friends to be done with the game. So you switch to a scene that your camera's bigger, it's overlaid, like stuff like that. But like, yeah, if it's the whole thing, like that's just the way you stream. Yeah,
I mean, like
couldn't agree
I've
more.
seen streams where they're like in the middle of like a PUBG game and you can't see like their health bar because there's shit everywhere. That's what I mean.
Yeah. No,
To be
that's-
fair, for DVD streamers with overlays, it's kind of rough, man. Like, you have to put your webcam in one of the top corners because that's like the only area something doesn't pop up on. So I feel bad for DVD streamers with overlays because they're going to eventually be blocking something they shouldn't.
Right.
I swear I've seen streamers where they are like ducking around.
Yeah.
They won't move. They'll just duck in their own webcam to be out of the way of one of their overlay things.
Just move it.
Oh, I've noticed this with even like with like 5-digit streamers, like they got like 15,000 viewers, is they'll do this deal. They'll be streaming. Now look at my webcam and look at this. They'll do this. And it's like, you can't just fucking move your camera a little bit. They literally, and these guys are 15,000 viewer streamers streaming like this. And they're reading chat. They're like, it's like, what the fuck? What's going on here?
It's like nobody needs to see who donated 50 cents to you. Like, relax, dude. Just
Thank you for the 50 cent. That was my favorite response ever. There was this needy guy in someone's chat donating like really low bit amounts, and that's okay at first. But when it's like a bunch, it's like, dude, you couldn't just give me one lump sum. So this guy donated 57 bits, and the guy just boredly goes, thanks for the 57 cents. And I don't know why, but that felt so cold. Just thanks for the 57 cents, asshole.
I watched.
What about you? Oh, go ahead.
So about the camera thing that you were talking about, I watched a top 5 Warzone streamer. Like,
Yes. Greek God X. Are you talking about Greek God X?
No, it was Nick Merckx. He's
Oh,
down
okay.
here, and he's over to the corner because he's hunching over because he plays with the controller.
Oh, so he's got the controller hunch. He's got the gamer posture.
Yeah, he's hunched over because he's a controller guy, and it's just like, dude, like look at your OBS. Look at your OBS.
Yeah, it's
Just
like I always
glance
have mine up on my other monitor so I
same.
can see like what weird face I'm making.
When we're doing this podcast, I'm literally like right now, I'm looking at you guys in my OBS because it's easier
Yeah.
to look. Yeah, like I always have OBS on because I'm scared I'm going to have monitor capture on and there's going to be a DM you ain't supposed to be seeing
Exactly,
between me and
right.
Dahlia, you know, because Dahlia likes to, DM me during DBD, you know. My plays get her. What? I'm just saying you're sweet and
Slam
innocent.
dunk.
The
That's
DMs,
why
you
your
sit.
mood
We're not gonna
increases
call out
randomly
Wizrobe for
during the
all
stream.
of those
Oh,
like
yeah,
spicy
loop
DMs.
him.
I may have shown a Wizrobe DM on accident. Oops. He's out. He's gone. My man's gone. He faded. He's gone. He's gone. Spicy, what's something on Twitch that you just wish it can be something that bothers you while you're streaming or you're in someone else's stream, or it's like a meta that you don't like. Like the overlay one from Marilyn, that was like a meta that she doesn't like, which I agree. I don't like that either. That's why I don't run one. I used to at the top of but it got busy.
Okay, so reading chat sometimes, chat activity can be a little bit slow, and I hate it when I read something I really don't want to read out loud, and it just sits there. I'm like, man, they know I read it and I didn't read it back, but it's like I purposely just want to ignore it because it was either something really dumb or.
And the best thing is to ignore it, but when, even I deal with it at my size, like that sometimes chat's a little slower and that message just sits there and you're like, okay, the best course of action is to ignore it. Then you look over, it's still there. All right, well, I don't want,
Sometimes
I don't,
It's like even worse if I notice something I need to deal with, but it's like I'm in the middle of a chase and Dead by Daylight or something, and it's like it has to wait. But I'm gonna pimp slap the fuck out of that message once I'm done.
dude, what I hate, Dahlia, I know Dahlia and I had a really big talk about this because she started her stream one time and she told me about this and it bothered me because I hate this. It's when two people are talking to each other like they're using your chat as a DM window. I cannot stand that shit.
Oh my!
It's okay to talk with people in chat. Yes, it's okay to talk with people in chat. It's okay to talk with people, the same person, quite a bit in chat. But when you're literally tagging only each other and inside jokes and this and that, I'm like, dude, get a room, get
Or
a
it's
DM
like-
box, man.
Even
It's
worse
like
when they
the-
do it
s-
inviting each other to play something.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Or it's like they'll come into chat and it's like they see someone they know and they're immediately like, "Oh hey, what's up?" And it's especially worse if it's streamer. It's like, "Hey, what's up, man? Dude, your stream was awesome." I'm like, "Hi."
What about you, Wizrobe? What was getting your nuts whenever you were streaming? You're like, God damn it, I wish this wouldn't be the thing, or I wish I could change this.
You know what, man? If I could, I would completely get rid of Galaxy Skippers.
I was waiting for something like that.
I
Oh,
got
my
you.
cat's trying to destroy my Scott Pilgrim poster. Get the
Jesus,
fuck-
give me a heads up first. I almost fucking done that.
No problem.
Shit.
Oh, I see Luxon
No,
and Frighten. I see what you're doing, Luxon and Frighten. I see what you're doing, tagging each other, having a DM fest. But was a real talk outside of banning Galaxy Skipper? That who? What would you?
Yeah. So I was trying to think of like a bunch of different things, and like one of the things I thought of. Not
So anyway, let's interrupt
super-
Joe to talk about how good Galaxy Skipper is. Man,
Oh,
Galaxy's
man,
got a
that was
huge penis.
Fucking hilarious, dude.
No, go. All right, Wizard, go. I'm sorry.
So I was just gonna say, like, we talked about it before, like how the algorithm works. Like, I don't really like the fact that it's based by view only. Like, I
Mhm.
get it. You should have people with the high views up at top, but like, if you want to discover somebody, like they have that discovery thing, but maybe I only want to discover somebody playing a certain game, and like,
Yes.
I don't want to have to dig through the DVD page by numbers viewed.
And that's what the discovery, I agree with you because it goes discover smaller streamers, but it's like random. There's no sorting it.
Right.
I know what you're talking about. Like at the front page, it's like discover streamers and then streams you might like. And then I know there's one for me. It says smaller streamers you might like. And they're similar viewers as mine, but it doesn't it's random. I'll see the same person on my recommended for a week and then never see him again. It's almost like no excuse. YouTube's had its algorithm down for years now. How come Twitch doesn't have something like that?
Yeah, I don't really have a good solution for that because I don't stream enough or think about it enough. But
here's one solution: go by if your clips are gaining traction. If maybe the algorithm sees, like when I was playing Resident Evil, maybe it sees like a bunch of clips being made and it's like, oh shit, there's a lot of views on these clips too. It can be like, hey, let's push this clip to the front. I think Twitch needs top clip of the week. And it's random view. It could be the small streamers or big streamers, but it's clips that are trending. And then clips are good representations of how the chat might go or how the stream might go. So that could be one way.
Oh, I'd also like Twitch to do our taxes for us.
Thank you. Yes. I wish America would just send us a bill like everywhere else does. Because America knows how much, the government knows how much we owe it. They just want us to figure it out. And they want us to pay for businesses to do it, so. Or if you can do it yourself. What about you, Cleo? What's a Twitch meta or something that when you stream or you watch other streams, you're like, damn it, man, that's kind of annoying.
I'm gonna be honest. Sometimes I fall into this category and I hate it, but fakeness.
Yeah.
Like you can totally tell when somebody is smiling through their teeth and they're not paying attention. Granted, when I'm not paying attention, it's because my brain is fried from hecking Nightmare Mode and Doom Eternal.
I was gonna say, just life in general, yeah.
But yeah, like I don't want to be in that category. I want to be real with people. And it just, like, I hate to see successful streamers that are super fucking fake. I'm like,
it's hard on Twitch to be real too. Like, it's hard. It's hard. Like, I'm not trying to be like everything's about me, Andy, but you know, I'm kind of known for being very blunt, and sometimes it's for the negative, but it's like my community shows that it's okay to be real because you guys are quality motherfuckers. I don't have the most viewers, but the people that are here know I'm being real and it's quality. But I know what you mean, Cleo, especially like if you see them blow up fast and they have to be like, you know what I'm saying? They have to play the game of like,
yeah,
I can't ever make a mistake, even though streamers are humans and make mistakes. I gotta be perfect. I hate that.
Does it look like I'm smiling? I've been practicing.
Thanks for the sub. It's like, what about you, Frightened? Did you say something you would want to change?
Oh man,
because you don't have a lot of stake anymore. You just, you know, Twitch is fun for you now, so you don't have to, you know, sweat over it. Like you said earlier, like you're not in the DVD grind, you're streaming what you want. So like, what's something from kind of a chill aspect where you're like, man, I wish that wouldn't be the meta, or you don't like or wish it wasn't annoying?
You know, for me, it's you know, once you get into gameplay, you know, for a smaller streamer, people don't have a lot of patience, you know, like you see what I'm doing and you are gone in less than 10 seconds by the time I read your message.
Yeah.
You know, just like, you know, if you're going to take the time to say something, you know, maybe a little little grace period, you know, and we can get into a conversation, you know.
What kills me is when they ask a question and it's very obvious when you have a face cam that you're looking at the gameplay, and then they ask a question and maybe 5 seconds go by, you turn and they at you. Did you read my message? You're like, I didn't even get a chance to read the first message. Like, hold on. Or like you said, Frightened, but when they ask a question and you answer it and then they go, sorry, I muted you. What was the answer? And I'm like, wait.
Yeah.
I answered you as soon as you asked it. So did you mute me the moment you asked my question? Like, what the fuck?
And they always write it in the middle of your response, by the way. In the middle of your answer, they're like, oh, I didn't hear. Did he answer my question? Can I also add another thing that would be really awesome to see go away?
Of course, and I didn't mean to like cuck your original conversation, Dahlia. It was more of like a kind of like a compliment, as in like what you brought up is not only true, it could last a whole podcast. That's what I meant. I didn't mean to be like, hey, fuck your topic. I was just saying like maybe save that big bigger scope for another podcast, but I agree with what you said, by the way. I want to make that clear.
I feel like there should be a requirement to put a disclaimer on screen during any mental health stream.
That you're not a doctor, not a PhD, not a, yeah.
That nothing said on stream should replace actual therapy and advice. It should be a requirement if you are going to discuss anything mentally or physically, medically related, that unless you have credentials otherwise. But even then, it probably should be, every case is different. Don't take this at face value.
Well, yeah, most doctors are not going to give out actual advice over Twitch anyways. They can get in serious trouble too.
Well, I know they do. I've seen doctor streamers that do Q&As specifically about health, and even some that I respect, I do kind of a little bit sus at, because I'm like, I feel like you should have a disclaimer on. They sometimes have it in their abouts. It should be on screen, because if people not reading rules has taught us anything, nobody's reading the panels during streams.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, you mean when I was playing Variety a couple years ago, and I had in my title no back seating, and I had in big text in the lower left hand corner no advice, and and I verbally said millions of times, "Hey, don't backseat me," and then people walk in, "Hey, is backseating okay?" Yeah, if Twitch shows you anything, no one reads titles, no one reads Discord, no one reads panels, nobody.
Even better. What game is he playing? Not like there's a whole fucking category he's in to tell ya.
My favorite
Can
response.
you play Fortnite?
Oh God, my favorite. This happened when I played Resident Evil 2 Remake. My favorite. I've never seen this game before. What's it about? And I kind of go, okay, I get that question, but you've never heard of Resident Evil. Like, that's like saying, I don't know what Godfather is. Even if you haven't seen it, you've heard Godfather. So whenever people go, what game is this? I always hit them with the, you can type !game, copy and paste, and go to Google. Like,
What's going on in this game right now? I don't
Dude,
understand.
that's
I
such
just
a-
got here.
Could you
Wizrobe-
please provide me a 7-sentence summary of the plot so far? Thank you.
Yes.
And then, geez,
Oh my
man, you didn't need to
God.
spoil the whole thing for me.
That
I
is
just
such a
wanted to
pet
know what it was
peeve.
about.
Oh, yeah, the spoiler one kills me. It's like, well, you saw the game before you clicked it. No, Wizrobe said it the best. That is such an awkward question. What's this game about? I'm aiming my gun and shooting zombies.
Why
Oh,
don't you just
di-
sit and watch for a few seconds?
5
Maybe you'll find out.
minutes? 5 minutes and you'll see that I'm shooting Zambos, and then 5 minutes will go by and I'm still shooting Zambos, and then another 5 minutes is gonna go by.
Even
Well, why
better
are
when
the
before.
zombies?
That was the
sometimes
whole
that's
question. Fair. Why are there zombies? But I feel like what's even better is beforehand they'll ask you, "Is this a blind playthrough?" "Oh yeah, I've never played this before." "What's the game about?" "I've never fucking played this before."
Dahlia, that's better than, is this a blind playthrough? Yeah. Well, have you got to the part where main character dies? You're like,
Oh my god.
well, if I didn't know, I know now. I hate when people go, have you heard of this
Oh my God.
spoiler?
People are
It's like-
so fucking stupid when they do that. I hate it so much. I had like the ending of season 3 for Stranger Things spoiled for me because I was like, hey, I'm watching Stranger Things. Cool. Did you get to X part? And I'm like, yeah, I just finished season 1.
How about every single person who's ever had the unfortunate incident to have anyone from the Doki Doki fandom be in their chat the first time they play Doki Doki?
Oh,
I'm not through that game, and
Ah.
Toast was talking about that today, and I was like, I can't listen.
What I said, I remember what I spoiled. It won't make any sense until you play it. That, like,
Okay,
those,
yeah. Well, I kind of heard it, and I was like, I don't know what the hell he's talking about. So it's
I didn't even
probably
name
fine.
drop. I didn't even tell you what character it was. So yeah,
Yeah.
It's trust me, you'll play Doki and you'll be like, wow, what Toast said makes no sense. This is a dating sim, and then I just keep playing from there. That's all I'm gonna say. Just keep
I
playing.
think
from
we're
there.
like barely to the starting to get creepy part. So
Oh, okay. So you know that it's not just a dating sim. See, that's the
Yes.
biggest spoiler. And
Yeah.
I hate that I had that ruined for me. The biggest and the first spoiler ever is the
That was
fact that
spoiled
it's
for me
not a
too.
run-of-the-mills dating sim. And
yeah,
it's
that
like,
was spoiled
oh,
for me. 'Cause
yeah.
we're like, oh my god, you had to play this. It's so creepy, and I'm like, it's like a fucking dating sim. Like, what are you talking about?
And then everyone has to pipe in who's like seen 20,000 playthroughs because that's all they do is scroll Twitch for Doki Doki. And they'll be like, oh, trigger warning right here, by the way. Trigger warning right here, by the way.
Okay,
Like,
I do not
10
like
minutes
this.
beforehand.
I get the whole virtue signal drive to like, we need to warn people that are more sensitive about trigger. I'm like, dude, if you're watching an M-rated stream and I'm playing a horror game, I'm not trigger warning shit. You know what you're getting into. That's like if every time I played DBD, I had the Mori warning people. Trigger warning, I'm going to Mori someone. Oh, fuck that.
I'll trigger warning at the very start of the game and
Oh, of
say,
course.
hey, this game's probably going to get fucked up. Don't hang around if you can't handle it. And then never mention it again.
And a lot of people use like Doki Doki to like vent their own mental illness. And it's like, that's where it gets really sketchy because it's like, we're not turning this into a mental illness contest. Like, well, I'm depressed. Well, I've dealt with this. It's like, we're not turning it into this.
They have to spend 20 minutes announcing in the middle of it, I can't watch this. I have to step away. This is triggering PTSD. This is triggering this. This is triggering this. But they don't leave. They don't stop talking or stop watching.
Never.
They just repeat how much it's hurting them to watch and then they'll come back 10 minutes later. I'm so sorry I was silent. I had to step away. It hit.
Oh, sorry. Did you want me to stop the stream for you?
Let me just
I can do that.
stop the screen capture. You can just watch.
I'll describe
That's
what's
literally what they
happening.
want. They want you to create a stream break for them. I had someone, I feel like, Toast, were you in there when it happened?
I was in there
Didn't
for your
someone-
entire Doki Doki stream.
That's right. Didn't someone ask, like, can we take a break in the middle of the game?
And you just went, nope.
Yeah, because I had actually needed a break, and I did take a break for me at one point.
No, but
And
when the
then they
question was
asked
asked, you were in the
later
middle
for
of it, and you're just like, nope. I remember that. You're like, nope, we're not taking a break. Well, it's because they were there to make sure you knew they were a poor individual that's been through a lot. Dahlia, didn't you know they went through a lot? Didn't you know that? They want you to know that. They've been through a lot, Dahlia. They've been through a lot. You didn't know they've been through a lot? Did you know they were? No. I'll tell you, here's a Twitch meta I would change, and we kind of touched on this. Bro, if I don't play DBD for 1 or 2 streams, I have not quit Dead by Daylight. Good Lord, I don't eat pizza every day. I haven't quit pizza, but I just don't eat it every day. That one triggers the ever-living shit out of me. I'll play Resident Evil for 2 streams. Is he gonna stream DBD again? Well, yeah, I never announced I was done. Well, you're not streaming it right now. Well, because I'm streaming variety.
Isn't that all you do? Is play Dead by Daylight?
Yeah. Well,
I thought that's all you did.
sometimes I do.
24 hours a day.
Not
Streamer,
that
did you
much. Not that
switch
much.
Toast plays variety for like a week, comes back to DVD one day. Dude, I thought you quit streaming. How come
Where'd
you
you
haven't been
go?
streaming? Where were you? I never saw you live. I checked every
Dude,
day.
and I meme about it like it doesn't bother me, but it does. It hurts my feelings when like I know that person's a regular and then maybe they haven't been showing up as much, so that usually means they found another community to regular in. That's fine. But then I come in that person's chat that they're now a regular in. That's what bothers me. Is I'll notice someone's in my chat every day for months and then all of a sudden they're not. I just notice that as a streamer. You just do. And then you go to another channel, all of a sudden they're in there every day. Now, it's not a jealousy thing. I'm just an aware person. I'm like, oh, they left my stream for this person. I get it. It happens all the time on Twitch. It's cool. I don't watch the same TV shows every day. But what I hate is when I'm also in that channel. And now this person's watched me every day for months and then left recently. Oh, Taller Toast, long time no see. Do you still stream? It's like, dude, you know you asked that to be a cunt. Like, you know you asked that to be a dick. And I hate that. It was like when I'm not going to name drop, but a partnered streamer was like, I haven't seen you in a while. Do you still stream? It's been months. And I'm like, I've been live 5 days a week for months. Yes, I still stream. It's just, it's like, did you unfollow me? But no, the meta I would change is easily that, like, I understand not retaining your numbers when you stream variety, but for fuck's sake, dude, like, can I stream variety and not be asked if I'm quitting DBT? It hasn't been happening as much lately, but
I mean, all it takes is to just look at your VODs. It's like, oh, I wonder if he still plays that game. Look, he does. Okay, done.
okay, yeah. Oh, yeah. It's not like you can click a button or go to my YouTube and see that I've been uploading
I
content.
mean, yeah, go to the YouTube or just like click the videos tab.
Literally 2
and
clicks
then
and you're at
click
the
back.
Go What's that one place you can go to see literally any member of the stream team when they go live and it announces it every time? Oh man, is it your Discord?
Oh, piggybacking off of that, Joe, what kills me is, wait, when do you start stream? You've been in my stream for weeks. The schedule's been down there. Oh, well, are you going to stream tonight? Yes, I've been streaming every night for weeks now. It's like, do you not go to Twitter? Do you not look at my schedule? Do you not? Are you streaming tonight? Yes, I am. I'm streaming right now.
Oh, are you overtime right now?
Oh yeah, that's well, to be fair though, there's a ton of people that don't live in the US that ask that, so I get it, because they don't know what time frames match up, and to them it's like 7 in the morning and I'm chilling at fucking 2 in the afternoon. Good Luck Nito touched on one and I banned that person for it. Okay, I'm gonna go to my favorite streamer, Taller Toast, is live now. That's literally, do you know why I banned that? It's not for them being rude. They're admitting they're underage. Because only a child would say that unironically. Only a child doesn't think about empathy to that level. Only a child goes, well, I'm going to my favorite streamer now, bye. Only a child thinks that's not rude. So if somebody in my chat says that unironically, I have to ban them for being underage because they're definitely not 18. Or if they are 18, then damn, that's sad. They better not be able to tie their shoes then.
I wanted to circle back on something really quick.
Yeah.
That we were talking about, like with triggers and stuff like that, as far as the not having to give any warnings. I went through some really tough shit in 2018, and I had a lot of downtime, had a lot of free time, did a lot of watching Netflix and movies and stuff, and I found that sometimes I'd watch something that would set me off. So eventually I got tired of having that happen. And I don't know if this exists for video games, but there are tons of resources to help you get an idea about media without spoiling it that will let you know if it's going to be something that's going to set you off.
Yeah.
So the whole, like, doing that thing in chat just makes me wonder, like, man, are you actually having this problem? Because you're not talking like somebody who's actually having this problem.
Yes. Frightened, that hits a lot of yes on me, man. Yeah, I know.
And like I don't want to, like, because I've been there, and it would feel terrible if if I was generally having a problem and somebody was like, dude, are you really though? But at the same time, like, if you're gonna be having the problem, your words should match the problem, right? So like that whole like give me attention thing in chat, like DM me.
No, I know exactly what you're talking about, because it's like you almost can. Because Frighten, you have many, you have experience on this earth. You're, like, I'm starting to see that now. Like myself, it's like you can almost, even though it's text, you can read this. You can read them almost. You're like, I know people with this problem. That's definitely, you're not suffering through this. It's like when people say they're nervous and shy, but damn, they have no problem giving you a novel's worth of words. For someone who's shy and you're just meeting me, the streamer, you're not being very shy about telling me how shy you are. And that leads me to believe, oh, you're just wanting attention. Or it's like people in Twitch chat, like, I'm depressed. It's like, well, you can DM me, man. This is not the place for sadness. I mean, I get it with Corona, that because it's relevant to all of us. But other than that, man, it's like, I know what you mean, Friday. It's just like you can tell the person's not being genuine. And like, people that actually go through what they're talking about, and you're just like, that's just disrespectful to a degree.
Yeah.
So it's like if they're really having this problem, it's like, why are you on Twitch? It's like if you actually, it's like the guy that got mad at me for saying cute, and he literally unfollowed me because I said the word cute because it related to some childhood trauma. And I'm like, if you can't listen to the word cute online, what are you doing on Twitch?
Mm-hmm.
Where I know a streamer that calls everyone cuties. It's like I call people cutie.
Yeah.
You need actual help.
That up too. Those are people, it's like, you don't want to, like, you're not minimizing or attacking them or anything like that, but legitimately, if something that simple can actually legitimately set something off, what that says is you need a lot of therapy before you should interact with people online and be in most social settings, because it's clearly mentally unsafe for you. That's what people refer to when they say safe spaces. they're not referring to safe spaces of the whole world has to make one for you. It's you have to register what is a safe space for you and what isn't.
Yeah,
be
it's not
like-
the
it'd be-
streamer's responsibility to just know that for every person.
That's what hurt me about it. That's
Yeah.
what took me by shock. I'm like, you just. I know not to say the N word. That one's a commonly no word. But it's not every day I get chastised for cutie. I was like, what? And it was to another guy. And it's just like, it'd be like if you came into my chat and was like, oh, he said the word than. I get triggered by the word than, and I'm leaving your channel, you degenerate. You should have been sensitive to the word than.
Well, better safe than sorry.
Ooh,
Bye.
hit him with it. Then he got dab on his mom.
Well, especially something like that, because it's like, if anyone else heard that, especially in a stream like where we like to meme and make jokes about things like that, who the hell wouldn't think you're joking? Like, who wouldn't think that you're bullshitting to say, like, being called cute sets you off and gives you a panic attack? When you first hear that, it's really hard to believe. Like, I'm sure there are some people that have had incidences that do it, but when you first hear it in a stream where we constantly like joke about like fake triggers and stuff, it's
No, keep going. You're making very good points.
no, I had nothing else to say about it. It's just like I feel like it should be clear to a lot of people that at first that's going to sound ridiculous. Cuz I mean, like, if I tell people as a kid and even as an adult, I still sometimes think about it. If I'm in a big pool, like a chlorinated swimming pool, I will have thoughts that a shark is going to eat me in this pool. Or like a squid is going to come out of freaking nowhere and pull me to the bottom of the pool and drown me. I legit have these thoughts. And I know if I tell that to people, it sounds fucking ridiculous. And I would expect them to poke a little fun. Like, I can acknowledge that there's a level of ridiculousness, even if it's a real thing.
Yeah, there's like you have to be a little bit realistic with your expectations of other people. Like, yeah, you expect people not to say like racial slurs to other people or to yourself, but like a word that is used by literally everybody and has no negative connotation to anybody else in the world except for you because of your situation, you can't really blame people for saying that, and you can't really expect them to change their ways for that.
It's kind of like the mom joke deal, the whole my mom's dead thing. It's like, well, shit. Listen, everyone does mom jokes since the beginning of time. I'm pretty sure Shakespeare had a couple mom jokes in his plays. Like, people have been doing mom jokes. So it's like when I do one and it's commonplace and you're just like, well, my mom died. Well, then get off the internet if that's what triggers your sensitivity, bud. Or don't get in the roast battles. Don't flame me and then I bring your mom into it and now you're hitting me with, oh, my mom died. How was I supposed to know that? Now you made it weird. We were just having banter and now you just made it weird.
Spoiler alert, everyone's mom's gonna die.
Yeah, people die eventually. Spoiler for every anime you've ever seen.
Easy.
People die eventually.
Yeah, I guess, but I don't know, like the mom dying thing, like, yes, when it's clearly established as a joke, yeah, that's fine, but like you know, like there's some shit that you don't dive into though.
Yeah.
You know, like,
Oh yeah, like
there are some people that have this, I don't owe anybody anything, I don't owe anybody a trigger warning, but then they will freely go off on just the most horrific shit.
Yeah, that's where it's fucked up.
It's like wait a second, like you need to have a little bit of tact in what you're talking about. If it isn't known what this platform is about to be, like, you know, it's, yeah, you kind of do owe that a little bit. Then nobody has to stick around for it, but at the same time, like, if you're maintaining a community, you know, like, you know, if I'm a churchgoer and my pastor suddenly just goes off on whatever the fuck he wants to go off on, and it has nothing to do with church, religion, whatever, and it's like, dude, what the hell is happening right now? Why are you talking about this? You know, like, it's, I don't know, like, there has to still be some social responsibility in what you talk about. And yes, and if it's something that is so innocuous, 99% of people, fine. Yeah, that's the individual's problem. But at some point, there should be some responsibility for what you're popping off about.
I agree with that, but there's also a responsibility of knowing when you're online, anything goes, and you sign up for that the moment you click on the internet browser. Yes, you're right. We're owed a responsibility slightly, but it's your fault for getting on the internet where everyone's anonymous and no one feels a sense of responsibility in the first place. So technically, that's also on them too. That sounds really cold, but that's literally what you sign up for going on the internet.
Yeah, but I feel like you should also try to be a decent human.
Definitely,
Well-
but at the same time, it's not decent to put your issues on other people unexpectedly for no reason.
No, I
That's-
agree. but-
Yeah, that's where it's like I draw the line at that, because it's like I have a responsibility on my platform to be nice to people, but if you bring your shit on my front door and I never asked for it and I pop off about it, I'm not going to trigger warning. You brought that to me unnecessarily and I didn't ask for it.
Time and a place.
Exactly. I agree. Like, you shouldn't, like, if I were to be like the whole, like, my mom's dead thing during a mom joke thing, I usually end it there. And I'll say, hey, that's shameless. You're bringing a dead mom into this for a guilt trip. Your mom wouldn't like that. But if I all of a sudden was like, well, fuck your mom, then she'd, yeah, I know what you mean, Frightened. I shouldn't just go,
Right.
well, here's what I believe. So you know what? Go fuck your mom then. And blah, 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 blah. No, I agree. I agree with that. It's like a two-way road. It takes two to tango with it, because it's a sense of responsibility because you are on a platform. I mean, you've heard me say it, like where the streamers of DBD that over meme, they almost are irresponsible because they're teaching many of their thousands of viewers that it's okay to sandbag and purposely play like shit for your own selfish giggles, and now solo queue's in the state it's in. So I do preach that too. Like I'll be a hypocrite, Frightened, if I said, no, I disagree with that, because I agree. You're owed a little, and this is a lighter subject. I'm talking about DBD memers, but it's like the same thing. It's like the reason why solo queue is in the shambles it's in is because there's not that many huge streamers outside. I'm not going to name drop, but there used to be a lot of huge streamers that were teaching you how to play well and have fun. Now it feels like a lot of streamers are hit or miss with it. They're either extremely toxic and selfish or they over meme, and there's no happy middle. And I agree with that. It's like you're almost responsible for that. It's your platform. That's why I'm also careful about like the COVID talk, because I don't want to just spread, fake information, because I feel like I'm responsible for a lot of people. So I see that from both sides.
I mean, I'll say with that's also kind of why I think it's still appropriate. You establish a knowledge of what space you're in from the get-go. Like, I started after a while when I realized I would go on my serial killer rants and I didn't have a filter on some of the details I would discuss in those. And I realized halfway through some of them, like, oh, this is some kind of fucked up shit to talk about that I'm talking about in detail. And this could be something that legitimately makes someone feel sick to their stomach to talk about. So I started at the beginning of my streams, after my little intro countdown, I'll sit for a full minute or two with a rated R screen on that I created that says, like, I swear I'll talk about sexual content. I won't have any, but I'll talk about sex. I'll talk about serial killers and gore. There is going to be graphic content on this platform. And I'll occasionally flash it, in the middle of streams when I'm getting on those kinds of rants as well. And it's like, I know that I could, obviously, if I talk about something like John Wayne Gacy or something, there's going to be sensitive materials brought up. So I established from the beginning, this might not be a safe place for you if you can't take that. And I think that is a responsibility that some of us have, that, if you know you're going to have that kind of content, you do need to prepare people for it as best as you can.
Yeah. Well, and the point is that I was kind of trying to make, and it's tying into what you're talking about, is like, if that's not in like your stream title, if somebody can't like see that the moment they get in, and be like, oh, I can read this thing and I can see what this is about, and oh, that's probably not for me, and I can get out of here. Like, there's some responsibility there too, but it's the like you're saying, if nobody knew that this was going to happen today and you get real deep in it, yeah, like it's
It's kind of like whenever I'm doing real talk, we end up not doing the super real deep stuff unless we were doing real talk about other slighter, lesser deep stuff, I've noticed. And it's like, you know, we ease into. I've noticed it with my channel. I'll be playing DVD and we'll talk about something like this, and then it goes deeper, and then it goes deeper, and then it goes deeper. But that's like a gradual shift. I know what you're saying, Frighten. Like, and I've been in streams where it's like happy-go-lucky, and it's like everyone's like gifting subs and popping off in DVD, and all of a sudden the dude just starts going into like fucking like, I forgot what it was, but I just remember the mood. It was like the air got sucked out of the room. And I'm like, well, like, I appreciate real talk, but bro, you went from like, we're doing amazing to no, it wasn't even anyone in chat. He just like randomly bipolarly just, I'm going to get sad about this. And I was like, man, it's your channel, but could you warn me you were about to do like, I was like, whoa. I think it was a streamer talking about I want to say a dog dying or something. And I respect it. I get it. But I was like, dude, you came out of nowhere with that. A little bit of like predecessor, or on a deeper level, if I watch a streamer and they normally never go into real talk, ever, because I always go into real talk, so it's expected for me. We're talking about me, but for like another streamer, if I'm coming to your channel every single day, and then all of a sudden you're like going into some real intense, sensitive stuff, yeah, I can see a warning for that, because your viewers won't expect that. And then you're talking about death and stuff, and like, let's say you're normally a Minecraft streamer, you know, it's like that I understand a warning for. Or like Dahlia said, a little rated R thing, you know, if you're going to be talking about serial killers, that stream particularly or something.
See, and then palate cleanser kitties. And that's why every streamer should have a pet. It's a palate cleanser.
Mine is currently giving me the "you didn't feed me enough" look once again.
Oh yeah, I'm getting talked to right now for sure.
Yeah, I think it's a good place to wrap it up, because I think our cats are going to murder us if we don't. That was... I did not expect to do the 5 hours. I didn't expect to do the 5 hours. I thought we were going to do 4, but good shit, man. This was some good stuff. Sorry about being late, by the way, to not only my podcast crew, but to the chat. It's not a scuffed toast stream, and it's not a scuffed podcast unless I start late, though. So, you know, I mean, I had to fuck with OBS, and I was irresponsible and took a nap. Anyway, yeah, that's going to be it. Dahlia, Marilyn, Spicy, Frighten, Cleo, Wizrobe, thanks for joining us, chat. Thanks for joining us. I'm going to let everyone say a little bit of in-game wrap-up, and then I'll get all of their usernames and shout them all out. Now, is anyone going live after me so I can host you, or if not, we'll just let auto-host do it? Is anyone going live?
I was going to go live, but I need food. So is anybody going? Anybody?
I was thinking
No,
about it.
I'm exhausted.
Nah, I can't.
Yeah, it's 12:30 here.
I don't want to make any promises.
All right, got you.
Okay,
Well,
all right.
I'll
I will go live after this.
Easy. All right. Well, Cleo, if you want to get out first, I'll shout you out, and then I'll host you. Easy. All right, guys. Cleo's awesome. Good streamer. Content all around. The Twitch sings is one of my favorite. Cleo, I'll let you do some in-game words here, and then I'll shout you out.
Okay. Righty. Stuff. I'm gonna be doing Nightmare Doom Eternal.
Bye. Okay, see?
Damn, she left.
That was the most abrupt exit ever.
She said, well, I did tell her to get out of here and start streaming, so
Okay.
to be fair.
To be fair.
To be fair.
To be fair.
I'm Marilyn.
No,
I'm
you're
And
also
not.
Wizrobe is also Merylwyn. In a world where John Cena
We're
stars
all
as
Merylwyn.
Merylwyn and Merylwyn stars as Wizrobe Joe. All right, next up will be Dahlia. Say a little bit about yourself. I have no bias considering I am, dating her. But Dahlia, go ahead and say a little bit about you.
I am Black Dahlia 42. You can follow me on Twitter at Black Dahlia 42. I'll announce if I, for some reason, decide to go live again. I might soon, since I'll be home a lot more.
I was gonna say we did have that
Otherwise-
talk. You might be seeing
Yeah.
Dahlia on more.
I might start streaming a little bit more, just short streams in the day. But otherwise, you can also check out horrorbound.com to find a lot of articles I've written. One that I'm very proud of, I most recently wrote, was sex horror movies that you can watch to not get laid. So enjoy.
Oh, sounds perfect for me.
Well, it's all horror movie. It's a triple feature of horror movies that kind of make sex out to be a little bit evil. So
Gotta
you kind of
protect the
don't want to have it.
virginity.
So yeah, enjoy that, guys.
Go check her out. Dude, Dahlia does one thing better than everything I've ever seen in my life, and that's she will talk about anything. Just talk to her. Put it in chat. She can talk for hours, man, especially about serial killers. I'll refer to her for anything serial killer related. Like, I had no idea Once Upon a Time in Hollywood was about what it was until Dahlia explained it to me. So, hey.
Great
seriously.
movie.
Oh, yeah, it is. Dahlia's a great streamer, chat. Seriously, check her out. Her Deadly Premonition variety stream alone is what sold me on her permanently. So go check her out. I'm very biased, but check her out. All right, Marilyn, you're next. Go ahead and shout yourself out. Do a little in-game chatting. I'll shout you out here.
I'm Marilyn. I've had fun hanging out with you guys tonight. It's been great. I do a variety, usually on weekends. Friday, Saturday, sometimes Sundays, probably more Sundays now that I can't leave my house very often for the foreseeable future. But yeah, we've been playing some WoW Classic off stream and Sea of Thieves on stream. So
I got to get in the Sea of Thieves because Dahlia wants to play it now, and we're looking for a non-DBD game to de-stress with. So I might have to install it, Dahlia. You might have to get on to me for it.
I'm down.
I'll play with Marilyn. I'll play with you guys.
Real hard into Sea of Thieves when they showed off that Ori ship, and I was like, "Fuck, you guys got me right there."
I know Wizrobe's pissed because he tried forever to get me in it. Now my girlfriend's getting me into it, and he's like, I asked first.
We need to have a diner pirate crew. We'll sail the seas
So
singing.
good.
I gave Wizrobe so much shit for Sea of Thieves, too. I'm sorry, Joe.
Do it. And to
Listen,
bring it
man.
full circle, I have Peaches on my island in Animal Crossing.
Ooh, hey, speaking of, if anyone in here is new, we have a whole Animal Crossing section on Discord. Check it out. Trade fruit, steal people's
Animal
stuff.
Crossing's overrated.
Rude.
Save that for next podcast, Spicy. Marilyn, thank you so much for joining us. She's a great streamer, chat. I always tell this story. This woman didn't even let a fucking 3rd-degree burn on her finger stop her from streaming. That's all I'm going to say. I was there for that shit live. She literally burnt
My
her
hands
hand.
are fine.
They're fine now, but she burnt them in grease, kept going, didn't give a fuck. That was awesome. No, but
Ooh,
seriously,
I was on lots of alcohol that day.
I bet, man. I just started chugging it back. Go check her out, chat. She's incredible. Spicy, the most toxicity-filled person in this stream. Spicy, say a little bit about yourself. I'm going to shout you out.
All right, listen, there's only one person I learned all my toxicity from, all right? So don't even act innocent here, all right? But I am the man, not a myth, not a legend. I am Spicy Hand. I do a lot of DBD streams. I try my best to give help to the community and play well. Doesn't usually go well. But you can catch my streams, a lot of stream. I've been doing a lot of EU-friendly streams, considering now I've actually got the time to stream around then. I've also been doing a Darkest Dungeon playthrough variety stream on the side. Because I got a bug for it recently, and I've been scratching it. I've loved enjoying it so much.
I know you've been talking about doing push-ups after crits. Is you still doing that?
Fuck no. Holy shit. I get like one battle is like 50 crits.
Hey, man, I told you, dude. I was doing squats between enemy phases in Fire Emblem, and now I can't even sit on the toilet without plopping on it, bro. I have to put one hand on my sink. Oh, shit. Oh, God.
Bro, I won't even be able to press the keys if I do that many push-ups.
You'll be swole as fuck, though. You could become a cam guy during DBD and show off your big muscles.
Bro, I'll be like a boss fight where the dude's arm is like extremely ripped, but he has like these tiny legs.
Like Birkin in Resident Evil 2. He had that big ass masturbate. You can tell which arm he masturbated with.
Say, you can tell which one's the baiting arm.
Chat, go check out Spicy, one of the most toxic DBD streamers in the business, but he does a lot of variety too, man. And the games he loves are just, they come out of nowhere, but it touches my heart because I'm a variety gamer like that at heart as well, even though my stream doesn't reflect it. Spicy's the same way, man. Ori and the Blind Forest, Darkest Dungeon, DBD. He streams it all. Shit, I've seen Spicy. I swore you did a Jackbox stream.
I did for my birthday.
So he does it all, guys. Go check him out.
I'll say, warning, if you don't like me talking about the same thing over and over, you might want to avoid my channel for a while, because I'm talking about is Ori.
Hey, man, to have that passion for a game is beautiful. There's nothing wrong with it. Thank you, Spicy, for joining us. Now, Prison Mike. How you doing, Joe? You want to say something about yourself while I shout you out?
Yo, man. I'm here to scare you straight. In prison, you're somebody's bitch. I stole and I robbed and I kidnapped the president's son and held him for ransom.
Shit. He's not joking either.
Leave Baron alone.
My name's Wizrobe Joe. I don't stream too often anymore because work and real life is crazy. But when I do stream, it's quality. Maybe I'm biased, but I try to give quality streams. That's it. That's all I got.
I mean, the humor speaks for itself throughout this whole podcast. Wizrobe's an amazing guy, one of my best friends on Twitch. And when he was streaming, that variety was pretty lit. Also, trolling him with bit text-to-speech was fun as a cathartic. Oh, he faded out. Where did Wizrobe go? Damn it, we lost him again. Oh, there he is.
Can never
And
count on
last-
those wizards.
Damn, he faded again. Dude, how does he do it, man? Magic is real. Chris Angel is real. All right, last but certainly not least, the returning, and hopefully he returns to podcast, my man Frighten. Shout yourself out. Tell a little about yourself, and I'll shout out your Twitch.
What's going on, Chad? First of all, I just want to say that Wizard Joe looks like Harry Potter's fat uncle.
Wow. His name's Hagrid.
Yeah. No, but seriously, just getting back into this thing, trying to get it figured out, playing a variety of games. I like a lot of shooters. I like DBD. So if, for the love of God, I'm looking for people to play Warzone with. If you're interested in Warzone, DM me so we can get each other added on Battle.net. I'd love to play with actual people rather than randoms. Because that game's just better when you got people to play with that actually want to communicate. But yeah, just this was a blast, dude. Thanks so much for having me.
Dude, it was an honor having you, man. I was like, damn, we finally got Frighten on one of these, and Evilish joined for it. So that was a double whammy, and everyone else joining for it. Amazing. And it means a lot to me, guys, that you're willing to take 5 hours out of a Friday night. Now, I know we're all in lockdown, so, I mean, it's not like we're doing much, but it's cool. Because it's like, I know some of us are older, some of us work from home, some of us are just introverted. We don't really get to hang out all the time with people. So this is kind of like a cool little friend hangout, man. I appreciate you guys joining me. Guys, give all of them a follow. Give all of them a love. All of them a love, a singular love. But no, seriously, thank you, everyone, guys. Thanks for the conversation. Thanks for the talks. Thanks for letting me interrupt you all night. And let's go give Cleo Burrito a goddamn host and some love, chat. So thank you for all the love tonight. Let me read some subs out, and then we'll host. Hold on. I'll do this really quick because it's not that many. Shorty, thank you for the 28 months. Cock and ball torture. Thank you for the follow. Reese 2001. Thanks for the follow. Launch long with a resub. Thank you. Huckley follow. Thank you. Horde Spore Bits. Thank you. And Cleo Burrito gifting a sub. Thank you. And Zoe resubbing and everyone else hosting. All right, cool. Let's go host Cleo Burrito. Let's get the fuck on out of here. This has been The Diner, and a lot of us are sleepy and hungry. So without any further ado, everyone wave. Bye. Bye. Have a good time. Bye. Okay, I'm going to host Cleo. I'll see you guys later, and I'll see all of you later, too.
Later.
Bye.
Just imagine I'm waving.